land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, snaps on the right foot, scores a level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45. It starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he's kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big time.
He can be a game breaker, this kid. And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
We're gonna be kids.
Throws up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Taps it down. The big man shots it out midair. This would be absolutely extraordinary. He is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to kick a miraculous goal.
He can't believe it.
Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Goes to Vanderbilt. Sweeping hand pass to the board. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Pushing for a place in the top 8 after some red-hot form. Collingwood face Hawthorn from the MCG in Sunday afternoon footy. Two teams led by first-year coaches who've exceeded expectations in which most believe possible in 2022. Collingwood have recorded back-to-back wins against Freo and Carlton and all of a sudden are building nicely and just a game outside the top 8, while Hawthorn will be looking to bounce back. In Liam Shields and Luke Bruce, 250th game, 500 games between the two and 3 premierships for a couple of the Hawks' favourites after suffering a disappointing loss to the Gold Coast Suns in Darwin last week. It's also the annual Beyond Blue Cup, shining a light on mental health and encouraging meaningful and open conversations. Hawthorn having won 13 of their last 15 games against the Pies. Matt Clinch with you from the MCG. It is slightly cloudy here, so we might get a little bit of rain throughout the afternoon, but we're hoping for some hot footy off the back of, well, Sydney's barnstorming win over the Demons last night. Corbin Middlem has to call the action alongside me. He might suffer from a bit of whipping neck syndrome, trying to keep an eye on the boxing as well this afternoon. Corby, welcome to you. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'll be fully focused on what happens out here in the middle. This is the only big-time prize fight I'm here for with Hawthorn and Collingwood. You set it up beautifully. So the Hawks, I mean, they've only won 4 games for the year, but 3 of them are against top 4 teams from last year. So they have claimed some big scalps along the way. And for everything that Collingwood have done this year, They've got a loss to West Coast, something that no other team in the competition owns. Had they won that game, they'd be firmly inside the top 8 at the moment. As it sits at the moment, their percentage outside, trying to get themselves in there today. But they're a fascinating team to try and get a read on as to what is their level. Are they in development mode? Are they going to be a finals team? Are they a little bit better than that, given the fact they've scored victories over Fremantle, Carlton and St Kilda this year? So I think we'll learn a lot about both of them today as to where they sit, certainly in the pecking order against one another, as you said, both with 2 first-time coaches.
Absolutely. You heard him on Grandstand AFL Sunday already. Brett Delidio, welcome to you.
Thanks,
Are you optimistic as well this afternoon? We might see another good contest as we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't probably before, during the week, and you see the ins for Hawthorn. I think there's some really good ins. Gunston, Hartigan, O'Meara. I think Reeves is a really good in for him. I know he's only young and developing, but he actually gives them a contest in the middle, whereas they've been going with God knows who they were going with last week, but it certainly didn't help them against the Suns. So I think, I'm optimistic that we are going to get a good game, but I also like what the Pies are doing. Their last 2 weeks have been really impressive, and to hold off a barnstorming Carlton last weekend, albeit without Jacob Wiedering, I feel like that'll give him a lot of confidence. So, looking for a good contest today.
And alongside Liz as he is every Sunday afternoon. Mark Murphy, welcome to you. Good to see you, Murph.
Good to see you, Clinchy.
What do you think today? I mean, we saw Collingwood firsthand last week. It was hard to not walk away and be impressed by the way they held off a fast finishing Carlton. Now the challenge comes to try and back it up on a consistent basis.
Yeah, look, they've been impressive against some good sides this year, so I suppose they came in today being favourites and expected to win, so that's a different challenge in itself. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think it'll be a really close game. Lids spoke about some of the inclusions for Hawthorn, which I think are really pivotal, and I think just give some more experience, some sort of hard edge into their side, and it'll be I reckon, pretty interesting contest today.
I have a chance to take you inside both the camps before the opening bounce. We'll hear from Adrian Hickmont with the Hawks, and the Collingwood CEO, Mark Anderson, is going to come past for a chat. So there's a bit to ask him about in terms of Jordan De Goey, Craig McRae in his first year, Tasmania, as to where that sits in the eyes of the other 18 clubs at the moment. So we'll work our way through all that in the lead-up to Hawthorn and Collingwood this afternoon. It's hard not to start with the events of last night. Melbourne obviously getting beaten by Sydney. It sort of changed the landscape just a little bit. Brisbane, all of a sudden, if they win against the Dockers, could almost jump on top by percentage. Were you a bit surprised, Murph, by how well the Swans played last night?
No, not at all. I think we've all probably thought Sydney would be a top 4 side over the past 4 or 5 weeks. They have let slip a couple of games, but they showed last night that they're a serious contender, and it just shows you too that Melbourne are, they're human after all, and they're missing a couple of soldiers to their side, and it does certainly affect you. And I think it's great for the competition to see that Melbourne just aren't going to just flow through the year and win another premiership. So
keeps it interesting for the rest of us, doesn't it? I suppose, as the outside world. But what I love, Clinching, I spoke about this on our show before, is that Sydney's pressure and their ability to hunt and take it right up to Melbourne, but be unrelenting in it. They did not give up, did not let up. I spoke about Rowbottom and Mills and Warner, Sam Reid laying 10 tackles in the front half for a big bloke. I thought that was really impressive. So they didn't shy away from it, but I was nervous for them early. When you're not kicking straight away from home, I feel like the game can really slip away from you. So big result for Swans, but I don't think Simon Goodwin would be too concerned. A few learnings out of it, but they'll still be going okay.
I actually think it's a really interesting season. We had this chat, Clinchy, on the way to the car.
You're more optimistic than I was,
night.
which is unusual for us in our dynamic.
Absolutely. Usually I'm grizzling about something. But I actually find it, I think there's so many teams in the mix now, certainly to make the top 8, than probably ever before. And part of the reason for that is that the 2 down the bottom are historically bad, and you can tell that by their percentages in the 50s with West Coast and North. But I think it's going to be a bang-up race to see who makes the top 8. And now maybe the premiership conversation's a little wider than what we thought initially. So you've got the Swans beating Melbourne, Fremantle come to the G, beat the Ds, Brisbane Freo will be a fascinating matchup later today. Geelong's an experienced lineup. I don't think too many people are quite sure as to what to make of them. St Kilda are on the rise. I think all of a sudden there's a...
How deep have you got it going, though? How far down?
Well, I wouldn't
Port Adelaide at 12?
I wouldn't be so quick to sort of rule a line through too many in the top 6 or 7 for the premiership. And then, in
terms of finals, though, like where have you got them coming in?
I think down to Port Adelaide.
Yeah.
I can't see Hawthorn getting into the finals.
I just think they're just poor.
Yeah, their percentage is poor, and they've been really up and down. That's a new side with a new system in place. Like they've been terrific on occasion, but then just to be able to do it week to week, to be able to play
last
finals,
week was a real aberration, wasn't it?
I don't think they're probably where they need to be, but who knows what happens over the next 6 to 8 weeks. But I think Port Adelaide's probably the bottom side out of that, which could get in.
It's an interesting year too, given that there's so few wins down the bottom. So there's a chance, unfortunately, for West Coast and North that they might win. They'll be flat out winning 6 or 8 games between them.
Yep.
And so it might be a year where you might have to win 13 or 12 with a really high percentage to make it, which is completely different to what we saw last year where the Bombers climbed in with 11. So you might have to win 13 just to get there, which will be fascinating.
So Melbourne have already got 10, so you'd be pretty comfortable there. The line's going really well, and like that clash today, that's a real one that we want to see who can take that second spot almost and really stamp their authority on the competition underneath Melbourne, given that Melbourne's faltered the last couple.
And we're still, sorry, just quickly on that, we're still such a long way out.
Well, that's it.
But that game is huge because, and this sounds obvious, but because of the geographical locations of the two teams. So the difference between finishing second and third could be enormous. If all of a sudden you're Fremantle and you finish third instead of second, and you could be going to Brisbane for a quali and then Melbourne for a prelim, as opposed to playing someone else on your home patch and not leaving for a month.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you in terms of the unpredictability in the season. We spoke to Mark McVeigh on the lead yesterday, the caretaker Giants coach, and he was really clear in the style in which he wants the Giants to play in the second half of the season. He's going to try some players in different areas, and spoke with great confidence about his ability to be a connector amongst playing and coaching staff, and to try and really invigorate the likes of Steve Cornelio and Josh Kelly, some of these guys whose season hasn't been as high as what they would like it to be. So I just think with them, Hawthorn, the Bulldogs, they're the big question mark for me. Yeah. All of a sudden you look at the second half of their draw, and I've got to be honest, I'm starting to think it's getting harder and harder for them to get there, which for a team that featured in the grand final last year would be a dramatic drop, and they don't want for too much, but apart from maybe their backline being a little bit vulnerable, and
another key forward.
That second key forward.
Yeah, and I think we've seen it before, haven't we, Corby? And you're a big advocate for this, is that you get smacked in the grand final, it doesn't tend to go too flash for you the year after, and my old team, the Giants, certainly did that back in 2019. Is what we're seeing now with the Bulldogs. I was always like, the Bulldogs, don't worry, they'll come good. Josh Bruce will come back in the back half of the season, but they just can't seem to get that consistency and get the ball rolling.
When's he likely to come back, Josh Bruce?
After the bye.
Yep.
He's going to play a couple in the VFL.
He's going to play, is he? That's a quick turnaround from a back-end knee of last season, isn't it?
He's going to play VFL on June 17. Yeah, so that'll be the start of his comeback.
He was excited as anyone when he joined us on Friday night before the game to be given the green light to join the main training group, even though he'd been doing sort of some all-in drills with the team, but officially given the tick from the doc. Nat Fyfe obviously playing in the waffle. I know you touched on this, Lids, in the show previously, but had his Buddy Franklin moment where after the game all the fans ran out and wanted to get autographs and photos. Did make me wonder, did either of you guys grace the Magoos with your presence or straight to the ones?
I actually graced the Magoos last year for an occasion at Port Melbourne, and thankfully it was, not that I don't like mixing with the crowd, but it was COVID times, so there was no one at the ground. I was more just happy that I didn't get abused from the Port Melbourne Old Faithful on the boundary line. So I've been to watch quite a few VFL games there,
the Wharfies,
over the years. And there's probably a row of 10 or 15 older sort of ladies and men who just yell abuse at blokes over the fence. So I was more happy that they weren't there hurling it at me last year. But look, they were pretty good scenes. Like, great to see kids going out there and seeing one of their idols grace the field, then go up to him at three-quarter time and then after the game. But I'm pretty sure Nat would have been pretty keen to get off there after signing a lot of autographs and a lot of pictures.
Our man Benny Cameron was there for ABC Sport yesterday.
I was trying to gesture to you whether he ran onto the ground as well. He could have got one-on-one exclusives.
Well, he told me that half-time he was interviewed, Nat, for the television broadcast, and after he did his interview, there was already a swarm of people around him, so he just started signing autographs. So mid-game, he's had to work his way through the crowd, and that was his quickest way through it, was just to sign a couple and then slowly make his way in to join the rest of his teamates.
Yeah. Oh, well, he handled it really well. I can guarantee you when you're playing the Scooby-Doos up in the NEFL, there's no crowd. They're not coming out to swamp you. Hard-pressed getting more than the Water Boys there, to be honest. But I've certainly had my go in the Scoobies. No worries about that.
How'd you handle it, Lids?
Easily, mate, because there was no one there, and the NEFL certainly wasn't a part of the Eastern Seaboard comp now, so it was you fill your boots times a couple of times there.
Both of you would have been throwing around a few mates, I'm sure, in your time in the reserves.
Yeah, buddy, here.
Yeah.
I'm not like that, Corby. I'm not sure what you're trying to allude to, mate. You just use heavily into the reserves program.
7. Here. Yeah, count.
Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on Grandstand Sunday alongside Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass. Jess Webster's down on the boundary. She's about to catch up with Adrian Hickmont. There is a laid out for Collingwood. Jamie Elliott out of the Magpies side, replaced by Reef McGuinness, and the subs for this afternoon, Dan Howe for the Hawks and Tyler Brown for the Pies. So Collingwood have sort of had a bit of that challenges with Jamie Elliott, a bit with their forward 50 as well. We had Craig McRae on ABC Sport last week, and he said, I'd love to have my perfect forward structure. They don't have that many injuries, but it does feel like they've had them more so in their middle and forward half than they had in their back half.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Have they said what he's out with? Is that come up on anyone's feed?
He just can't take a trick, can he? His whole career's just been in and out and just never had a really free run.
Haven't seen the best of him, have we? Like, I feel like he had so much that forward 50 and probably takes the heat and allows Ollie Henry to play his role a little bit more. Geordie DeGoey can then go play a lot more time in the midfield. But, disappointing. So hopefully it's not a major one where we're going to miss him for a large chunk, but hopefully it's just a freshen up, go into the bye and then come back.
He's such a tough matchup. He's probably my height and can take a big specky. So he's a hard matchup for any defence to try and, to lock down, and he organises his teammates around him because he's obviously got that experience of being around for quite a while, and we enjoyed talking to him after the game last week, didn't we, Lids?
What experience? You didn't rely on that at all last week.
We didn't have the dump button quite ready to go for his emotion after the win, but he captured it nicely. Illness is what the Magpies are reporting, so that's better than injury.
Yeah, absolutely, and so no doubt he won't be out for too long, which is good for Collingwood and for Jamie Elliott. I think he's an important cog in that forward half, so it'll be interesting to see, hopefully, Finn McGuinness. Finn, was it?
Reef
McGuinness.
Yeah.
Not Finn. I was thinking Finn McGuinness for Hawthorn. Reef can come in. He's shown a couple of things as well. Got speed and some agility and power. So hopefully he can kick a couple today for Collingwood.
And you said Jamie Elliott's your height, Murph. So what? Just 6 foot? Is that what?
Yeah, he's a 6 footer.
Yeah. Cool.
with some of the basketball boots on, just pushing over 6 foot. Righto, Corby, give me your best 3 minutes as to why we should be watching this George Kambosos Jr. fight and what it means.
So you don't have to watch it. We'll tell you all about it throughout throughout the afternoon. Devin Haney's on his way to the ring at the moment. So he is the 23-year-old prospect out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He holds one of the 4 alphabet titles. So in each boxing division at the moment, there's 4 belts. He has one of them. The other 3 are owned by our guy, George Kambosos. So Kambosos is the defending champ. And the winner here will own all 4 belts, which is the first time that an Australian would have achieved that in the 4-belt era, which is essentially the last 20 years in boxing. It's also for the lineal title, so whoever wins this is the undisputed king of the lightweight division. There's a reasonable crowd at Docklands. Initially, they were hoping for around 80,000, which was ambitious from George. I think those estimations were pegged back to around 40,000. And hopefully, from what we can see, it's around that mark at the moment. But it is of critical importance in the sport of boxing. So often there's the odd sport involves a former fight involves a former footballer or something like that, and you think, where does this actually sit in the sport in terms of context? Well, this is right up the top of it, with Haney and Kambosos going at it.
So titles and belts rather than prize money.
Yeah, there's plenty of prize money too. There's talk that George Kambosos will earn just under $10 million for this fight alone. So this is the other thing with combat sports, where there is a huge built-in audience there. There's an appetite for it, the crowd in attendance, plus people watching at home. And the economy of combat sports is always greater than any other sport. So at the end of the year, when Forbes release their list, the richest athlete is always the richest boxer, or usually boxer. And the reason for that is because essentially, and this is hard for people to get their head around, when we talk about they in sports, so when you're talking about they in football or they in rugby league, you're really talking about the governing body. You're talking about the AFL. You know what they should do in football? You're talking about the AFL. They should make these decisions. In boxing, there's no they. It's just a bunch of independent contractors that get together and put on the biggest event that they possibly can. So there's belts that are owned by the sanctioning body, but they don't own any of the fighters. It's not like the UFC where they fight for a brand name.
So there's no ICC who
there's nothing like
takes
that.
A cut.
And that's really hard for people to sort of get their heads around. So that's why we see things like Jake Paul. We see things like Paul Gowan, footballer Sonny Bill that decide, you know what, we're going to put on a big event. So if Clinchy, this is for lack of a better example, if you and I were promoters and we said, hey, we're going to hire the MCG and we're going to put on a big fight, and we've got 2 former footballers in Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, and they're going to fight, and essentially we could stage the biggest event possible and put it on and make a huge sort of economic event, and then we all walk away and that's it and we're done. And so there's no obligation to then go on to the next one or to filter money into junior development or anything like that. There's nothing like that in boxing like there is in other sports. So that's why when they reach this level, there is an enormous purse that comes with it, because they take everything that they generate. So if they generate a $15 million event, they split the $15 million and they get out of there with the biggest prize possible for the fight. And the belts are just essentially promotional tools. So you pay the governing bodies to say, hey, there's our sanctioning fee, we want to fight for your belt, and they put it on the line and we can test it, and then someone else comes along and their promoter pays for the privilege of fighting for the belt. So it's a little complex, but it's that they're all independent contractors is the main thing you've probably got to take out.
So what did you say, 10 mil for this?
Yeah.
So
10 mil for George.
Why is he wearing an art smock then over the top as he's rolled out?
I opened the door for Corby as well and truly burst through it. It does just pose the question. I mean, back row, Delidio, Murphy, who would you think, Corby?
Oh, reach, power.
Well, we talk about reach. I am just over 6 foot, but reach is extremely long. So you don't want to get in my grill.
Yeah. It's going to reach like a sick dog either. Come in and pow, pow. Wooden bruise are great.
Who would you pick, Corby?
I'm on. I mean, we obviously would love to see the Australian do well, but I think if it's a
Murphy to Lydia.
I think we're
I was
talking
actually talking about the fight in the back bench.
Sorry, I'll get serious here.
It's too serious, yeah.
He's looking us up and down. He's looking us up
he's
and down
got.
at the moment.
I'll take Murph.
Oh, there you
shit,
go.
right.
I'll take
That's it,
lead.
2 rounds in the ring. Let's go. Me and you, we're on.
The other question I want to pose to you, and we've had a bit of fun with this across the weekend, is some of the high-profile people you've been able to meet during your playing and professional time. So Adam Ramanassis came up with the fact that he met Thor before he was Thor, which doesn't quite have the same appeal with Chris Hemsworth. And Cameron Ling had Ed Sheeran.
Okay.
Was able to meet him sort of before a gig and introduced himself, and I think Ed joked that you could be my dad, and Lingy sort of said, I'm not that old, but anyway. That was the two they came up with. So before the end of the pre-game, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy.
Do you want us to go now?
No, have a bit of a think about it. If you were sort of at
got a long list, Clinchy.
If you're at a dinner party and you wanted to sort of get a bit of swagger about you, what names would you be dropping? Let's head inside the Hawks camp, a big afternoon with a couple of milestone men playing their 250th game. Luke Bruce alongside Liam Shields. Jess Webster's wandered around the boundary and she's been joined by Adrian Hickmont. Jess, down to you.
Adrian, thanks so much for joining us pre-game. A disappointing loss last week. Are you excited to try and bounce back this week?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It was a disappointing loss. Suns were probably tougher. Well, they were tougher than us. Overall, for consistency over 4 quarters, we still show glimpses. But we have to train that, which we did, and now we're looking forward to today.
A few handy inclusions, including Ned Reeves, who gives you a great addition to the ruck. How important is his role today?
Yeah, well, we've been missing Ned Reeves. Max Lynch has been out. He'll probably come in after the bye sometime. But yeah, good height. Ruckman don't get smaller as the game goes on. So it's exciting. He's worked extremely hard since he hurt his shoulder to get himself back as soon as he can. So he's performed well. He's done some training and combative work, so he's ready to go.
And he's wearing the fluoro boots out there today, so I don't think we'll miss him, will we?
No, you won't miss him. Yeah, he's stand out a little bit more. Good on him.
Now, normally one milestone in a week is really special. You have 2 today. Luke Bruce and Liam Shields both playing game 250. It must have been a real buzz during the week.
Yeah, it is. It's special. 250 games is great. And they're great blokes. I've only been here for 6 months or so, but they make an impact on their group. Their leadership is really exciting. They encourage young kids and they get the best out of themselves. We had a meeting during the week. We watched some clips of them, and there's some pretty special edits of the 2 blokes, and then they give their feedback about their career. And the main thing that come out of it is to have fun, enjoy it while you can, and work hard.
And Jai Newcombe, just the 12 disposals last week. We put so much pressure on the young rising star contender. Wasn't his best games to his lofty standards, but do you think he'll bounce back in a big way today?
Yeah, he trained really well during the week. He's a competitive young man, as you can see. His appetite for the contest is huge, and to do better. Not the pressure comes with the sport, with the AFL. He understands that, so consistency is about his game, and it's just improving every week, which we think he's doing really well.
And he's generating a lot of buzz, and a lot of people are talking about him. How is he handling it?
Yeah, like I said, he's got some good mentors, and Sam talks to him consistently about just going with the flow. It is what it is in the way of the harder you work on the track, get the best out of yourself, work on your craft. In the midfield, there's a lot of craft aspects that young players have to work on, so he's doing that. He's loves the gym and loves the atmosphere around the place. So he's an exciting young fella that doesn't get ahead of himself really at all. He just goes with does what he's asked to do.
Now, a week is a long time in football. You beat Brisbane a couple of weeks ago and probably would have gone into this game as favourites, and then you lose to Gold Coast and Collingwood beat Carlton, and all of a sudden you're the underdogs. What tag do you prefer?
Yeah, well, most coaches and teams say we'll just take it a week as it comes, but yeah, there is a excitement about every game we go into. Our youthful group with a sprinkle of experienced players, and when you see them at their peak, it looks really impressive, and we've got to hold our consistency through games now. We train really well during the week, excitement, and work on what we have to work on, and now it's putting it into games and trying to get the consistency out of all the players.
How important is this game, do you think, in the context of your season as we turn into the second half of the year?
Well, all games are important, but it's important for our group to keep working on the little fundamentals of our game. We want to be consistently tough in the contest as much as we can, and we have been inconsistent in that area, so we'll keep working on that area and and our team defence is improving each week. So we see improvements each week, even though at times we don't come out on top of the games, but there are improvements each week.
And Collingwood, they are going to be a really tough test today. Knocked off two top 4 teams in Fremantle and Carlton the last couple of weeks. You just touched on it there. Is consistency the key to getting the victory today?
Yeah, it is. Collingwood have got a good side and really good spine up the midfield and midfield themselves, and they work really hard, in the contest and when the ball's on the outside. So matching that and going further than matching it, making sure we have them be tough in the contest so we can equal ourselves out.
Thanks for your time pre-game and enjoy the contest today.
Beautiful, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Dear oh dear.
When they said, ask them anything.
No topic was really off the cards.
What did you do to end up in juvie?
Bang, that's a big one.
We all have a story.
You don't look like you've got dementia.
And we all need to be heard.
You think you've dealt with it all, but then you get asked a question like this, brings it all back.
The brand new season of You Can't Ask That.
You shocked me more than the question.
Yeah, I know.
Wednesday nights on ABC TV or log into stream on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Collingwood, one of the surprise packets so far of season 2022, beating 2 top 4 sides and surging back into top 8 contention. Great to hear from Adrian Hickmott with Jess Webster from the Hawthorn angle, and the celebration of Liam Shields playing his 250th game alongside Luke Bruce. 3 premierships they've been a part of, and it was great. The club mic'd them up during the week, and they spoke about the age-old, it's funny how quickly it just flashes before you that you start your career, and before you know it, you're closer to the end than you are the beginning. But what a great time they've been involved in, and Hawthorn's success.
Yeah, I think I played in one of Liam Shields' first games. It was a practice game down at Lonnie, and he played on me, and Dimmick gave me one of the biggest rays. There he goes, "You are playing on a kid." And I was like, "Sorry, mate." He was pretty good.
You just showed him his craft then, did you, Lids? Is that what you're trying to say?
Probably played a fair hand, yeah. No, he's very tough, Liam Shields, and ability just to continually put effort in and tackle, chase, but also got the ability to sneak forward, kick a goal on you. But Luke Bruce, and if you want to learn forward craft, any young kid out there wanting to learn forward craft, be in the right place at the right time, come and watch Luke Bruce do his work, because for a young small forward, geez, he's made a real habit of just being there and kicking multiple goals.
Yeah, we've talked about probably Eddie Betts being one of the great small forwards over our time, but Luke Bruce would probably have to be up there. Like, he's, for a bloke who's of his size, his ability, just his agility is something that's really underrated. Just so clever. It's every time the ball gets in his hands, you just know it's going to end up either in a Hawthorn next possession or through the big sticks. He's just really reassuring. I no doubt all the Hawthorn fans would love watching him play over these 250 games, wouldn't they?
And Luke Bruce, having come from New South Wales, arrived with a great tackling technique, and to be the goal scorer in which he's become. And Liam Shields, who I guess is getting the credit as a guy who was able to play very much a team role in Hawthorn's success, similar to sort of what Kane Lambert has done for Dustin Martin through Richmond's premiership eras. But a great team player who Alistair Clarkson knew, give him a role, and he'd be more than capable of achieving it regardless of what it was. And you only have to go back a few weeks ago when we saw against the Brisbane Lions, Sam Mitchell brought him back in and he played the second half on Lachie Neale.
Yeah, and that's what... If you hang his hat on, he's not one of those heralded. It's a shocking word. Bloke who's attracting a heap of limelight. He's not. He just goes about his business. I think both those players probably have just gone about their work. And mate, to finish your career, triple premiership players in 250 games is something you'd be very, very proud of.
So they've played 214 of the 250 together. You guys both reached sort of big milestones in the game, and at one club for a lot of your career, Lids, and Murph, obviously the entirety of yours. Did you have teammates or a teammate along the way where you thought, gee, you've been here just about every single game of my particular milestone, whether it was 250 or Murph, the 300 mark?
Yeah, I honestly think that Kate Simpson might have missed 2 games out of mine. Oh, no, he missed the last season. So other than that last season, I reckon he missed 2 games, out of my entire career. So I reckon I would have played 270 odd with Simo.
Wow,
that's a lot of games, isn't it?
Yeah. And I cost us more because I was injured probably more of the time than he. He never got injured, Simo. But they're just like the guys you play a lot of football with. You just know which way are they going to turn, what they're going to do next, and that's just experience playing with each other. It's just it's really important. But it's great to share. a lot of your journey with someone else or a couple of other players and have a laugh and have a beer about it down the track.
Yeah, I think mine was probably Chrissy Newman that I played a lot of footy with as a young bloke when I first came in, but then it was Jack as well when he started right the way through. We hardly missed a game together, so you did have that. You just build that connection, don't you? You know, more often than not, you watch the old replays and geez, mate, I fed you a lot of footy, didn't I? But still haven't seen a coffee out of it, but that's okay. I'll hit him up next time.
If you've got a thought or comment, I think the SMS line is back up and running. 0437 774 774. We've had some challenges over the weekend, but I heard you refer to it, Corby, earlier today as back up and firing. So
I think we probably blew it up, didn't we, Lidge? We called for so many SMSs.
All positive too, which is good.
Absolutely.
So 0437 774 774. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass and Jess Webster down on the boundary. Collingwood CEO Mark Anderson will join us very shortly. So, I mean, just a thought or two on the Hawks. I guess a lot of the talk has been when you've got players who are reaching the back edges of their career, like, I guess, Luke Breust and Liam Shields, both are now over the age of 30, and you throw in sort of Tom Mitchell and Jago O'Meara, these guys who have been so consistent for Hawthorn for such a long time, and it feels like their game style has changed a little bit under Sam Mitchell, which does pose the question as to what their future might be in a year or two's time.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. I think seeing Tom Mitchell go out of the centre bounce for a little bit, I see Jago O'Meara playing a lot more forward. Yeah, I think Sammy Mitchell's really trying to blood and bring in some more, greater talent, but also more speed. I think that's where they probably lack a little bit is their actual size inside the centre square. It's all well and good to have your small blokes who can win plenty of it, but when you're coming up against the best, which is, I think, probably Petrarca, Oliver, they're 186 plus, nearly 190. And even today for Collingwood, Drac Crisp stands at 190. Pendlebury's 190. They might have Taylor Adams who'll come through there a bit as well, but Goey's 188, 190. So you've got to have big players to go through there. So a couple of years, if you don't continue to develop and bring in, I love the work of young Ward. He needs to play more footy. Connor McDonald we've seen come through a little bit as well. I love Jai Newcomb. I think he's as hard as a cat's head in his ability to work and continue to work for Hawthorn. So it has seen them guys come in, which means that other guys are going to play and learn other positions, which could almost prolong their career a little bit too. If you go on to play more as a forward or on the outside versus the hustle and bustle of being smashed, I think that can maybe help those boys just to stick around for a bit longer.
Yeah, and there's no doubt Sam Mitchell would be saying to Tom Mitchell and Jago O'Meara, we need to give these guys more experience, and it's going to project their careers a lot quicker, which will make your enjoyment out of playing football a lot better, because we're going to win more games of football quickly rather than just waiting for the long term and just keep on going down the same path of the experienced guys and the younger guys not getting that opportunity. So as long as the young guys are sort of have earned it, and they're training hard and they're doing all the right things and they're getting more opportunity to play midfield, that's what you want to see. You don't want young guys getting an opportunity too early when they're not ready and they haven't done enough to warrant it, which sometimes can get older guys sort of off field a little bit. But if they're doing it the right way, which it looks like they are, and what it does say is that guys like Mitchell and O'Meara, they're leaders of the football club. They want these guys to come up, which will make their careers obviously better on the back end as well.
Do you think he's right, Sam Mitchell, and the way in which the game has changed, where midfielders need to get more metres gained, be more damaging 100%. With their disposals, as opposed to, I suppose, when you go back 5 or 10 years, the players that would accumulate a lot of possessions and you feel like they were damaging, but now you can be more impactful if you can actually transition quicker.
Give me 20, but give me 500, 600, 800 metres gained versus 40 and maybe 150, 200. And I think that's probably, Tommy Mitchell probably falls into that category, wins a heap of it, but does he really catch up versus someone else? You look at probably Jordan DeGoey last week, 24 touches, 11 score involvements, best player on the ground. So you don't have to get the huge numbers, but be more damaging with them. And that's where I think, made the right call. And I think that's where we've probably seen Will Day try and be an experiment and come into the middle of the ground, can make those good decisions in and around the footy. Can he go forward with it versus just being sideways, lateral, boring, go backwards? So, good call, I think.
The one I'm most interested in is Jago O'Meara. Like, he's averaging, I think, season low disposal, career low disposals, 19.8, and he's had his last couple under 20 disposals. So we know he's a great contested footy player. He's had his challenges in terms of injuries, but for someone like him who's 28 years of age, you're almost driving down his currency if he wanted to go to another club, and you look to trade him maybe for a second round pick.
Well, you're thinking the they're keen to get him on the trade table.
No, I'm just saying that the style of footy Hawthorn are playing is not necessarily suiting his game or the game in which he's traditionally played, and the numbers sort of speak for themselves a bit.
Yeah, well, I suppose if you're only averaging 18 or 19 touches, it does drop your currency a bit in terms of trade-wise, doesn't it?
If you're looking at him as a pure midfielder, but I think he's spending a lot more time forward. So.
Yeah, I think he has been too, and he's learning it. He's obviously, that's a new craft for him as well, and there's no doubt there'll be things that he's doing and bringing to the football team which Sam Mitchell would be really rating, and the young guys would be feeding off that as well. So you can't underestimate that as well, the influence of those senior guys who are looking to play a bit more of a team-orientated role and almost sacrificing being the real go-to midfielder and getting 28 to 30 every week and going, I'm going to go to half forward and I'm going to have little patches on ball here and get my 18 to 20, but influence on the scoreboard and influence my teammates in a real positive manner.
Reflecting on your time, Murph, at the start of your career, you would have bumped out some of those older guys into the midfield, and then by the end it's kind of happening to you, where the coach, be it David Teague, whoever, is sort of saying, for our transition, we need some of these young guys to play in the midfield. How hard are those conversation? You probably touched on a bit there, where you want to give those young guys opportunities, but you want them to earn it, not be given it.
Yeah, that's sort of I've seen a lot over my career in terms of some guys getting that opportunity when they probably didn't deserve it, but I've seen other guys have to really work for 2 or 3 years to play on a half forward flank or play on a wing and then get their opportunity to play midfield and really dominate because of it. So I even go back to my the start of my career. I reckon I played on a half-forward flank for a year and a half before I really started to get some good midfield time, and it sort of made me really want to earn it and to do everything right by the team to try and get in there. And then on the back end, you're right, unless you're a part of a really successful team and you're a veteran, you do have to take a back seat and you have to have a bit more of a team-orientated focus about, we'll play on the wing, play half-forward, little patches on ball, whereas if you're at a top 4 team and you're still a veteran but you're still playing good midfield time, you're probably playing there more often, aren't you? So it's that's a cycle of AFL footballers, isn't it? It all depends on how the team's going at the time.
There was a few weeks ago where you looked at Collingwood's list profile, and they actually were one of the oldest teams in the competition on average. That's changed a bit. They now have 4 teenagers in. They've got 10 guys 23 years of age or under, and it looks more comparable to Hawthorn, who only have 2 teenagers. They've got 11 guys 23 or under, so that'll be the other pleasing aspect for Collingwood. It's not as if they're necessarily doing it with an old team. They've been able to get a number of fresh faces in as well, and we're obviously seeing that with Hawthorn, as Clinchy touched on, some different roles for guys like O'Meara and Mitchell, and a number of fresh faces with 11 guys under or 23 or under in their team today.
Yeah, well, Pendlebury's doing the same thing for Hawthorn, isn't he? Like, he's not in there all the time at the moment. He's going to a half or a flank or
half back,
off and a half back, and then just going in patches through the midfield. So you have to, when you are an elder statesman who's played 344 games, you've got to give a bit more opportunity to some of these young guys who are going to carry the team forward.
Plenty of your correspondence coming through on 0437 774 774. We'll get to some of that in a few moments' time after the Collingwood CEO, Mark Anderson, is going to join us. I've got one, Corby, just saying the fight, question mark. So just give us a couple of quick updates as to where it stands.
I'm trying to watch it as we go, but I feel like Devon Haney maybe 2 rounds to 1. So, it's down early.
Early stages of the fight. So we'll keep you across it on ABC Sport. The Collingwood CEO, Mark Anderson's been good enough to come and join us in the ABC commentary box. Mark, welcome.
Great to be with you.
In terms of the occasion, it feels like Collingwood all of a sudden in a great position, fighting for a top 8 spot. Has it exceeded your expectation as to where you thought or how quickly this side might be able to bounce back?
No, well, you never go into season sort of forecasting where you're going to be, and very mindful of we're only halfway through a season as well. But going into the year, obviously a lot of changes with our coaching grouping, including Craig as our senior coach, and that energy and freshness that he's brought along with the other assistant coaches and a few other changes has been really positive. The guys have really embraced it and playing a good brand of footy.
So when you have as many changes as what you had in the off-season, first and foremost with your coach, Craig McRae, and some of the assistant coaches coming in, what was sort of the metrics you're looking to judge this team on other than just wins and losses?
Yeah, I think Craig coming in was big around engaging with the group. He's huge on relationships, and he's got that great balance between kind of the technical, tactical aspects as a coach and very much that relationship perspective. So he's been big on getting the guys to buy in as a collective unit, and I think what we're seeing out on the field is, across the 22 every week, that they're contributing as a unit, and it's the cliche, but they're doing it, playing their role, and that as a collective's really working. And so he's brought a real positivity and energy and trying to move the ball quickly, but really highly valuing the contest as well. So it's a good blend at the minute.
Mark, talking about, having that buy-in and everyone working collectively, I remember back to my time, Brendan Gale would come in regularly and speak to the leadership group and give us a bit of an update on where the club's heading and things that are in the pipeline, how we could help. Is that something that you do as well? Do you go in with the leadership group and give them an update, or they come to you with ideas? Is that something that Collingwood does as well?
Yeah, we absolutely try. One of the mantras is one club that we try and have, and so working right across the club and keeping that close connection. And COVID's been really difficult with that over the last 2 years, so we're rebuilding that, but it's taking time. But everyone's really bought in and really engaged, and I think our staff work really well into footy, and there's a good feel from our players into the group. And great example of that, we had our first players session with our members on Wednesday night, and that's the first we've done since COVID. And the feel that was in the room and the way our players engaged with our members and supporters just showed how highly they both missed the normal footy environment and how much they valued it.
Mark, I just want to ask you about Brendan Bolton. Obviously, I had a bit to do with Bolts over the years. A great teacher. I just think some of the experiences he would have had as a senior coach, the support that he's giving Craig McRae at the moment in the early stages of his coaching career. Yeah, absolutely, Mark. And he's, as you know, he's great one-on-one. He's great sitting down. And one of our players said, we always feel better walking away after a conversation with Bolts. And he's got that real great teaching ability and great student of the game, but he's great with our players, and that dynamic that we've got with Fly coming in but surrounded by Lepper and Bolts as two senior coaches that have been there, done that, and with Scott Selwood and Hayden Skipworth, that whole coaching dynamic's working really well, and they're all actually different from each other, which I reckon again in a coaching group's really good.
We got to chat to Craig McRae on the lead last week. We're enjoying his media conferences each week. There's an openness and an honesty about the way in which he presents. When he did his presentation, were you confident that was what you were getting? And was that one of the reasons as to why, obviously, that development style he's had under, at Hawthorn and Richmond, that was what you felt like Collingwood needed now? Yeah, and we went through a really thorough process in finding Craig as the senior coach and had some ripping candidates in it. And it was a really deep process where we got into a lot of depth, and it allowed the coaches to present what their philosophy almost on life, but certainly footy and how they'd go about it. And from minute one, Craig impressed in that process. His ability, he's been associated with so many successful clubs over his whole journey. His ability to communicate that, his ability to build relationships with his players. And importantly, though, that accountability that, as senior coach, this is what we expect, and holding that accountability, the balance between all of that, the dynamic and kind of not only the science but also the magic of what a senior coach brings. He's got that, and absolutely what we're seeing is what we thought we'd get.
Do you have a sense, Mark, as to whether the soft cap's going to go up?
We'd hope so. We think certainly it was cut too deeply and cut to the bone, and so we've been advocating for a long time that it was too harsh, and now that we're through hopefully the worst of COVID and the game starting to rebalance, that we do have the capacity to lift that. And the footy department, the resources were really smashed off the back of that, so we think it's time to rebalance that. We do need additional expertise back in the footy department looking after our players, so we don't expect it to go back to normal or what it was, and not asking for that, but we do expect that we'll get more in it.
What do you need?
Well, it's about, I won't put a figure on it, but it's certainly a number of key roles, and it will differ from club to club as to how they kind of cut their soft cap, if you like. So we've got 4 or 5 key roles that we think have been really sort of smashed off the back of COVID, and that we do need to get them in. And mainly it's around support of players on a variety of fronts that we feel like that's required. And everyone's working so hard. We've got our AFL guys that are working into our VFL program as well, and doing, got part-time people and volunteers coming in to try and support the VFL. Everyone's just stretched so thinly, and there's a need to rebalance that.
Mark Anderson, the Chief Executive of the Collingwood Football Club. Mark, I'm sure you're expecting this question. The guy that wears number 2 for your team, Jordan De Goey, he's off contract. Are you in a position to offer Jordan a long-term contract?
Look, we've had some really good conversations with Geordie and Ryan, and it's in a good space. Geordie's playing some really good footy, but just as importantly, he's enjoying life and the club off-field as well. So he's tracking really well. Righty's the man that does our list management, and he's having really good and ongoing conversations with Ryan, his agent. So they're tracking well. We'd be hopeful of an outcome, but clearly not going to get into the details of what that looks like at this stage.
So long-term versus short-term, you haven't got a view on that as to whether you'd rather... he's clearly coming into that window as a free agent that ordinarily a player signs a 4 or 5 year deal. Is Collingwood in a position to be in that frame if that's what he wants?
Yeah, we're working through all of that, and Righty will pick that up with Ryan.
Do you feel like you've got the Do you feel like you got the response from him, from Geordie personally, given the support the club gave him through a challenging off-season?
Yeah, we do. Well, everything we've seen from Jordan over this year has been really good. He's responded really well. As I said, he's enjoying his footy and playing good footy, but one of the key things is off-field as well, and we couldn't have asked more from Geordie in terms of the way he's conducting himself, the way he's engaged with the group. Yeah, I mentioned before, this is all about team footy. He's doing that really well, but he's engaged with the group full stop and always has been. But, we're really pleased with the way he's progressing off-field and on-field.
I think most of us entered this year and we thought, look, Collingwood's in development mode. They've got a new coach. And all of a sudden, you're outside the 8 only on percentage. You've got a win over in Perth against the Dockers. You've beaten St Kilda and Carlton. You've got a bizarre loss to West Coast. And you're right in the mix. What are you thinking? Do you think that the finals are on the cards this year?
Yeah, well, Craig has said from minute one, no limit on expectations, and when we've got our best on the park, we're capable of beating anyone, and I think we've shown that across the season to date, that we've, I think, 3 wins against top 8 opposition. So we play good footy and a brand of footy that stacks up. So when we bring our best, we're capable of knocking anyone off, and so the challenge of the AFL competition at the moment is anyone can get beaten on the day virtually, and so we know where we're at and we know how hard it is, and you've got to bring it all every round, and today's the perfect example of we've got to bring our very best. Hawthorn's a really, really good developing team like ourselves, and this one's very much one that we've got to bring our best to get a win.
Collingwood CEO Mark Anderson's with us on ABC Sport. Corby asked you about the soft cap. Chris Scott was asked yesterday about whether the senior coach should be exempt from that, and I think his answer was pretty good, that depending on your personal scenario is probably dependent on how you feel about that. If you've got a coach who's won a premiership, they're probably earning a bit more money than a coach in their first or second season. Do Collingwood have an opinion as to whether the senior coach could be excluded from the soft cap?
Oh, look, I think some level of it's... Soft caps need to be fair across all 18 clubs, and so I think whatever the construct is around the senior coach, and supportive of there being allowances for senior coach, but that needs to work across the 18 clubs, and so whether it's a percentage of the senior coach's salary that is exempt, which would give the more experienced ones clearly a greater percentage, is probably a fair way to deal with it. But certainly supportive of senior coaches receiving that allowance outside of the soft cap, but something that's fair as well.
And Collingwood have gone with some long-term contracts for Brodie Grundy and for Darcy Moore. I think last time we spoke was off the back of sort of Adam Treloar leaving Collingwood, and you said we'd love to be able to target a free agent like Jeremy Cameron, but we weren't in a position to do so. Are the Pies getting closer to a salary cap scenario where they would be able to target some free agents? Where do you sit?
Yeah, Righty's done a really good job on our list management, and as you know, he's an expert in that area, and kind of years and years of plying his trade at certainly Brisbane and then Hawthorn, and now with us. So he's got the cap in a good shape. Clearly, as you're re-signing, and you mentioned earlier Darcy Moore, we re-signed. Geordie's in the mix. We've got others in the mix. So how that balances out, and how we approach the retaining our players as well as going after some targeted players externally, it will balance all that up. But that's a work in progress, sort of halfway through the year.
Do you have any input as to who the next boss of the AFL is going to be? Do they come and ask the clubs and say, hey, we've got a process underway? Do you get any input on that?
Yeah, the presidents are approached in terms of what they think, in terms of what the role needs, not necessarily the people, but what the roles required, and so they all have had an input to that with the recruitment agency, which I think is a good process.
Yeah. Would you? I mean, you're obviously in a role at the moment as the chief executive of Footy Club. There's been talk of guys like Tom Harley and Brendan Gale. Would you advocate for someone from Clubland? Is that beneficial at AFL House?
Well, I think the AFL is the best competition in the country and is a leader. So I think the key is that you go out and search for the very best. Those two that you mentioned are the very best in Clubland, and there are others as well. But both of those are really good. But there's, I think as they're doing, you search as far as possible, and then you land at the best person.
Two quick ones to finish with. Obviously 80,000 for Collingwood Carlton last week, but collectively across the board, the attendances have been down. So I know it's a Hawthorn home game this afternoon, but what's sort of your information from your very relevant sort of people telling you as to why people aren't attending the footy in the same fashion they have pre-COVID?
Yeah, look, I think they're down sort of 10 to 20% or any variance between that, but and mainly, all the reasons that we've heard in terms of people being resistant to come back due to COVID, transport, ticketing. There's a whole range of sort of small things that add up and become sort of larger and have a bigger impact. But what I loved about last week was getting 80,000 on a Sunday afternoon. It wasn't like it was a Friday night or a Saturday night. It was a Sunday afternoon. It was just a great traditional footy match. And the game it just delivered as well, didn't it? And the Pies won, thank God. But it was just it felt to me like we were starting to come out and get some normality back into our footy. And 80,000 at the G on a Sunday afternoon for me did that.
Yeah, we spent every Saturday afternoon with Mark McClure. He spent the Sunday afternoon with Eddie Maguire, and certainly didn't leave with the same smile that Eddie did at the end of that game. We're also getting closer to a decision around Tasmania. The presidents, the clubs will have an input as to whether they're willing to support that bid. Have Collingwood reached a verdict as to what their stand will be?
No, we're very much waiting. We haven't seen the business case, and that hasn't been provided, and that's fine because we're aware of the time frame. So when we get that through, we'll have a good look at it and reach a position on it. But I think the key is we all the love of having Tassie having a team as a football state, that all appeals, but importantly as well, it's got to stack up on an ongoing basis, not only the short term but medium and long term. It's a critical decision, and with all critical decisions, let's have a look at the information, the business case that's presented. We'd all love the idea, but it does have to stack up, and the whole of the competition has got to be in good shape. It's not just about a one-team decision.
Was it a surprise when the stadium wasn't part of that business plan?
Look, as with all the concept developments, I wasn't that surprised in terms of it's a concept at the moment, but clearly that sort of detail in terms of exactly what is your financial model, how does the stadium play into that, what's the membership base required, the sponsorship base required, not only in year 1 but year 5 and year 10, government support, etc. So all of those things I would expect are going to be in the business plan that gets presented to us, and once we've got that, we can make an educated decision and provide that back to the AFL.
So there's obviously some great emotional support around it from footy fans who would like to see Tasmania have their own team, but there's obviously a business model there that a lot of the clubs are worried about as to how that would affect the overall competition.
Yeah, and I think certainly coming off the back of COVID, and we're one club that had our distribution reduced, and so that has an impact on us, and so go back to the point of, if it stacks up on behalf of all of the existing 18 clubs and the whole competition, then it's something that will work. But we haven't yet seen the business case, and we need that, and we'll sit down and put a lot of time into that and reach a decision and provide that back from a Collingwood perspective.
Mark, great to catch up. Thanks for coming and spending some time with us. We'll let you get your seat, and good luck this afternoon.
Thanks, guys. Go Pies.
Mark Anderson, the CEO of the Collingwood Football Club. You would have heard in the background the Magpies have made their way out onto the MCG, and the Hawks are just breaking through the banner. So game 250 for Luke Bruce and for Liam Shields. There is one late change for the Magpies this afternoon. Jamie Elliott is out with illness, replaced by Reef McGuinness in the selected side. And the medical subs this afternoon, Daniel Howe and Tyler Brown for their respective sides. So great to hear an insight from the Collingwood CEO as to where they're heading. If you had a gut feel, just a yes or no, do you think Tassie is happening?
No.
I don't think at the moment. I don't think after what's happened with COVID over the last couple of years, they're probably in a position to have another team come into the competition. But it'll be great for football, but whether or not it financially stacks up at this point in time will be remain to be seen.
See, I thought it was like a 80% yes until 3 weeks ago, where the mood has sort of shifted once the stadium wasn't part of the proposal. What do you reckon, Corby?
I don't have a read on it at all, but I'm like you. I probably thought this is on, and now I'm 50-50. Yeah, I usually love to have a strong take one way or the other, Clinchy, but it feels like you talk to people close to it and part of the Tassie bid, and they'll sell it to you and say, look, this is definitely happening. There's no reason to be discouraged, and yet sort of more and more footy journos and people that are generally well connected in footy say this is a long way from over the line just yet. I think the stadium point has to be a huge aspect of it, and I know people in Tassie grizzle, and there's not as much rain down there, but wind certainly affects those games at Bellerive in a way that it doesn't at other venues. And if you can have an indoor stadium, I think that's going to help you pitch a heap. But they're almost $2 billion decisions. The stadium in Perth is a $1.8 billion stadium, even if it's not 60,000 like the one in the West. That's a big commitment for the taxpayer to say, hey, we're going to commit to a $1 billion stadium just so we can have a footy team, plus all the other ongoing costs.
Change of Premier as well, so it all becomes part of the big decision that has to take place. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. The AFL doesn't need another poor team. There's too many poor teams that are playing now. A team based in Hobart would not be a true Tasmanian team anyway. One based in Launceston would be. So there's one opinion, and may the AFL respect its audience. Inclusive to free-to-air TV viewers, one hope is that the ABC will continue to cover the games for the foreseeable future, and we need to accept a lot better of our TV broadcasts as well. Yeah, there's a few different opinions in there. We're hopeful the radio call will continue on for a long time, but that's part of the business model, which they all look at reviewing and trying to get the maximum amount of dollars out of.
Yeah, and the TV deal, in comparison, by the way, is world-class.
Yes.
The fact that you get 4 games a week free-to-air is phenomenal when you stack it up against any other football code anywhere in the world. Things like Super Rugby, for example, are on subscription TV. In America, you're paying for sport all the time on cable TV. The NRL don't have a game at all on a Saturday on free-to-air in those markets. So, we're pretty lucky to have the deal that we have here.
And the other SMS, the fight, just going to come constantly. You don't have to message. Corbin will give it to you throughout the day.
Haney 4-3.
Okay.
So
what round are we in?
4 rounds to 3. We're in the 8th at the moment.
8th round.
Smacked him last round, if you ask me. And I am no good at it.
He was a bit marked up, George Cambosis, our local guy at the end of the 7th.
Now, the two teams are out on the MCG, so the full pre-match, the full analysis from Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio about to come. But I did ask you, dinner party, head wobble, who have you crossed paths with that you'd drop in as part of your conversation?
He pointed to me first. You want one name, do you? I find it hard to give you one.
Give me one or two. You can give me a couple if you want.
Shane Warne was huge. Loved meeting Warne. He was probably favourite cricketer growing up, along with Ricky Ponting. So I've met both of those guys. Adam Gilchrist as well.
Yep.
Mike Hussey. So I've met a
lot of Australians.
A lot of Australian cricketers, but probably David Beckham would have to be up there in terms of sportsmen. But I've met the Vice President, Joe Biden. Obviously, he's now the President. So I'm not sure you get much bigger than that, Lids. But all the best here.
Cheapest. No, I don't think I can compete with that. I have met... we had Cam Newton. I spoke about this on your show, Corby, the other day. Cam Newton from the Carolina Panthers back then went to New England Patriots. So he came down and spent a few days with us. I also got to kick some footies and soccer balls out here with Real Madrid. So I was trying to teach Gareth Bale how to kick a drop punt. Hung out with Cristiano, slapped it up with him. So he's pretty big name.
That's big.
Also, I've met Ricky Ponting and the late Roy Simons on a show that I got to do many years ago. So, I've met a couple along the way, but I'm not Joe Biden, that's for sure.
So the reason, of course, for this question is Damian Lillard was in town to come and watch the boxing and happened to pop his way down to the Western Bulldogs room. So Bailey Smith got the photo with him, despite the fact that he had a big sort of 24 hours coming up. And then lo and behold, he's getting photos as well with some of the Geelong coaching staff as well. So he popped his head into both rooms, and I think he was pretty warmly welcomed.
Yeah. So I saw the picture of Steph Curry with a photo of Lachie Neale. Lachie Neale looked like he was about 13, didn't he, back in the day? Very funny.
Gary Ablett and Marcus Bontempelli, Christian Petrarch, a couple of those guys have gone off and done training camps in the US where they rubbed shoulders with some pretty big names of international sports. So I don't know about you, Corby. The best I could do is the Media Cafe and the Players Lounge at Melbourne Park, Rod Laver, used to be combined. So I shared a lift with Serena Williams and Roger Federer on separate occasions. And the age-old, do I say something or do I just stand there like a statue and not say anything? So
Stood there, didn't you?
Yeah, I said to Serena, well played, you're good today. She gave me a thanks very much. That was it.
So you weren't like Dusty hanging out with her overseas.
Yeah, I'm not in the Dusty camp. And Roger obviously was very nice to meet you too.
So I had the opportunity to try and meet Tiger Woods through Nike, and then he pulled the pin on all of us.
Oh, no.
And we were just devastated with that. That would have been huge.
Actually, I got to do the President's Cup in Melbourne, and I went and was one of 2 journos standing in the rain after Tiger shot 68, but I got to ask one question of him, which was about how his experience in Australia. So that was a good experience.
Good experience.
I think he was looking at me going, "Why are you talking to me? I played a shocker," but it was a career milestone. Corby, boxers.
I was going to say probably boxers. Roy Jones Jr. I was lucky enough to do some stuff with him and interview him when Jeff Horn was fighting for the world title over there against Terence Crawford. So that was kind of cool. He's probably the pound-for-pound king of the 90s. And we're obviously in the broadcasting game. I sent you this photo the other day. I was lucky enough to go into ESPN with Max Kellerman and Stephen A. Smith when they were doing First Take together, which was kind of cool as a sports broadcaster to sort of hang out with them for an hour or so as they recorded their program. And that was. Does that count? Is that in that category?
I think so.
Yeah, it's good.
Do you reckon there's a bit of Stephen A. Smith about Corby? You guys obviously do Corbin and Ben on a Monday and
get a bit
Thursday.
more animated. Just a bit more animation, I reckon.
A bit more passion, you reckon?
Yeah, just call it out a bit more. Have a real red-hot crack.
I'm aiming for the more Max Kellerman mould than Stephen A.
All right, so Collingwood and Hawthorn from the MCG for Sunday afternoon footy. The teams are going through their final preparations. So, Lids, Murph, give us a thought or two as to where you think this match is going to be decided and a couple of the key matchups you're looking forward to seeing.
Well, I think everyone says, the midfield. Well, I really like what Collingwood have been able to do, especially the way they were able to take it up to Carlton last week and their midfield. They were star-studded, weren't they, the Blue Baggers? But Collingwood matched up really well with them. And I think, led by Scotty Pendlebury, who spent some more time in there. Geordie De Goey was best on ground last week. Tay Adams, just a role player. I like Dacos on the wing. I think he adds that class on the outside. The matchup that I'm keen to see, if Will Day does play down back, is against Ollie Henry potentially in that forward line. I think two young up-and-coming kids with some real flair and excitement. I want to see Jack Ginnivan back himself. He's been outspoken a little bit this week saying, this is what revs me up. I said,
loves a big stage.
He loves a big stage, but he unfortunately missed a couple of gettable goals last week after his little flex against Freo in the wet. So Ned Reeves is a big in for Hawthorn in the middle of the ground. I think him going up against Mason Cox and Cameron for the Pies will be a better contest than seeing them probably potentially play an undersized ruckman Kaczynski in the midfield. So look, it's I've got the Pies probably winning this one but if the Hawks come out and play the way they did against the Lions, and we're going to be in for another cracker hopefully on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, well, and you can't probably take away from the fact as well, going up to Darwin, slippery conditions as well, doesn't really suit the way in which they like to play. And the Gold Coast Suns, that's what they're used to, aren't they, on the Gold Coast, playing humid weather. So it wasn't their conditions last week. Back here at the G against Collingwood, I'm really looking forward to seeing how, as you said, their midfields are going to stack up against each other, because they've got some good young players who are just starting to make their name. I was really impressed with Josh Dacos last week. You're right, he moves really well. He adds something a little bit different to the Collingwood mix in terms of his pace and his ball use. I reckon he's a really classy player. So looking forward to watching Collingwood, see how they not respond, but how they attack being expected to go on and win today. So
is that Kirk Hammett or Bo McCreary down there? I can't work that out. Jeepers.
And then we've got also Mason Cox, who I was really impressed with
last week.
Absolutely.
His hands and his aggression was great last week as well. So looking forward to watching Big Mason, hopefully for himself and for the Collingwood fans, hopefully put on another display.
The final member of our team sitting in the front row is Jess Webster. Jess, some dark clouds above. Hopefully they pass through.
It certainly is. Clinchy winter is most definitely here. It's about 13 degrees and overcast. I would love it to stay this way, but I've had a look at the radar and there is rain on the way. Hasn't really deterred the fans too much though. There's a decent crowd building for this one, and hopefully we get a good contest this afternoon.
Thank you, Jess. Can't wait. So the Hawks to the head to the punt road end in this opening quarter. Luke Bruce and Liam Shields out to do the toss of the coin against Scott Pendlebury. The Magpies to head to the city end. And a match that would normally draw somewhere sort of between 40 or 60,000. It's probably right at the lower end of that. So Sunday afternoon footy, The Magpies looking to keep their winning ways going and move inside the top 8 as they take on the young Hawks. Here's Corbin Middlemass to get us underway on round 12 action.
The two teams with the two first-time coaches. McRae's man up against Sam Mitchell's mob, and away we go as Crisp with the first kick for Collingwood. Squeeze it to centre half forward. Pendlebury off the square. Hand pass away to Adams. Tumbles a kick to half forward. There's side bottom. Hand pass through to Ginnivan. He has a fumble. Becomes tackler on Impey. And the ball held in underneath the pair. We'll have a ball up 45 out from the Magpies goal at the City end. It is very dark. The floodlights aren't on. The red Sharon's tossed in the air and Reeves is back, which the Hawks will be happy about. Wins a hit out. There's Pendlebury. He's tackled, lost it. Sicily to Morrison to Impey. And from the back pocket, he kicks out to half-back, but Cameron stands tall underneath it. The intercept mark at high half forward for Collingwood.
He looks at options inside the attacking 50. Henry is deep. He's going to go more central, pull his kick. Good option. Found Scott Pendlebury right at the top of the 50. And imagine it's just beyond the 34-year-old. Ginnivan offers a short lead. That's ignored. Into the pocket. Cameron's pushed forward. He's unmarked. Having delivered the ball to Pendlebury, he had no one alongside him. And good vision from the Collingwood captain to find Darcy Cameron on a 45-degree angle. A kick from about 35 metres out.
The odd 1-2 by foot. Impressive from Cameron. Just actually pretty smart initially, just to lower the eyes and hit Pendlebury, who was standing there just outside 50 by himself. And you love to have the ball in Pendlebury's hands, and Cameron just worked his way into a nice little space, and Pendlebury put it there perfectly for him.
Big Ned Reeves just might have gone to sleep a little bit there, thinking he's just filling the hole.
8 goals 2 for Darcy Cameron from set shots with no Brodie Grundy. Here's Collingwood's main man in the middle. Cameron comes in and misses, pushes it across the face to the right-hand side, and the first score is a behind Collingwood's way through 2 minutes in the opening term on ABC Sport.
One of the best prelims of recent times. Back in 2011, Collingwood beat Hawthorn in a thriller to make it through to that grand final. And since then, Hawthorn have owned the Magpies. Collingwood winning just 2 of the last 15 against Hawthorn as Jath marks the kick out, goes long to half-back, but Moore's wrestled out of it. Maynard takes it for Collingwood. He's left-footed, cannon into the pocket. Lipinski reels in the one-hander, held out Chanquoth Jath and plucked it with his other hand.
How good was that? Great body work. Just held out Jath. Didn't allow him to get a fly, which he likes to do. Great forward craft there from Pat Lipinski. We saw him probably play a lot more midfield minutes, didn't we, when he first got to the Pies, but spending a little bit more time as a high half forward. Dangerous last week, kicked a couple in that second half.
The first time he kicked multiples as a Magpie. Pat Lipinski, boundary line 3 metres away, tight angle, kicks it across the goal mouth, and it's helped through for a rush behind. So Collingwood 2 behinds, Hawthorn yet to score, barely been in their front half with, well, I don't think they have, 3 minutes in. Grandstand AFL, Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Jess Webster on the boundary, and our number 1 picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy on Grandstand AFL.
Will Day looks to bring the Hawks back into play. Sidesteps around. Henry did that well and bounds out of defence away from Ginnivan. Gets to the defensive 50, so showing the same dash as Gaff as he kicks up towards halfback. Quaynor's able to intercept it on the wing, gets the hand pass to Crisp, he turns it over straight to Day at right halfback for the Hawks.
Horrible ankle injuries already this year. One bout of surgery for Will Day, but nice to see him out there as he runs the southern wing, kicks down for Reeves over his head, and the Pies mop it up. Quaynor to Noble, looks in the middle. Jath and DeGoey both there. DeGoey got a hand on it, spills to Adams under pressure, gives it to Maynard for Collingwood, kicks up over halfway. Pendlebury fumbles, now he's lost it. Sicily just bangs a kick to half forward for Hawthorn. Back there though for Collingwood, and scooping it up Murphy to Quaynor by hand and to Moore. That's an ugly looking kick, eventually gets it to Howe in the back pocket.
Looks up and has still side bottom working for him. He marks on the defensive 50. Can hand pass it over the top to John Noble, who gathers just inside the boundary, around the boundary line, finds Darcy Cameron. Collingwood by 2 points, Hawthorn yet to score through 4 minutes in the opening term. Cameron looks long down the southern wing, sends it in the direction of Henry, who comes out, crashes into the back of Hardigan, spoils it out of play as Ginnivan tries to race after it, but not before it crosses the boundary line.
Uncharacteristic, that fumble from Pendles, wasn't it, coming through the middle of the ground? I thought that was a goal coming up straight away, but just dropped it at the crucial moment.
I almost marked that in my book. There was going to be a goal there.
Hawthorn lost the hitouts 40-8 against the Suns. Jared Whitson, his team last week. Ned Reeves back today, the tallest man in the competition. From the boundary throw-in, it comes down to Crisp. Hand pass a little too hot for side bottom. O'Meara sockers it forward for Hawthorn. Between wing and halfback, though, Collingwood onto it. Again, they mop it up. Quaynor to Howe. Kicks to Adams. They're through the corridor here, the Magpies. Links up with DeGoey. Kicks inside the forward 50 and a turnover. Will Day takes the juggled mark. Backpedaling at centre half-back. He chips short to Morrison.
With the number one on his back, averaging 19.5 disposals this season, similar to last year, where he featured in the 14 matches. Kick straight down the middle. In the pack, Reeves, free kick, hold, Collingwood free kick. Arms around Darcy Cameron in the eyes of the umpire, and Collingwood will take it back in the middle of the MCG. Kicks out to Howe on the southern wing. Hawthorn are well set inside the defensive 50. So Howe looks to Ginnivan with Gaff. Ginnivan slipped over, he was held. So a couple of whistles in succession. And Jack Ginnivan, who had an interesting Sunday afternoon last week where he missed a couple of Monties against the Blues. Chance to shoot hard out to the left forward pocket. He'll need to kick 50 metres.
He couldn't stand out anymore if he tried, could he? Peroxided hair, long sleeves, extra large shorts, and maroon boots.
Extra small jumper, yep.
God, they're big shorts.
Got the boxing trunks on.
Jack Ginnivan veers out to the right, gives it everything. It's not a bad kick. He opens proceedings. Doesn't mind being the centre of attention after his standout game on Anzac Day, and Jack Ginnivan kicks the opening goal of the match. Collingwood 1-2-8. Hawthorn yet to score. 6 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Whatever, Murph, don't care how big my shorts are, mate. I'll just knock it through from 50 on the angle. As much as you... I enjoy the way he goes about it. Like he's like almost an antagonist, isn't he?
Yeah.
Likes to get under people's skin, has the blonde hair, that doesn't care what other people think about him, but he almost thrives on it, and he's come out openly and said that. So, well done, young fella. Come through, bang that one. That's exactly what Collingwood need. I would have been nervous about the way Hawthorn have started, but then I did see him bang on 5 goals in a row quickly against the Lions only a couple of weeks ago.
It's great confidence from a young bloke, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just love to see it, and as we see the lights go on now, so it's a bit easier to see, thankfully.
I know we've got an energy crisis, Murph, but I would have thought they'd be on earlier than this. It was incredibly dark. Reeves grabs it out of the middle, kicks out to half forward for the Hawks, grabs the hit out and the clearance. The Pies had it, lost it, spills to Morrison, hand pass away to Mitchell, high kick from the southern wing inside 50. Lewis crashes the pack, spills down underneath O'Meara, he went without it. Here's Murphy at half back for the Pies, hand pass to Moore, he's in trouble, spun around, got it back to Murphy, kick smothered, tackle on O'Meara now, who's taken to ground. And a ball up in the forward pocket for the Hawks. Hawthorn to the punt road end in this opening term. There was a late change. Jamie Elliott out with illness. Reef McInnes starts. Tyler Brown and Daniel Howe, the 2 subs.
Ned Reeves wins down the tap to Moore. Hand pass to Wingard. Hard against the boundary. Screws around on the left. Kicks towards the teeth of goal. Kaczynski underneath it. Maynard flying back. Couldn't claim the mark. Knocks it out to Howe, who runs the behind line. Switches and misses his intended target. Not sure if it was Murphy or Nick Dacos. He missed both. And Chad Wingard will have a shot on goal in the right forward pocket.
Chaddy Wingard just got a couple of sprint metres there to get over to that one, didn't he? He's like, this is perfect for me. Left foot, back inside. Pretty comfortable kick for most players.
Unusual miss for Jeremy Howe. Chad Wingard races around, snaps on his left and misses to the right-hand side. Hawthorn's first score are behind Collingwood 1-2-8. 8 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Moore also in the long sleeves. He just goes with a kick to a contest at half-back, and Morrison plucks it. Takes the intercept mark, 60 out at half forward, almost turns it over himself, cutting back to the corridor. DeGoey on the loose ball, collects, there's nothing up ahead, he has to kick laterally. And he does out the side bottom, who marks on the southern wing. Side bottom, plays on. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos, nothing up ahead, gives it to Pendlebury, just pushes it out in front of DeGoey. He's outnumbered, Hawks should win it back, and they do through Impey. His hand pass picked off. Nick Dacos onto that, kicks inside 50, hand on it from Myercheck, knocks it away to Henry. Hand pass outside 50, and for some reason Will Hoskin-Elliott tries to soccer it off the ground. He kicks it out on the full. 60 metres out from the Magpies' goal. So a free kick for Hawthorn at half-back. Pies by 7, 10 minutes into the second term.
Sicily short around the boundary line finds Hardwick. Collingwood with 25 uncontested possessions to Hawthorn's 15. As Hardwick called to play on, looks to chip it inboard, miss Bramble. Now Nash needs to try and clean it up. He's tackled by Taylor Adams. Mitchell, hand pass away to Morrison, hard against the boundary. He dribbles a kick towards half forward. Moore caught behind, good tackle on Nick Dacos, or was it over the shoulder? I think the tackle just slipped over the shoulder, although the younger of the Dacos has lost his footing, which might have helped him. Goes short to Jack Crisp, who marks centre of the southern wing. Collingwood by 7 points.
Update in the fight, by the way, they're going to the judges' scorecard, so end of 12, and the judges to decide it. Cambosis and Haney across down at Docklands as the Pies work it down to half forward, but Nash onto it for Hawthorn. Sweeping hand pass missed O'Meara. Another turnover by hand. De Goey kicks to the top of the goal square. 3 Pies down there. McInnes grabs it. Hand pass away to McCreary. Rides the bump from Hartigan. Hartigan now tackled. Got rid of it. Josh Dacos along the boundary line. Keeps it alive. Jath steals it. And Jath in front of his defensive goal line. He turns it over. Inexplicable turnover to McCreary. He fumbles it too. Still inside the field of play. McCreary regathers.
Got it to Josh Dacos. Squares it back towards the goal mouth. Myercheck underneath. Thumped through by the Hawthorn defence. And finally it's through for a minor score.
Look, it's been a very scrappy game to say the least. But I'll tell you what, the balls these days, I reckon they're just too pointy. And
oh, no.
Oh, learn how to kick them then.
Nah, because it just looks like it's too pointy. No one can kick it over 50 except for Jack Ginnivan. So he's a different story, but I just reckon they're too pointy these days, and I don't think they've been kicked into these balls at all.
It's been a bad start, and it hasn't even started raining yet. Hawks kicking the ball at 55% as Bramble out to a contest at half-back. Butler to Lewis to Shields to Hardwick, back to Shields, all by hand, and Shields kicks it to centre half back for Mitchell. Immediately he plays on. Back to Bramble, to Shields under pressure. Tumbles a kick to the southern wing. Maynard there for Collingwood. Pies trap it in the front half. Nick Dacos, sweeping hand pass. Out to side bottom, 70 out. Closes to 55. Side bottom still going. Kicks to the behind line. One bounce to Henry. Snaps over his shoulder and misses. Near side. A turnover every third touch at the moment. Collingwood 1-4, Hawthorn 1 behind. 13 minutes into the opening term.
As the Hawks bring it back into play, Mitchell has to make an ordering kick work. He sends a high, awkward ball towards Jager O'Meara. Can't take the mark. Hawthorn have the numbers. They turn it over, though. Josh Dacos gets the hand pass away to Adams. And now to Darcy Cameron. Kicks inside 50. Hawks have the numbers. And Bramble in the end can take the mark in the left back pocket. Short over the top to Shields. Game 250. Quick 1-2 as he has it at left half back. Looks up towards Reeves. Can't pull in the mark with one hand. Brings it down to the front to Tom Mitchell. Hand pass to O'Meara. Now to Bramble. Bit more space at half back. Surrounded by 3 Magpies. Hand pass to Nash to Empey, who breaks past Nick Dacos and takes a bounce away from a lunging Maynard. Sidestep Quainer. Quick hand pass to Butler. Fires the hand pass away. McDonald finishes with the goal. The Hawks through the middle of the ground. And they were able to get their hand passes to stick as it opened up in front of them. And they have their opening goal to close the gap back to 3 points Collingwood's way. 1-4-10 to Hawthorn 1-1-7. Connor McDonald able to finish off the work for the Hawks.
It was a nice finish, but geez, there was an element of risk to that bit of play, wasn't there, Murph? They're playing very daring at the moment, the Hawks, and really trying to get the ball moving on at all costs. I liked it, though, from Jarman Impey, just his ability to really back himself against Braden Maynard. Got through, sharp little hands from Butler as well to get it onto McDonald, but it was a class finish running with a bit of heat on his tail again.
It's probably the first time for the game there's been 5 or 6 possessions where they've actually all hit a target in a row. It's been a very scratchy start, but it'll be my first question to whoever we interview post-game about the balls at the start of this game, because no one can kick it over 50 at the moment and everyone's missing their targets. So anyway, hopefully the balls get kicked into shape at some point in this next 5 minutes.
Devon Haney is the new lightweight champion of the world. He's beaten George Kambosos by unanimous decision, so a win for the visiting American Haney over Kambosos. Back here at the G, Collingwood by 3 points. They get the centre break. Pendlebury kicks to centre half forward, but Sicily's there to chop it off for the Hawks. Kicks into open space for Gunston. He's the only Hawk there among 3 Magpies. Gets it on the hop. Hand pass back to Morrison. Back by hand to Sicily, still on the members' wing, hand pass to Gunston. Kicks to centre half forward. Kazitsky the target, side bottom spoils, spills down to Nick Dacos, hand pass to Pendlebury, jams it on the boot, and Goey marks.
Finds Geordie to go, he has Darcy Cameron pushing inside 50. He had a few metres on Will Day and backpedaling, he marks on his chest. On a 45-degree angle, he'll kick from about 40 metres out.
Nothing wrong with the footies, Murph. That was an absolute laser. But what I've liked about Geordie to go is his ability to play just across the centre square at the moment. He's been that real link. We saw him last week being able to do some real damage centre forward. He's doing that again. Keep getting entries like that, but good work rate from Darcy Cameron to get out behind the defence. Hopefully he can finish. Been a bit inaccurate so far.
He's had a sider already, up to 7 disposals for the match. Now trying to finish in front of goal. Darcy Cameron comes in, better kicks, drives it straight over the goal umpire's hat. So Collingwood answers straight back, and the Pies out by 9 points, 2-4-16 to Hawthorn 1-1-7. 15 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport. You with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
It was a nice kick there by Darcy Cameron, but what I'm saying so far is Hawthorn trying to work their way through the Collingwood defence with hands, aren't they? And they got away with it the play before and ended up getting a goal through McDonald, but that one then they had a lot of numbers, handballed it through, and then went for probably a kick that probably wasn't quite there, and then Collingwood found themselves on the outer and a lot of space, and Collingwood there by the use of Pendlebury and DeGoey, just too smart footballers not to make the most of that opportunity. And if they're not on with their hands today and by foot, obviously Hawthorn, they're going to find it pretty tough, because Collingwood with their bit of class, which I think they've got over Hawthorn, are going to find it difficult.
Thoughts of Mark Murphy alongside Brett Delidio. Collingwood by 9 points, 2-1. Cameron palms it down back in the middle after kicking the goal to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Crisp. Gets the centre break. Clean bowls a couple. Chankov Jath out to meet it. Big fend off on Myercheck. Hand pass for Hawthorn out to Morrison. Back to Jath. Back to Morrison. Still at half back. Hand pass away to Bramble, who goes on a bit of a run. Kicks across the ground in the centre square to Butler. Takes the mark, offloads to Moore, kicks inside the forward 50. Murphy in a tangle with Wingard, and Murphy will be paid the mark. Wins the one-on-one, hands down at centre half back for Collingwood.
Had a good game last week against the Blues. Kicks out to Steele Sidebottom, who gathers on the bounce. Underground hand pass to Noble. Runs onto it. Butler offers chase. Drives the kick too wide up the southern wing. And out of bounds on the full. Hang on.
Oh. Pushed downfield, was
he? Yeah, bumped as he got his kick away. It must have been after he got the kick away, because it is a Collingwood free kick downfield, despite the kick going out on the full. Taken by McGuinness. Got it to Pendlebury. Nick Dacos. Nice lateral movement. Turn boundary side. Got around Day. Kicks up to Cameron. Can't take the mark. Breaks away from Sicily. Hacks the kick inside 50. Awkward bouncing ball for Ginnivan. Tackled by Morrison. Careful not to fall on his back. The not officiating umpire says it was in the back. In the middle of the MCG on the edge of the centre square, he's deemed that Harry Morrison did fall in the back of Jack Ginnivan.
I don't agree with that one, Clinchy.
And 50 dissent. Now for dissent.
James Sicily's had a bit of a crack at him, I think.
Yeah.
So it makes it a certainty. And the Pies are about to kick their third. And Jack Ginnivan's about to kick his second. Into the Collingwood cheer squad at the city end of the MCG. He's taking his full 30 seconds as well.
Of course he is. Get it done, mate.
Very comfortable with the cameras on him. Jack Ginnivan, point blank range, puts through his second and Collingwood's third. The Collingwood cheer squad at that end enjoy it far more than the Fremantle fans did in the West. The Pies by 15 points all of a sudden. 3-4-22 to the Hawks 1-1-7. 18 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport. You have Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, smart by Jack Ginnivan, because he knew the pressure was there. He knew the pressure was going to come from behind, and he just dropped the knees and fell forward.
I don't reckon he has. I don't reckon he's fallen in his back. I reckon it's just because he's fallen forward himself.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So he's obviously sensed the pressure's going to come from behind, and then just drifted forward and fallen back onto his knees, and then the momentum of the Hawthorn player's gone over the top. But the officiating umpire didn't pay it, and the other one, who was probably a good 40 metres or so, did. So anyway, not too sure about that one.
Just chewing his mouth guard like Steph Curry at the moment. Jack Ginnivan standing in the goal square waiting for the restart. He's got 2 of Collingwood's 3 to start the game. Pies up by 15 points. We're not going anywhere in a hurry. back in the middle. There were cries of holding the ball, not rewarded. We'll chuck it up and do it all again. Down to DeGoey. Spills underneath O'Meara on his knees. Hand pass out to Reeves, who's immediately tackled. And for the third time, the ball up in the middle. 15 points, Collingwood's lead, 3-1. They've kicked the last 2 of the game, a couple for Jack Ginnivan.
All of a sudden, the inside 50 starting to tell it. Quite a tale. Lipinski can't break clear. He's tackled, and the umpire will throw it up still just outside the 2 centre circles. Umpire tosses it in the air. Reeves and Cox tangle. Free kick, hold, going Collingwood's way. So they've had a fair few free kicks to start this match as well. Get you that number in a moment's time. Mason Cox had one of his best games in Collingwood colours since that famous final against the Tigers. Here he is right in the middle of the MCG. Drives a long kick inside 50. Ginnivan the target. Day set himself in front. Spoiled down. Hoskin Elliott with a hand pass to McGuinness. To Lipinski. Back out to 50 for Adams. Squaring kick over the head of McCreary. Side bottom here with space. And pace turns and snaps on his left. Trying to do the work on the goal line is Mychek. He might have cleared the path. And it's bounced through for Steele side bottom. Collingwood off to the hot start here at the MCG. They've kicked 4-1 in the opening 21 minutes. 4-4-28 to the Hawks, 1-1-7 on ABC Sport.
Well, it's not too dissimilar to the way they started against the Lions, but I feel like they had a little bit more system going forward. At the moment, they just can't seem to get it past the halfway point, the Hawks. And Steele side bottom, always been one of the best users either side of his body, and that one right there, no exception. Well done, Brody Mychek on the goal line, just clearing the path. I think he actually tried to soccer it through himself with the volley, but he started pretty well, Sidey, as has big Darcy Cameron. He's on fire at the moment, 7 touches, 1 goal, 1, going very well.
So Collingwood as well are investing in a half-forward flanker to come up into the stoppage. They've got 5 forwards ahead of the ball, so stoppages around the ground. Collingwood will bring another half-forward sort of mid-type up to get some more numbers around.
Luke Bruce in his 250th starting at half-forward hasn't had a touch as yet. 21 points, Collingwood's lead. There's still no clean break in the middle. Eventually it comes out to O'Meara. Hand pass to Wingard. High kick to half-forward. Leaping for it, Gunston. Spills underneath. The Bruce here. Puts his head over it. Grabs the footy. He's taken high. And the Hawthorn fans awake to it. Free kick for Luke Bruce. Left half-forward. He's not going to have a shot. Looks for big Mitch Lewis. What service. Just laces it out to the Hawthorn big man. 20 out directly in front.
Well, you spoke about it in the pre-game, Murph. Luke Bruce's ability to use it, and you can be rest assured as a Hawks fan when he has got in his hands. He just found a nice little gap there. Great hands as well from Mitchy Lewis, just to hold on to that. Great kick, great catch. Can he finish the work?
Having a hell of a year. 23 goals already in his 8 games. Mitch Lewis on the back of the superb assist from Luke Bruce. They're both involved, and the Hawks have it back to a 15-point margin. 23 travelled opening term. Hawthorn 2-1-13. Collingwood 4-4-28. Pies by 15.
Only a very small percentage of players can kick the ball like that, and Lukey Bruce, over 3 or 4 Collingwood blokes all filling in the hole, doing the right thing by the team, but when you can pinpoint the ball like that, they're hard to stop, and Mitchell Lewis just came out and hit that at full pace, which is great to see. They certainly needed that, the Hawks, didn't they, because it was slowly starting to get away from them. Collingwood started really well, but Bruce drawing the free, getting the crowd involved. 250 games would start by Lukey Bruce, and it looks like Shields might be coming up and trying to tag. Well, looks, I'll get back to you on that one, Lids.
Okay.
Voice of Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. The inside 50s 14-4, so the Hawks have kicked 2-1 from their 4 inside 50s. Reeves up against Cameron. Cameron was able to get it down to the advantage of Adams. Hand pass to the run of Crisp. Kicks inside 50. Coming out McGuinness. Crash the back. Front and centre. Lipinski jams onto the boot. Misses everything. Out to the right. Out of bounds on the full.
I thought he might have been coming up to try and tag to go, but then he's run to the other side of the ground, so I might be wrong.
That's all right. Day short to Morrison. Takes it in the back pocket for the Hawks. Looks up the members' wing. Reeves sets himself. Cox in from the side. Kaczynski tried to fly in. Reeves almost did enough to juggle the mark. Has to knock it clear. Chris for Collingwood. Hand pass to Lipinski. To Nick Dacos. Over the top. Awkward ball for Adams. Slapped it on to Chris. Now he's got a problem. Tackled by Jarman Impey and Gaff. It comes out. And to go, he can't knock it clear. The Hawks through. Connor Nash clears out to the southern wing.
Lewis and Moore standing underneath it. Darcy Moore, the juggled mark on his backside, takes it. Logo southern wing. Pies by 15. Crowded forward 50. Kicks it to true centre half forward. Big leap from Myercheck. Can't come down with it. Slips out the back to Hardwick. His hand pass stolen. McCreary chucks it on the boot and dribbles it through. Right back at you, say the Magpies. They move to 5-4-34. Hawthorn 2-1-13. And it's back to a game high 21-point lead for the Pies. Time on opening quarter. Grandstand AFL, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
They've had quite a few of those sort of in-out-in players, haven't they? The Pies are setting up really well. Once the ball does go into their forward 50, that the defenders and mids are sitting outside the 50 and just setting up a bit of a wall, and Moore was too good for Mitchell on that occasion and getting the ball back inside 50. So those repeat entries are just starting to get the better of Hawthorn at the moment.
Kirk Hammett on the board, which is great for all Metallica fans and Collingwood fans. Love his work, Bo McCreary. Real powerful unit, I reckon. It was a huge bench press for a bloke only in his second or third year.
I reckon, Liz, there's a bit of a Venn diagram there too, where there's a few in the middle that are both Collingwood and Metallica fans.
I reckon you're right.
Bounce is going to be recalled as it flared out to the left-hand side. Collingwood by 21 points with the lights on here at the MCG. Sunday afternoon footy. Thrown back up in the middle of the ground. Cameron tries to knock it down for Collingwood. Nash knocked it on to O'Meara, then a little topo. Only as far as Nick Dacos, who sockers it off the ground towards half forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Hardwick. Onto it Adams. Hand pass picked off by Bramble of the Hawks. Feeds the hand pass to O'Meara. Chips it back to Nash in the middle of the MCG. Looks inside 50 over the head of Kaczynski. Down low for Mitch Lewis. Good pick up. Hand pass to Wingard. Sold him into trouble. Good tackle, Darcy Moore. As he came flying through to lay the tackle in the long sleeves and forces a ball up 45 metres out from Hawthorn's goal.
Collingwood by 21. Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, kicks out of the defensive 50, only as far as Newcomb. Heavy tackle from Ginnivan. The ump says it's all okay, and a ball up 60 out from the Hawks' goal. The pair both have a look at each other. Lids, they're both rising star noms this year, Jack Ginnivan and John Newcomb. Of course, we ran through that list a little earlier today as Reeves palms it down to Nash. And there's another pack, so I've seen this a bit already today at repeat stoppages.
Got Jack Gunston going behind the ball for Hawks at the moment.
Still centre half forward for Hawthorn. Reeves clean down to Wingard. Snaps a kick inside 50. Maynard drops it. Spills to Pendlebury. Hand pass back to Maynard. Another fumble. Nash grabs it. He's tackled and dispossessed. Still at half forward for the Hawks. You have a go at this, Clinchy. It's still 55 metres out. Left half forward for Hawthorn. Pies by 21.
Both sides going at under 60% kicking efficiency from the ball up. Crisp with a hand pass to Adams. Squeeze the kick into the middle of the ground. Lipinski tries to palm it down into Goey. Getting in the middle with Shields. Hand pass for Hawthorn to Hardwick. Then tackled by Adams over the shoulder. And Hardwick, to much relief, takes the free kick. Switches it out to that loose Gunston on the southern wing. Drives a kick up towards Bruce. Shove on Noble. Noble spoils it down. Bruce races back after it. Lost his footing. Slip past Quaynar. Hand pass away to Shields. Kicks towards Mitch Lewis. Got rid of Murphy. Squares it up. Reeves takes the mark. Just had it long enough before it was slapped out of his hand.
It was a nice kick, wasn't it, Murph? Yeah, I thought he was going to pin the ears back, Mitchy Lewis, and have that big Unana from out there, your pocket. But nice to see Ned Reeves trying to get one back on Darcy Cameron. He gave up. He's given up 2 shots on goal, probably as a defending ruckman at the moment. But good for him to push forward. Nice, strong hands. Just needs to finish his work. Not too far out.
Out with a shoulder injury since round 5. The Hawks tried to fight on without a ruckman last week. Chad Wingard said on offside as they missed having a key man in the middle. So here he is, Ned Reeves with a shot on goal, and he misses out to the left.
Couldn't have set it up any better, Clinchy. You
tried my best.
You did your bit.
Collingwood by 20. It's always funny, though, when the team says one thing and then a player comes out and says the exact opposite the day after a loss.
Down 32 in the hit-outs last week. Did well in the end, only be down 12 in the clearances. The Pies exit defensive 50 through Maynard. Spills to Josh Dacos. Tackled by Impey, lost it. Ball stays alive. Adams tumbles a kick down the wing. Gunston back there for the Hawks. Hand pass to Jaff. Off he goes. Takes a bounce. Runs to the middle of the G. Kicks a high bomb to centre half forward. Murphy in the box seat. Wingard made contact illegally. Dragged him down. Free kick to Nathan Murphy at centre half back for the Pies. Collingwood 5-4, Hawthorn 2-2 as we close in on quarter time.
It's one of the Collingwood forwards probably needs to just make a 2-for-1 against Gunston at the moment because he's just mopping up everything down there at the moment.
Nick Dacos out to Maynard, up to Hoskin Elliott at left half back. So the Pies playing the boundary line. Happy to control the tempo as we're closing in on quarter time. Magpies by 20 points. Hoskin Elliott wants to draw an opponent, runs into Shields, gives the hand pass to Maynard, boundary side. He kicks the ball, which is partially smothered by Bramble. It rolls out across the boundary line, just getting to left half forward for the Pies.
Pies impressive opening quarter form will continue, so only trailed at quarter time on 3 occasions this year, Collingwood. Interestingly, they've actually only trailed at quarter time 3 times this year, despite the fact they're 6-5 on the season. So they've been in just about every game they played. From the boundary throw in, Newcomb with the clearance, pumps it down to half forward, but time will run out on Hawthorn. And that'll do us through 1. It is a gloomy, overcast Sunday afternoon at the MCG. The floodlights are on. It isn't raining yet, which Chess Webster on the boundary is very happy about. The Pies lead it again at quarter time. 5-4-34, Hawthorn 2-2-14. A 20-point lead for Collingwood. Clinchy, I've got 2 for Jack Ginnivan, 1 each for Cameron, Sidebottom and McCreary. The 2 goal kickers for Hawthorn, Mitch Lewis and Connor McDonald.
Correct way. Don't fear if you're in the west. We will be taking you to Fremantle and the Brisbane Lions at the completion of this match. You won't miss a minute of the action. Quarter time here at the MCG. Collingwood by 20 points on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Ever heard of Helpers High?
The satisfaction, literally, I cannot define in words.
By volunteering our time, we feed our own positive mood and boost our overall physical and mental health. To celebrate the ABC's 90th year of connecting communities, we're asking you to take the 90 for 90 pledge. Just 90 minutes of your time to help a cause that you care about.
One person can make a difference.
For more information, go to our website, ABC Gives.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Collingwood will take it back in the middle of the MCG. Kicks out to Howe on the southern wing. Hawthorn are well set inside the defensive 50. So Howe looks to Ginnivan with Gaff. Ginnivan slipped over. He was held. Jack Ginnivan veers out to the right. Gives it everything. It's not a bad kick. He opens proceedings. Bramble, bit more space at half back, surrounded by 3 Magpies. Hand pass to Nash to Impey, who breaks past Nick Dacos and takes a bounce away from a lunging Maynard. Sidestep Quainer, quick hand pass to Butler, fires the hand pass away. McDonald finishes with the goal. Lipinski back out to 50 for Adams, squaring kick over the head of McCreary. Side bottom here with space and pace, turns and snaps on his left. Trying to do the work on the goal line is Mychek. He might have cleared the path. And it's bounced through for Steele Sidebottom.
Crowded forward 50, kicks it to true centre half forward. Big leap from Mychek, can't come down with it. Slips out the back to Hardwick, his hand pass stolen. McCreary chucks it on the boot and dribbles it through.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time of the MCG, Collingwood leading the Hawks by 20 points, 5-4-34 to the Hawks 2-2-14. Jack Ginnivan with a couple for the Magpies. Fran from Melbourne on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Hi team, watching Sam Reid back in the Sydney side last week. Is Ben Reid still on the books for the Pies or has he retired? And which team did Darcy Cameron come from previously? Ben is retired, former Pie. I think he's playing
coaching
country footy now.
Wang Magpies, I believe, up in the old M.
We actually bumped into him at one of the pubs in South Melbourne last year. It was great to have a chat to him. Still watching Sam closely. And Darcy Cameron was at the Sydney Swans before making the transition to the Magpies. Grant from Hobart enjoying the footy. Murph, Lids, I hear you're both good at cricket. We've had this one before.
Yeah.
Did you start playing again when you finished footy? I retired from cricket in November, 2 weeks short of my 52nd birthday.
Wow.
That is the great part about cricket, is you can play to just about any age.
Yeah. No, I haven't. And
having said that,
yeah, I love the sport, but I'm not willing to give up my Saturday arvo. So if there's a T20 team out there on a Tuesday night or something, I'm in.
Yep.
Give me a call.
Yeah, you need a couple of hours really is probably all you can juggle with the kids. And question coming through, what happened to the encroaching rule? Players have been allowed to closely cruise past players all around the outside 5, which is a joke for teams like the Bulldogs are exploiting. Have you noticed that one?
I haven't.
No, I haven't noticed that one. I think it's important. I think it's good when they pay it when people are running through that area corridor side. I don't like it when it gets paid when blokes are running on the boundary side. Like, that's ridiculous.
They're not going to affect the play at all there, are they? So, but if you're within reason, like close, but you watch teams also, they're trying to run past to try and draw that free kick as well, because if you don't get right beside them and you try and veer off the other way, umpire's like, boop, there you go, that's 50.
It's a big penalty, isn't it? Getting 50 against you when you're just in an area, like it's tough.
You're not tackling the bloke with the free kick. You're not trying to smother him. You're just trying to get out of the way. But it is a big penalty. But I don't know. Maybe it gives us more shots on goal. So I'm all for it.
Yep.
So the Magpies lead by 20 points. They dominated the inside 50, 17-8. They were able to kick 5-4 as opposed to the Hawks 2-2. So Pies with a lot of the footy. Hawks are trying to hang in as best they can for the moment.
Yeah, I think from what I'm seeing here, and you probably might agree with this, Murph, is the Hawthorn are really trying to play a fast brand of footy and trying to catch Collingwood's defence on the hop, not allowing them to get strong. I think we saw that even last week. The ability for Collingwood to defend the ground was really quite good. So Hawthorn are saying, right, we're going to come at you and not give you that time and space. Ability for Moore and even Murphy. I've been really impressed with his last 5 quarters. I feel like he's made a real leap in his progression. But then we've got Jeremy Howe and Maynard as well, who set up the ground really well. So Hawthorn have got into this handball-happy game at the moment. They're not over-handballing, but they're trying to take the game on. The other thing is that they're just both sides letting themselves down with their skill execution, and it's causing more turnovers, and just the game hasn't really opened up yet, but Collingwood have been able to capitalise going forward.
No, you're right. It's been a bit of a tough watch, hasn't it, skill-wise, but you sort of hit the nail on the head. Hawthorn are trying to get numbers back and use their hands and almost sort of rugby run it through and then try and hit the target from about 70 out and then get it into one of their forwards without having sort of more coming to support Howe or vice versa. So I think the idea in which they're trying to play is the right one, but you can't play that the whole time because they have tried to do that a little bit too much and been hurt on turnover.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
It's just starting to drizzle down here at ground level, guys. I don't think it's a case of if but when this rain comes to the MCG. Hasn't been the prettiest of starts to this game, and it might not get any better when this rain settles in.
Thanks, Jess. Into the second quarter we go. Darcy Cameron tries to take it out of the ruck, dribbles a kick to half forward. To go, he fends off a tackler, kicks inside 50. Hoskinelli on the lead, it's over his head. Myercheck tries to run onto it against the boundary. Hand pass to Henry, one way then the other. Hand pass to Pendlebury, back to Myercheck. Standing start, right forward pocket, he misses. To the right-hand side, had more time and space than what he would have imagined. Puts it through for a minor score. Collingwood by 21 points, 30 seconds gone, second term.
Bramble on the kick-out duties, goes short to Will Day. We're part of the Will Day fan club too, aren't we, Lids?
Oh, absolutely, mate. This kid's going to be a superstar.
On his 21st birthday today. Long kick in front of the benches. Reeves reaching for it, no mark. Spills down to McDonald. Squeeze the kick out to Crisp. Mark was paid, he played on anyway. Hand pass to Pendlebury, kicks for Adams. He marks just forward of the wing. 21-point lead for the Pies. Early doors, second term. Kick touched on the way through, ends up in the lap of DeGoey, breaks one tackle, taken down on the second. Hand pass away to Crisp, he had a windy, spills back to DeGoey. Hand pass to Lipinski, gives it off to Crisp, he's gang tackled. And after all that, another stoppage and a ball up centre half forward for the Magpies.
Had a windy, I haven't heard that one before called.
Is it a fresh air shot?
Yeah, I get it. Just not sure about it.
Reeves runs down the tap to Adams, hand pass to Crisp, kicks to the goal mouth, it's denied by Sicily, who marks just a couple of metres out from the goal line.
I thought that is something that would be in your lexicon.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'll probably start using it, but I just never heard it before.
Keep an ear out for that on the ABC call. Sicily gives it to Bramble in the back pocket. Still inside the defensive 50 as Harry Morrison takes the mark. Back to Bramble, corralled by McCreary. Back to Morrison, tried to charge his way through. Gets the hand pass to Newcomb, half back. Drives the Hawks up the southern wing. Mitch Lewis underneath, Darcy Moore right there with him. Murphy slaps it back to Howe for Collingwood. To Cameron, stationary start as he kicks the ball towards side bottom. It's a 2-on-1. And Morrison marks for the Hawks.
Immediately cuts inboard. Mark taken by Shields inside the centre square. He got it from Moore. Hand pass away to Jaff. Had some options. Decided I'm just going to go myself as he kicks a cannon from outside 50. A few efforts made on the goal line. No one looked that confident that they got a finger on it. And this could be a long-range bomb off the boot of Chenkwoth Jat.
For his first goal in AFL footy, by the looks of it.
Yeah,
or has it been touched?
This would be the most unusual way to kick it. Darcy Moore didn't look that confident trying to make a play at it on the goal line. The ruling on field is a goal.
It was a nice long kick, but I felt like they overdid it a little bit with their handball.
Yeah, I thought they did too.
Just one or two too many. I felt like Shields could have gone forward himself and then went to O'Meara, who then went to Giath. So a nice finish from outside 50.
If you can't see a finger come back here, then it'd be hard to overturn, wouldn't it?
I'm with you, Murph. I don't think there's anything on that vision that suggests that you can change to the on-field call of a goal. As you said, in his 31st game, Chanquoth Giath, this would be goal number 1.
Hopefully they all get to him.
So the results are in.
I'm sure it should take this long.
The verdict from the Arc is umpire's call.
Fancy that.
And a goal. Giath's on the board. And now every Hawthorn player on the field rushes to the 22-year-old to give him a little pat on the bonce. And a bit of celebration too from Chanquoth Giath, no matter how delayed it is. 4 minutes into the second term, the Hawks with their third. 3-2-20, Collingwood 5-5-35. Pies lead cut to 15.
He's been thinking about that for a little while, I would have thought. Pre-planned. And I reckon he's done a few routines in the mirror, CJ. Doesn't mind a bit of dance move work, but...
dance move work?
Yeah, I've never used that one before either. Dance move work.
I know that the gritty's obviously all the rage at the moment in the NFL. We've seen heaps of players do that. I saw Chanquoth punch out a little gritty in the pre-season.
Oh, right.
But
we didn't see that one then.
We haven't seen it at the big time yet, and it wasn't queued up for his first goal either.
What's a gritty? For ABC listeners who are not quite across this.
Gritty is the latest sort of dance craze that's popularised by a lot of American athletes.
Okay, at halftime, Corby will show us what a gritty is, and we'll all be in the wiser.
We'll film it and put it on our
Get that on Instagram or TikTok or whatever you use.
Ed Reeves is getting a free kick here, who's held after the ruck battle. So the free kick Hawthorn's way, half pass to Sicily, kicks inside the 50. Mitch Lewis sets himself. Murphy almost juggles the mark. Got it on to side bottom, half pass to Darcy Cameron, to Nick Dacos, who's getting a lot of the footy. Out wide, and Geordie to go, he has it. Dacos up to 12 disposals, the younger of the two. To go, he has it at right half back with Collingwood by 15 points. Looks up towards centre wing on the southern side. Up towards Cameron. Henry was there. It clears towards the back. Reeves lost his footing, and now Cameron tries to knock it out for Collingwood. Newcombe over the top. Hand pass to O'Meara. He's tackled by McCreary and Hoskin Elliott. And the umpire waited for a moment, but the ball's not coming clear. Centre of the southern wing.
Do you remember the Whip Nene song?
Oh, I do. Jack Rewalt ruined that for me.
So basically the gritty is a derivative of a dance that initially came from that track, and the film clip is all the way back, and we could write a thesis on it. As Hawthorn come away with the footy from the ball up on the outer wing, Giath, who just kicked the goal, hand pass away to Day, gives it to Shields, tumbles the kick to the wing. Here's Quain, although chops it off for Collingwood. Pies back on it, middle of the ground. Pendlebury away to Quain, or to DeGoey. He's tackled, taken the ground, and the ump says the ball up.
Interesting decision from Quain. They're giving it to DeGoey, who's already got Hardwick on his back. Here, mate, do your best with this.
Pies by 15 points. Giath with the only goal of this second quarter, which is now 6 minutes old. Hurried kick forward for the Magpies. Henry the target, punched away from him. Spills to DeGoey, gives it back to Henry. Spun around, kicks inside 50. Hardwick at the drop, spills the mark. Gives it to O'Meara to Shields. He gave it to Giath, who's under all sorts of pressure. Hawks have lost it. Half forward for the Magpies. Pendlebury to Josh Dacos. Away to Nick, who kicks into the pocket. And just inside the boundary line, Myercheck claims the mark. He's 35 out, but right up against the fence.
A nice kick by Dacos coming in. He had a small pocket.
It's a perfect role for a young bloke, I reckon, who's going to be a midfielder down the track to learn his craft off a half-back flank, get the ball in his hands as much as possible. Such a good ball user already.
Brodie Myercheck yet to have one today. He bends this from out wide, but a little too much missing to the near side. Pies by 16, 5-6 to 3-2. My apologies. Collingwood by 16 points, 7 played second term.
Floodlights on at the MCG. Rain expected this afternoon. Day out of defence for the Hawks up towards Shields. Flying in from the side. Butler, great mark. Has it at right half back. The younger brother of Dan, of course, who plays for the Saints. Comes inboard to Giath. Wearing that famous number 9, of course, worn by Sean Burgoyne, Shane Crawford, Dipper. Flares it across half-back. Hardigan has to make it work against Henry as it hit the deck. Got the hand pass to Impey, whose hand pass never reached Sicily. Jarman has to try and clean it up. Gets it away to Jav. Through the middle of the ground. Back to Impey, tackled when he wasn't in possession. So they're a bit handball happy, the Hawks, but they got away with one there. A free kick in the middle of the MCG.
He may be lucky to be here too, Jarman Impey, just dropping his knees into Ben Ainsworth last week. Got away with a fine. The match review officer goes back and across to Sicily today. They continue to shift the ball down the southern boundary line. All the way out to Hardwick. He kicks to half forward. This is Morrison, who takes the mark 70 from home. Looks inside a crowded forward 50. Kazitsky leaping for it. No mark. Becomes tackler on Quaynor and drills him into the ground. The ball up 30 metres out from the Hawks' goal.
Hasn't really had much of a look at it, Kazitsky at the moment. It's been a bit sporadic, the inside 50s for the Hawks.
Kick 1-3 last week, Cozzy, and scoreless against the Lions a couple of weeks ago. From the ball up, Mitchell, quick kick to the top of the goal square. They all miss it. Collingwood with the numbers. Maynard, hand pass to Quaynor to Crisp. He's run down immediately by Wingard, but the Pies still get it out. Nick Dacos away to Josh Dacos. Gives it to Adams. Ugly kick down the wing. It'll sit for Mychek. His handball will turn over 2.
Jaff got it forward to Mitchell. The hand pass to Shields. Right half forward. Kicks inside 50. Mitch Lewis had a couple to compete against. Darcy Cameron pushing back. Takes the mark for the Pies. Top of the defensive goal square at the city end of the MCG. Collingwood by 16 points. Cameron plays on. Sends it towards Lipinski and Mychek. Hawthorn have numbers through Shields. Trying to get it down a day. Josh Dacos emerges with it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Always has plenty of time. Feeds it back to Noble. Risky kick into the middle of the ground. Asking a lot of Crisp. Rees spoils it down for Hawthorn, but Quaynor gets there first for the Pies. Drives a kick to the southern wing. Over the head of Henry. Clears McCreery. Trying to race back for the Hawks is Hardwick. He's ridden into the turf by McCreery. Wants to lock the footy up. Newcomb slaps it clear for the Hawks. Straight to Crisp of Collingwood. Hand pass to Lipinski. Gets to 40. Steadies and goals. Hawthorn answer back to start. Collingwood answer back to start the second quarter. A goal apiece through 10 minutes, and the Pies are back out by 22 points. 6-6-42 Collingwood to Hawthorn 3-2-20. Second term action on ABC Sport. You're Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Well, I thought they messed up that 4A forward there, Murphy. There's two young forwards in Ollie Henry and McCreery, both refusing to hit up at the ball carrier, wanting it back over the back. Luckily for them is that Hawthorn weren't able to capitalise on it and turn it back over. Good effort and scrapping from the Collingwood forwards. But how nice is that finish? Pat Lipinski just on your left. No worries, 40 out. Just knocks it through. Very, very good.
Well, he's a nice addition to have on your half-forward flank, isn't he? Like he's a really handy midfielder, but then
good size.
He's got that bit of class and bit of smarts as a half-forward flanker. You really want the ball in his hands. Going inside 50 or even better when you're inside 50 and finish on the left like that was pretty nice.
Pies now by 22 points. A new game high comes down to Darcy Cameron after winning the hit out. He gets the clearance. Kicks to centre half forward. McInnes caught at the back. Hawks win it back. As Hardwick hand pass away to Mitchell. He kicks wide but turns it over. And Sidebottom takes the intercept mark. 70 from home. Looks into the pocket. Hoskin Elliott goes up. Can't mark. Paddles it to Lipinski's advantage. Running out of room. Back to Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass a turnover. And Impey for the Hawks. Hands it away to Moore and now to Mitchell against the boundary line. Kicks down the wing. Collingwood well set up. And Darcy Cameron takes a chest mark sub and wing. Jess Webster's on the boundary. Jess, I notice it's raining.
Yes, it's very cold. It's starting to rain, and I'm counting down the seconds before I make a run for it.
So 11 minutes gone in the second quarter. That rain looking to settle in. Lipinski long inside the 50. Mason Cox flies. Can't come down with it. Sicily squeeze the kick only as far as Sidebottom. He snaps on goal and it's touched. Cole Hardigan got a crucial touch onto it and sees it through for a minor score. So Collingwood by 23 points. I saw Scott Pendlebury up to 13 disposals. It becomes the fourth player to surpass 9,000 disposals in his playing career. So a guy who's seen a lot in his AFL career.
It's a lot of footy. It's Hardwick on the kick out today in the back pocket. Goes on a run up to halfback. Not a great kick for his teammate. It's a good one for Quaynor, who leaps onto Dylan Moore's shoulders and pulls down a hanger. Good going in the wet. Centering kick to Pendlebury. Kicks to centre half forward to Crisp. Short kick to Goey. Hitting up and marking at centre half forward, and he can shoot from 45 out, dead in front.
He's just a ball pig, Scott Pendlebury, and he's never had any problems finding it. Guaranteed run out, get it 20 times.
And the rest probably.
Oh, let's get being generous.
Jordan De Goey, set shot is left. He leaves it there behind. We had Mark Anderson on earlier, the chief executive of the Magpies. He didn't tell us whether they're looking at a short-term contract or a long-term contract, but they are in discussions with Jordan's manager, and that was about the extent of it. Collingwood now by 4 goals, 13 minutes played in the second term.
Jarman Empey brings the Hawks back into play into Myers as he decides to drive it long in the end. Kaczynski in front, spoiled down by Cameron. Mitchell front and centre for the Hawks. Out past to McDonald to the run of Natch on half-back. Kicks up towards Jager O'Meara. Quaynor set himself. O'Meara crashed it down. Got the ball to the front.
What was wrong with that?
Free kick, non-officiating umpire and a push. So Quaynor will get the free kick. I'm not sure there was too much high or illegal about.
Great contest, I thought, from
good
O'Meara.
body spoil.
Intent from O'Meara just to try and make a contest. Quaynor takes the ball at half-back, out towards Darcy Cameron. Can't take the mark against Bramble. Got it down to the front to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to McGuinness, only as far as Will Day. He takes the mark for the Hawks at right half-back.
I feel like the umpires sometimes say, oh, that looked a bit too rough. Free kick.
Spot on, I reckon.
Day plays on and then sweeps a hand pass back to Empey. He's brave, tries to take a bounce in the wet. It comes back to him. Kicks straight down the corridor. Wanted Lewis, carries his head. Collingwood with the numbers, and Quaynor onto the loose footy. Southern wing, hand pass to side bottom. Kicks the Pies down to half forward. Backpedaling, Ginnivan decides to spoil instead of mark to Cox, who's going to ground. Knocks it back, but straight to a Hawk. And Newcomb gets a hand pass away to Sicily. To Day. Now to Moore off half-back, tried to draw the player, coughed it straight up to Pendlebury, who runs, carries, hand pass to Hoskin Elliott, to Myercheck, he can walk it in, bends it up into the second deck. Collingwood out by 5 goals, midway through the second term, and the turnover from Dylan Moore, and Collingwood were able to carry it all the way to the goal line. 7-8-50. Hawthorn 3-2-20, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Well, there's your ball pig in Scotty Pendlebury just playing with the Hawks there. He could have almost just rolled in himself, but like the skipper does, just handballs it over the top, a 25-metre handball over the top, and just makes a certainty of it. They look pretty irresistible at the moment. The Pies are just playing the conditions a lot better than the Hawks. They're just playing the percentages and just getting numbers that drop the ball. I thought they almost outnumbered the Hawks there in their forward 50 there, Lids.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Other commentators would be like, oh, geez, you see, that's his basketball background. Yeah, really? Did he play basketball or did he Scott Pendlebury?
Haven't heard that one before.
Yeah. Never heard that before.
One of your favourite topics, Lids. Inside 50s once more. Collingwood 11-4 in this second quarter. So they're getting a lot of looks. Back in the middle, Cox is into the ruck against Kaczynski, wins down the tap to Lipinski, got it on to Taylor Adams, drives the kick inside 50, Cameron comes out, protect the space, almost took the mark, as Sicily was caught behind. Crisp was dragged away when he probably didn't have the footy, but Sicily comes up with it for the Hawks, kicks out to the members wing, where the mark is taken by McDonald for the Hawks.
He's one of a couple of teenagers out there for Hawthorn. That's not a great kick, looking for Lewis, turns it over, and Adams takes the intercept mark. Going forward on the 45. Here's Adams. Down to half forward. Kicks to a 2-on-1. McInnes the target. Spills in front of Josh Dacos. Knocks it away to Crisp. He's tackled front on. Taken to ground. A ball up 70 out from the Pies goal. Both you and Murph Lids played state underage cricket for Victoria. Did you ever feel like commentators in your career never said, gee, that's his cricketing background coming into play?
I'm not sure how it translates, but you can bring it in, try. See if you can.
Geez, that Murphy, excellent in the slips. Although you were a leggy, weren't you? Which I was completely surprised by that.
Nah, quick, I was.
Quick, okay.
I heard rapid.
Nash on half-back, hand pass to Bramble. Sockers a kick towards Wingard. Tackled by 2 Magpies as the footy stuck underneath him.
If I wasn't here, then you could probably sell that story. But I've seen you bowl. Little wigglers, they were. Clinchy, little wigglers, little medium pacer.
Wigglers, I've never heard that one before.
I'm sure that's part of the cricket terminology, but I don't mind it.
There's a seam just wibble-wobbled its way down.
Ahead of his time. Kaczynski will get a free kick.
Damien Fleming, I reckon. Off 11 paces.
Short to Impey. You might have noticed the game hasn't reached any lofty standards yet. So We're trying to bring our best here as Sicily kicks inside 50. Down low for Mitch Lewis, who left it for Gunston. Hand pass over his shoulder to Moore. In fact, it was Butler who tries to break away. Hand pass to Nash. Got it away to Mitch Lewis. Snaps it over his shoulder. He's cleared the goal line. Steele Sidebottom was there, but he couldn't deny Mitch Lewis his second. They're going to go upstairs just to check, but it's a good effort from Mitch Lewis, and was just able to find enough space to jam it on the boot.
That certainly lifted the standards, that kick, because we saw one from Steele Sidebottom in exactly the same spot.
Hang on. Was it completely over the goal line? We're now getting a look from the camera on the post. And all the ball needs to be over the line. And we're having a look at...
Yeah, it is.
Does the flag count as part of the post?
No, it's the line, not the post.
You can only go off the back of the padding there to draw your line, can't you?
Yeah.
But does the flag count as
goal?
A flag shouldn't count, should it?
Goal.
All clear's given. Mitch Lewis has his second. And an important goal for the Hawks after Collingwood had kicked 2-1 in this second quarter. It's now 2 goals apiece. The margin had got out to 5 goals. It's now back to 24 points. 7-8-50 the Pies to Hawthorn 4-2-26. 18 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Jess Webster, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
It was a bit of brilliance, wasn't it, from Mitch Lewis? It wasn't the prettiest bit of play. They just fought and scrapped their way through it, but get it to Mitch Lewis. And, geez, it was a nice snap off one step. Ability to get it up and over the bloke who was coming at him, but then to get enough penetration on his kick to carry the line as well. Good control, great snap. Certainly a goal they needed, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're just staying in touch, aren't they? Just doing enough. They're within 4 goals at the moment, but just hanging in there.
Haven't kicked back-to-back goals all day, the Hawks. Reeves back in the middle, wins the hit out to Newcomb. Hand pass away to Nash. They're going to get a centre break here. Hawthorn kicks to Lewis again. Pack form, spills down to Bruce. Almost run down by Dacos. Gets his snap away, but misses. Across the face. In fact, he caught some of the post on the way through or behind. 23 points Collingwood's lead. 7-8 to 4-3. Approaching time on in the second.
Noble brings the Pies back into play to Jeremy Howe in the left back pocket. Kicks up to the members' wing. Cox caught behind against Jaff. Had to bring it down to the front. Day ran in. Tackled by Sidebottom. Great endeavour from both players, and the umpire will throw it up. And on the Hawthorn website, all their former greats with the bruised. Featuring some of their all-time greats, including Luke Hodge. And here's Bramble for the Hawks, emerges with it. Almost run down by McCreary. Ball spills out towards Taylor Adams. Can't get a disposal away. And Ned Reeves lays the tackle to lock it up.
You wonder why you're down 6-12 and inside 50s. Just kick the thing in there. Give him a chance.
Cox knocks it away from the restart to McCreary. Hand pass to Sidebottom. Jams it on the boot. Oh, it lands just short of Jaff. I think he lost it for a moment. Inadvertently soccers it out of play and a throw in on the members' wing. First of 2 games today, all standalone fixtures, shortened rounds, obviously the first of the 3 bye rounds, so still to come. The game of the weekend, the best till last, second versus third, Fremantle and Brisbane. You'll hear it on ABC Radio this afternoon from the boundary throw-in. Collingwood by 23 here, and they win it again at the stoppage. Pendlebury to Nick Dacos by hand out to Sidebottom, kicks to half forward. All the Collingwood forwards press up to the wing. There's no mark for Myercheck. Spills to Shields, hand pass to Jaff, kicks down the line. Lewis hits up to meet it, wins it. Hand pass away to Nash for the Hawks. A long kick to centre half forward. Quaynor again going for a fly. Spills down to Noble. He's knocked off it. Pendlebury had it. He was tackled, and he thought he was tackled without it. Pack forms behind him. Umpire lets them go. And eventually it comes out to Mitchell and then to Bramble.
Gets the hand pass to Bruce. He tries to square it up to Wingard. Bounces in front of him on 50. Jams it on the boot towards Butler. Crashed back. Nick Dacos got back there for Collingwood. Combines with Murphy but can't keep it in play. Not far around from the left behind post. The Hawks lock it in their forward 50.
Still overusing it a little bit for mine, Hawthorn. It's slippery conditions. The rain's starting to come down. They need to try and adjust what they've been going into the game with of trying to handball the way through. But it's got to get it on the boot a little bit more quicker, I think.
Collingwood by 23 points. Cox and Reeves. Cox tries to have a second swat at it. Got it down to Nick Dacos, who cuts around Tom Mitchell. Straight down the middle for the Pies. Links up with Cameron. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Taylor Adams. Draws the opponent. Got it to De Goey. Through the middle of the ground. Hand pass too wide for McInnes. He races after it in front of Morrison. Hand pass missed side bottom. They have enough numbers there though. Gets it to Jordan De Goey. Kicks for Henry on the lead. Great spoil. Hardwick somehow got a fist in there when it seemed like Henry had protected the space in front of him well. Plenty of pats on the back for the number 15 for the Hawks.
That's a great defence, isn't it? By Hardwick.
Good closing speed.
Hawks played in dewy conditions last Saturday night up in Darwin. They lost large, 67 points against the Suns. From the boundary throw in, McCreary, the fend off and then the snap. Kicks it across the goal mouth and in the opposite pocket, Myercheck takes the mark.
Great pass, Corby.
Yeah, he's had a score assist if he pops this through.
Wow, yeah, not by design. I reckon he might have been trying to thread the eye of the needle, but nevertheless, Brody Myercheck's got a shot on goal.
He had a snap earlier from the opposite pocket, missed there, hits this one skinny too. Snaps, misses to the near side.
Might need to work on that left foot snapping routine, I think, there, Big Brody.
Didn't look that fluent, did it?
Nah, just off one or two awkward steps.
Pies by 24, time on in the second.
Bramble back in for the Hawks to Impey, drives it up towards half-back where Sicily can take the mark over Ginnivan. Turns and moves it further afield. The Hawks can look to try and move it through Dylan Moore. Veers out to the right. His kick is over the head of Wingard, looking for Gunston. Wingard front and centre, gathers. Cut past Pendlebury. Got around Nick Dacos. Turns and kicks inside 50. Finds Butler. He dropped the mark. Now he has to deal with Sidebottom. Tries to get the hand pass clear, but straight to Howe. He's tackled by Gunston. Hand pass to Noble, to a stationary Mason Cox. That didn't work to Bruce. Fends off Pendlebury. Luke Bruce on the left. He misses. Misses to the left-hand side.
That would have been a ripper, wouldn't it? Just to fend off on Pendlebury and go back on the left and finish off, but unfortunately not to be.
Would have been a good one for the highlight reel. Collingwood by 23.
If he kicks a goal, are we all going to join in with the Bruce chant for his 250th?
Yeah, you start it.
I knew exactly where that was going. More kicks out of the defensive 50. And there's going to be a free kick for holding the ball. He kicked it along the ground. Butler put his head over it, tackled immediately. And that was a little stiff. Pink for holding the ball. De Goey takes the advantage. Kicks down the wing. Jath intercepts for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to Newcomb. Hands it inside the centre square to Impey. Kicks to centre half forward, but another turnover. And the intercept mark taken by Sidebottom. Back flank for Collingwood. A short and wide out to Ginnivan. Collingwood by 23 points. 25 travelled in the second term. Of course, the Pies played in the wet a fortnight ago. They did a job on the Dockers over in Perth.
Ginnivan kicks up towards McInnes, outmanoeuvred by Hartigan. And Carl Hartigan takes the mark for the Hawks. 2 goals apiece in this second term. The Hawks have managed to level up some of the inside 50s so far. As Hartigan looks towards half forward, kicks out in front of Mitch Lewis. Right there with him is Darcy Moore, spoils it down. Josh Dacos with a hand pass to Maynard around the boundary line. Back to Moore, hand pass to Josh Dacos. Got bumped as he got his hand pass away to Crisp. Another one where there was a bump there, but I'm not sure exactly what the free kick was. It over the shoulder? Maybe just. As Jack Crisp takes the free kick for the Pies, up towards Myercheck, got rid of Sicily, couldn't claim the mark though. O'Meara with a hand pass to Jaff for the Hawks, one way then the other, turns around boundary side, screws it over his shoulder, but Maynard was well set, flies over the top of Shields and takes the mark for Collingwood.
Pies by 23, 26 travelled second term. 16 scoring shots to 8 though. Collingwood's way is the kick from Maynard inside 50. Spills out the back of the pack. Hawthorn onto it. Hardwick to Mitchell to Impey, and then a big sweeping hand pass out to Dylan Moore. Back pocket. Short kick out to halfback. This is Butler, collects, gives it to Impey. He's tackled. Out of play by McCreary. And a boundary throw in. 35 out from the Collingwood goal.
Yeah, but then still overused, aren't they?
So many handballs. Where's their key targets down the line? Just bang it down there. It's wet. Get a contest start again.
Sam Mitchell's been pretty composed in his coaching era, but he'll be pretty keen to get the troops at half-time. Reeves won it down, got it to Tom Mitchell, back to Reeves, kicks towards half-back. Butler up with one arm, can't take the mark. Nick Dacos for Collingwood. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Good smother by Connor Nash. As the ball goes out of play. Out right half forward for the Magpies, southern side of the ground. Collingwood by 23 points. They've got it out to 30 points in this second term. The Hawks with Mitch Lewis's second to close that gap.
In it comes, the two ruckmen, Cox and Reeves, a little short on the boundary throw in. Cox first, hands on it. Pack forms underneath Adams and also O'Meara, and O'Meara's almost got the footy like a pillow on the back of his head, and somehow the umpire said that's holding the ball. Free kick for the Magpies. Adams to take it. Kicks out to Hoskin Elliott. From 70 out, kicks inside 50. Henry went early. It's marked at the back. And the mark will be paid to Hardwick. Gee, it's hard enough in the rain without a few of those things going against you. And Blake Hardwick, back pocket. Short kick to Hardigan, who then swings it out wide to Impey. Back pocket for Hawthorn.
Looks up further afield. Tom Mitchell's free at right half back. Turns and hand passes inboard to Morrison. He can give it back to Mitchell as he draws crisp. Looking at options in the middle of the crowd. Ran into Lipinski. Still doesn't have one. Hand passes to Bramble. They work it around the members' wing to Impey. Underground hand pass to Nash. Bounced off his chest. Now has Pendlebury to deal with. Can't get a disposal away. Nick Dacos fires a hand pass inboard to Goey. Kicks towards Ginnivan, who marks on his chest at half forward. Inside the centre square for Collingwood. Can look inside 50, drives a long ball towards Myercheck. Henry there, Myercheck going back, almost took the mark. It comes to Lipinski. Hand pass too sharp for Henry. Knocking it away was Dylan Moore, who's in defence. Gets it out to O'Meara. Draws an opponent. Hand pass too wide for Jaff. He keeps it in play as he taps it along the boundary line. Eventually made it work.
The happy hand passing Hawks as they continue off the back flank. Jaff to Morrison and now out to Moore. That's Dylan Moore. Hooks his kick down the wing and then just hacking it off the deck is Kazitsky. Makes 50 metres and making some ground at last for Hawthorn inside 50. Howe picks it up. Got a little shove. Did he in the back from Gunston? Ump says no. Ball's out of play. As Howe falls to ground and fumbles the footy out of play. A throw in forward pocket for Hawthorn.
Very lucky to get away with that one. You can understand why the fans just want them to whack the ball forward, don't you, when you start to get results like this and they've got a stoppage in their forward 50.
They've had a real unwillingness, Hawthorn, to adjust their style at all. As Adams, right on the bell, is run down by Luke Bruce. The umpire says play on, no free kick. And time expires on that second quarter. Half-time at the G, Collingwood by 23 points. And the light rain continues to fall. The floodlights are on. And there is a grey veil which just hangs over the top of the Melbourne Cricket Ground. You can't spot any blue sky at all. Collingwood 7-9-51, Hawthorn 4-4-28. Half-time at the G. The goal kickers, 2 for Jack Ginnivan. They both came in quarter number 1, 1 each for Lipinski, Cameron, Sidebottom, McCreary and Myercheck. While for Hawthorn, Mitch Lewis has 2. 1 for Chankwath Jaff and 1 for Connor McDonald. 2 goals each in that second quarter clinchy. Pies by 23 at the main break.
Having led by 20 points at quarter time. The thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, we've obviously talked about it so far, Lids, about the overuse from Hawthorn. It's one of those things when you go into a game and you've got a style of play that you want to try and use against the opposition. There's no doubt they've come in today thinking, oh, we're going to handball our way through, and then once we can get our way by about 20 or 30 metres through the defence, then we're going to use the ball by foot. But when conditions start working against you and the ball is a bit greasy, and the defence of Collingwood has been, it's been really strong all year, and it's been exactly the same today. You just need to start to change the way in which you use the ball, and it's even some of their leaders. I think Mitchell's had 18 disposals, but 13 of those are by handball. So you sort of look to your leaders in these times to really try and set the scene with the way in which you use the ball, because I think the message that Sam Mitchell will come in with half-time for his side is to, okay, if the ball's there to be handballed to release pressure, then use it, but with conditions the way they are and the way in which Collingwood is setting up, we need the ball to get going forward so we can be predictable to our teammates up the ground.
Yeah, totally agree. I feel they've had a lot of opportunities just to get that ball forward and give their forwards a chance 1v1, if not, to fight it out 5v6, And when they refuse to go inside, we saw Bramble there. He's looking forward, facing forward, no one coming at him, but decides, maybe I'll handball and has to dump one over his shoulder. It's like, Mate, your forwards are screaming out. I can only imagine what my old teammates, one sitting in the box next to us, would have been saying to me, and one that's still playing now, and Jackie Rewald. If that ball did not come in when you're facing forward, your ears would be burning. But I don't know whether that happens so much in today's game. I know Fev would have been the same absolutely at Carlton when you were playing, but when you look at the way, like the numbers for the Hawks, it's a lot of their half-backs. Tom Mitchell's a midfielder, obviously, but Impey and Giath, Sicily, they're getting heaps of the footy, and they're probably because they're over-possessing a little bit as well. But I would love to see them just go forward with the footy, give them a chance. But really, I think you have to applaud Collingwood and their ability to defend. They're just not giving them a chance. They're setting up really well across the centre of the ground and defending their back half really well, and they're getting it a lot on their terms. But Hawthorn are encouraging that through over-handball and mistakes. So fix that up and, you'll start to chip it away at that 23-point margin.
The Hawks want to be a transition side, but Collingwood plus 28 in contested possessions at half-time. With the rain on the way, I'm sure Sam Mitchell will be keen to try and address that at half-time. The Magpies by 23 points. We'll get Corby's analysis of the boxing fight after we get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Tom Major. The Prime Minister says his government will take a different approach to Australia's relationships in the Indo-Pacific as he prepares for his second international visit since the election. Anthony Albanese is in Perth ahead of travelling to Jakarta later today to meet with Indonesian President Joko Widodo. Mr Albanese says his government will be reaching out to Australia's closest neighbours.
My government is determined to have better relations across the Indo-Pacific region. That's why you've seen us very early on have two visits from Foreign Minister Wong into the Pacific.
A foreign fighter who identifies himself as Australian has spoken of his decision to travel to faraway Ukraine to help the country defend itself against the Russian invasion. Appearing in an online video, the unidentified soldier talks about joining other international volunteers in a newly formed military unit known as the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. The federal government has repeatedly warned Australians not to join the war effort, but the fighter says he hopes to inspire others to volunteer.
I'm from Australia. It's quite far away, quite hard to get here, and even I stepped up. So hopefully I inspire more people to come and do the same thing. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's foreign minister has hit out at Emmanuel Macron after the French president said it was vital that Russia was not humiliated over its invasion. Mr Macron said it was crucial Russia's Vladimir Putin had a way out of what he called a fundamental error. However, Dmytro Kuleba says allies should better focus on how to put Russia in its place as it humiliates itself. Mr Macron has repeatedly spoken to the Russian leader by telephone in an effort to broker ceasefire negotiations. Back home, and the New South Wales government says a $1 billion investment in frontline emergency care will help ease pressure on the state's health system as it struggles to deal with a surge in flu cases, COVID and staff shortages. The state government says $1.7 billion over 4 years will go towards more than 1,800 extra paramedics and 30 more stations. Premier Dominic Perrottet says the record investment means New South Wales Ambulance will have the largest paramedic workforce in the country.
Already tomorrow, we will send out expressions of interest for people to join as a result of this substantial investment. And then going forward, we would expect that many more will join.
New South Wales opposition leader Chris Minns says it's a win for frontline workers, but more needs to be done in emergency departments to reduce waiting times.
So the New South Wales government has made a good announcement here. Obviously, we need to start working on the other aspects of healthcare and emergency management right across the New South Wales public health system.
South Australia has been battered by another night of severe weather, with the Bureau recording 80 millimetres of rain at Woodhouse in the Adelaide Hills and wind gusts of over 100 kilometres per hour at Noarlunga in Adelaide's southern suburbs. Olivia Mason reports.
Trees and power lines have been downed by strong winds, while homes have been damaged and inundated with water after a night of severe weather. The SES has received more than 350 calls for assistance since yesterday evening, with more expected throughout the day. Tom Boak from the Bureau of Meteorology says the worst of the winds should have passed.
Not as windy as it was last night, but there is still a possibility of some damaging winds coming in
for this evening.
Authorities are urging people to exercise caution outdoors and on the roads today, with a severe weather warning remaining in place for parts of the state.
Overseas now, and officials in Bangladesh say at least 16 people have been killed and about 100 injured in an explosion in the country's southeast. The blast occurred after firefighters were called to fight a fire at a container storage facility. A doctor treating the injured says 20 of them are in a critical condition with burns to 60 to 90% of their bodies. The cause of the fire remains unknown. And police in Hong Kong say they're holding 6 people following arrests yesterday to curtail public commemoration of the Tiananmen Square massacre. A candlelit vigil marking the bloody crackdown in Beijing 33 years ago would have been held in Hong Kong's Victoria Park. On June the 4th, 1989, Chinese troops opened fire to end student-led unrest in central Beijing, which human rights organisations say resulted in thousands of deaths. Commemorations have been held in other cities, including London and Taipei. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Down the leg side, oh, and it's a brilliant one-handed take.
A legend joins the immortals.
Sparty is the Australian Open champion.
For your daily sports conversation, download the ABC Sport Daily podcast.
For laughter, tears, and a look back through the years.
How about this for our first date?
Join Julia Zamiro for one final trip down memory lane.
This is like where I grew up.
With Ray Martin, Marsha Hines, and Stephen Page.
I started choreographing my first work here.
Plus the most emotional homecoming yet, her very own home delivery.
I would have loved to walk through here with him.
The final season of Julia Zamiro's Home Delivery.
Wow.
Starts Sunday, June 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Shields inside the centre square. He got it from Moore. Hand pass away to Jaff. Had some options. Decided I'm just going to go myself as he kicks a cannon from outside 50. A few efforts made on the goal line. No one looked that confident that they got a finger on it. And this could be a long-range bomb off the boot of Chenkwok Jat.
Over the head of Henry, clears McCreery, trying to race back for the Hawks is Hardwick. He's ridden into the turf by McCreery, wants to lock the footy up. Newcomb slaps it clear for the Hawks, straight to Crisp off Collingwood. Hand pass to Lipinski, gets to 40, steadies and goals.
Day, now to Moore off half-back, trying to draw the player, copped it straight up to Pendlebury, who runs, carries, hand pass to Hoskin Elliott, to Myercheck, he can walk it in. Bends it up into the second deck.
Sicily kicks inside 50. Down low for Mitch Lewis, who left it for Gunston. Hand pass over his shoulder to Moore. In fact, it was Butler who tries to break away. Hand pass to Nash. Got it away to Mitch Lewis. Snaps it over his shoulder. He's cleared the goal line.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at the MCG, Collingwood leading Hawthorn by 23 points, 7-9-51 to Hawthorn 4-4-28. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport, on Grandstand AFL, on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Bittlemass call the action. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy are your experts, with Jess Webster down on the boundary. Corby during the news has been trying to explain to us what a gritty is. I'm still none the wiser, so I'm sure like a lot of you, if you don't watch the NFL, you're probably not across it. Of course, one of the matches of the round is still to come from the west. The Fremantle Dockers taking on the Brisbane Lions. It hasn't all of a sudden that game got some massive ramifications. A chance for the Lions to jump to the top of the AFL ladder alongside Melbourne with probably a superior percentage. If they're able to beat the Fremantle Dockers, a chance for the Dockers to close the gap between them, the Demons and the Lions. So a big game. Can't wait to bring that to you from the west with our commentary team there at the completion of this match. Of course, the big fight taking place in Docklands has been completed, and it's no good for our Aussie hope, George Kambosos Jr. Corby.
No, it's not. He was outpointed by Devin Haney, 23-year-old out of Las Vegas, Nevada. So Haney is now the undisputed unified lightweight champion of the world. So he holds all 4 belts, and he also holds the lineal title. So he's got the reign to the throne, the man who beat the man who beat the man, and he is the lightweight king now. So there is a clause in the contract that George Kambosos is entitled to a rematch, so he can evoke that if he wants to, and as a result Haney would have to defend immediately against Kambosos again here in Australia. So that is in George's favour if he wants to exercise that part of the contract.
Why does it have to be back here in Australia?
Because when they signed the deal to begin with, that was part of the terms.
Yeah,
so that's because he had 3 belts.
Yeah, it was a 2-fight deal. He was the mandatory, and so rather than fighting somebody else in order to have the fight happen, it gives them a fallback option if he was to lose. He has, and now he gets the chance to use that if he wants to.
So he'd definitely do that because he'd make a fortune at the same time. So what would they probably make out of that today?
Well, it depends whether he could. So that I think it was reported around 41,000, something like that, and he's going to 40 the crowd.
Yep.
And he was supposed to get something like $10 million, George, for this fight, so a huge money spinner. I'm not sure whether the rematch would do the same, would be as big, given that he's coming off a defeat. So, but even you could do it at somewhere like Rod Laver Arena, for example. You got 25,000, 30,000 indoors. It would still be a big event, plus the interest on American TV and everything else. That there'd still be a lot of money in it. And it from what we saw, and we're only watching here in the box, but it didn't look like he was hurt or anything like that. So in terms of a tactical ploy, it is an option that you could look at for an immediate rematch.
Like how quick would an immediate match-up be?
3 months.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, 4 months, something like that.
One match taking place in the NRL today, round 13. It hasn't got underway yet, so about half an hour away. The Canberra Raiders taking on the Roosters. Of course, State of Origin coverage from Wednesday night with Andrew Moore and the NRL team, so we always look forward
Worst
to
job
that.
in the world, that first hit up. I'd never ever want to do that. That seems like just the pits.
Got an affinity towards either the Blues or the Maroons?
I was always at Maroons because they were in such strong form, and that was my claim, was that I knew Billy Slater a little bit, so I was like, I'll go for them.
Yeah, back in the day they had a lot of the Storm blokes, didn't they, play for the Maroons. So we all love the Storm down here, obviously, but Slater, Smith, Cronk, they were just all obviously Storm boys, so you'd follow them, wouldn't you?
I'm sure it's going to feature in the ABC Sport Daily podcast. Of course, it's available at the best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcast from. You can find Corbin and Ben on a Monday and a Thursday, which features both Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. The lead, of course, is available there. We heard from caretaker Giants coach Martin McVeigh yesterday, so available wherever you get your podcasts from. And, of course, Offsiders available on ABC iView, which featured our own Corbin Middlemass again this morning. So
what a show.
What a show. One of the sporting stories, of course, Iga Swiatek victorious in the French Open, so beating Coco Gauff to win her second Grand Slam title. 35 consecutive wins off the back of Ash Barty retiring. So we didn't have to wait long for the new emerging superstar of tennis on the women's side. And, of course, all eyes on Rafa Nadal tonight. Can he win a 14th French Open title?
Who's he up against?
Casper Ruud, who's the Norwegian.
Oh, yeah.
Top 10 seed. He's in his...
don't know much about him.
He's in his first Slam final. He's only 23. He went to the Rafael Nadal Tennis Academy in Spain. And now
how good's that?
He gets a chance to play against Rafa at Roland Garros.
That's a great story.
The gritty, by the way, Clinchy, I know you want to know, is a dance move that has been popularised by athletes across a number of sports. A host of NFL stars began doing the dance as a touchdown celebration in the 2020 and 2021 seasons. Now, as far as research goes, the dance was originally invented by Louisiana's Allen Davis. So he played for LSU with wide receiver Jamar Chase, who obviously went on to be drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals and played in the Super Bowl this year, who wanted to create his own dance after being inspired by the Nene, the Whip Nene song. So watch me whip, watch me Nene, that song. So
watch the text line up and say, do not bore us anymore with that Corbin. Thank you.
That is where the gritty originated. We've seen it already in the AFL this year with both the Frederick lads, both the twins. So one at Port Adelaide, one at Freo.
If you've just flicked on the radio and want an insight as to how the game's been played, the fact that we're talking about a gritty suggests that it's been a game which hasn't reached the highest of highs. Collingwood leading by 23 points. The other score I should give is in the cricket. England needing 61 runs for victory. Day 3 completed at Lords, so England 5 for 216 after New Zealand posted 132 and 285. So Joe Root at the crease on 77, Ben Foakes on 9. Their first match as Baz McCullum as the coach of the England side, and Ben Stokes taking over as captain. So pretty entertaining first test, it must be said, where the ball swung around a fair bit for the Seamsters. Players are making their way back out. The rain is looking to settle in at the MCG for the second half here. So what do you think Sam Mitchell's message would have been? It would be pretty clear to try and tidy up their disposal efficiency a little bit. And with the weather arriving, I'm sure there's been a heavy focus on the contested footy. What would you imagine the two teams would be focusing on?
Well, I think it would be basically exactly that. Just it's going to be a game of sort of yardage, and when it's conditions like it is, it's absolutely sheeting down of rain, that the team who is willing to put their head over the ball and pressure hard and be able to get the ball forward and just keep on just getting yardage will end up probably winning this game of football. It's going to be a long way back for Hawthorn being 23 points down, but anything can happen in these conditions, and it's the side who comes out first with a real strong mindset to really just dig in and be hard at the contest and at the man, and as I said, just get the ball forward, because it's going to be no fuss football.
Is it Tyler Brown out there with the Keanu Reeves trench coat on? Well done, bringing that back out. I love that. But I think Collingwood have got the recent history in terms of playing in wet footy, given they played so well over against Freo, but certainly not like those conditions, but they certainly adapted to it really well. So back on Hawthorn to simplify their game a little bit more, rather than this over handball, try and get everyone involved, get it through the defence, get your numbers down the line, win the footy first and then bang it. And they've got some great ball winners in. Obviously Tom Mitchell can get plenty of it. Jago O'Meara, might see him injected into the middle of the ground to be a stronger body over the footy. And John Newcomb's ready-made for wet weather footy. So the key will be, can they go up against the bigger bodies of the Collingwood mids and be able to take it up to them? So it's all over to you, Hawthorn, in terms of getting the first goal, I reckon, of this second half.
Yeah, because if it goes the other way and Collingwood kick it, it's going to be a long way back from 5 goals down. But hopefully the balls are pumped up and they're in good shape, unlike the first quarter.
Does it matter in the wet?
Sorry?
Does it matter in the wet?
Well, I really just like it in the wet, when blokes just whack it on the boot and have no thought process about the way in which they want to kick the ball forward. Still got to hit a drop punt. I don't mind a barrel in these conditions, but just
get yardage.
Just get as big a yardage as you can. Sometimes even just hitting the belly of it and just letting the ball run on top of itself is a good way to attack it. But it's going to be an important first goal.
That Tyler Brown jacket is anything. I'm a big fan of that. That's the 3/4 length, sort of comes down to just before his playing socks.
It's a soccer one, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're sponsored by Nike, so I reckon we could be a chance, Corby, because we do love a Nike puffer.
Well, no brands on the ABC.
Get one down below the knees, I reckon.
But the puffer jacket sort of set up, I think, he could be onto something, Tyler Brown.
Collingwood by 23 points. The rain belting down into the second half we go.
It is absolutely persisting down as we start the third term. One by Reeves, down to Mitchell. He kicks to centre half forward for the Hawks. It knocks it, so the ball just knocks away towards Bruce. He hand passes to McDonald. Kicks a high up and under, top of the goal square. Wingard, clever. Taps it to Kaczynski's advantage and he pops it through. Pies haven't touched the footy and Hawthorn have kicked one within 20 seconds. Hawthorn 5-4-34. Collingwood 7-9-51. The Hawks are back within 17 points. Just knock on, surge on type stuff. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
That's what the Hawks were after. Clearance by Tommy Mitchell and just unloads a big barrel about 25 out directly in front of goal. That's exactly where you want to put the ball in these conditions, and then just willing the ball forward and just a bit of smarts on the end of that to kick the ball goal through, which is a great start by the Hawks.
I love it when you've got a direct link. Pardon?
4 disposals for a goal.
Yeah, perfect play. Get it forward, give him a chance, but it was O'Meara, Newcomb and Mitchell in the middle as we thought it would be. Bigger bodies, strong around the contest, just get the thing going forward.
Jacob Kaczynski with his first goal of the match. Back in the middle, Reeves wins down the tap. Trying to link up with O'Meara, couldn't get a disposal away. Crisp was in there. Shields his hand past Mitchell of Hawthorn. Lipinski to Crisp of Collingwood, kicks towards 50. Wide of Gaff and Ginnivan. Gaff knocks it down. All to go with a big bump high. Gaff gets to his feet quickly. Day kicks around his body to the members wing. Bruce in front position. Tackled by Quaynor. Got a hand pass to Mitchell. Kicks towards the wing. Cameron underneath. Takes the uncontested mark as Gunston couldn't quite get there.
Darcy Cameron, the boy from Albany in the south of Western Australia, kicks down to half forward. Henry had a piece of it, can't complete the mark, spills to Newcomb. Bangs his kick back down the wing in front of the interchange gates. Gunston can't reel in the one-hander. There's a free kick Collingwood's way. Darcy Moore takes the advantage. Pumps it to centre half forward for Collingwood. Hardigan missed it with his fist. Spills down to Hardwick. He's tackled. Ball knocked away towards O'Meara. He's tackled by Ginnivan. The Hawks work it out. And Sicily can just kick into open space on the southern wing. Kaczynski runs after it.
Do it.
Oh, no. And the says deliberate. Kaczynski would have been 5 metres away from the ball when it trickled out of play, chasing the O'Meara kick, and now it's a free for Collingwood.
Howe takes the free kick, looking for Sidebottom, clears him. Got to Lipinski, back to Sidebottom, runs away from Morrison, hand pass to Taylor Adams, veers out to the left. He's kicked towards Henry, and Myercheck falls short, and Sicily takes the mark on his chest in bucketing rain now at the MCG. Collingwood by 17 points. And Sicily drives a kick out of defence through the hands of Kaczynski. O'Meara knocked it down at Tom Mitchell, hand pass to Morrison, pulls his kick to the wing, asking for Bruce or Wingard to try and run onto it. Quaynor between those two, couldn't get a clean knock away. Wingard pinches it for the Hawks, hand pass to Bruce on 50, kicks to Gunston, it bounced off his chest. He might have almost got an ankle injury here as he's grabbed at his ankle, having ricocheted into Darcy Moore. It's a Collingwood free kick for a hold, and Jack Gunston still down on the turf.
That is not good at all, the way that he stopped. Oh, he got his foot caught under the body of Darcy Moore, so as Moore landed, it trapped Gunston's foot under his midriff.
He can't put any weight on it. He's in real trouble here.
And as a result, his foot was bent back at an angle it shouldn't have been. And Gunston with the trainers again, as he was on this ground a month ago in the game against Richmond. He missed 2 as a result of that injury. And making his return today for the Hawks. Unfortunately, he's limping again. The Pies in the defensive 50. Noble trying to exit. Dangerous kick. Ball makes its way to the wing, and Lipinski through traffic chucks it on the boot. One bounce out of play. Says throw it in. So deliberate against the Hawks, not so against the Pies. Boundary throwing right on halfway. Collingwood by 17 points, 7-9 to 5-4. But he's belting down at the MCG.
He's trying to stay out there, Jack Gunston, but really can't put too much weight on it. Thrown back in. Darcy Cameron knocks to the front for Collingwood. Straight to Mitchell of Hawthorn. Tackle dispossessed. Cameron follows up. Hand pass to Crisp. Squeezes a kick around the boundary line. Day in front of McInnes. McInnes gathers, spins, tackled, gone. Jai Newcomb got him. A man who relishes these sort of conditions. He has it a left half back for the Hawks. Where does he sit in your rising star pecking order?
Oh, you'd be up there. I reckon he's been playing some pretty good footy last week aside.
Kicks towards half forward. Maynard spoils it down for the Pies into the path of Cameron. Tackle by Reeves. Ball spills clear eventually. Dacos sockers it off the ground. That's Nick Dacos. Straight to Newcomb of the Hawks. Hand pass to Day. Bit of a fumble. Gathers. Drives a kick inside 50. A spinning torp which clears the hand of Mitch Lewis. Bounces end over end towards the goal mouth. Murphy got back. He took a long time as Kaczynski laid the tackle. Turns to the umpire. Throw it in. Left forward pocket for the Hawks at the punt road end.
Daniel Howe and Tyler Brown, the 2 subs. Neither of them have been used by the Hawks or the Pies. Scoring opportunity here for Hawthorn. Boundary throw-in. Reeves straight down to Bruce. Tackled, lost it. Darcy Moore for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Out wide to Pendlebury. A little fumble under pressure from Shields. Knocks it out of play, and the ump says it's okay. Boundary throw-in. 50 out from the Hawks goal.
They want blood, the Hawthorn fans, don't they, for these deliberates?
They want their deliberate free kick back.
Yeah.
They're not getting it here. Collingwood by 17. Boundary throwing half forward for the Hawks. Reeves down to O'Meara. Kick smothered. Ricochets out to Darcy Moore. Hand pass to Josh Dacos for the Pies. Back to Murphy. Just chucks it on the boot. Sends a helicopter spinning all the way out to half back. McInnes to Pendlebury. And now Lipinski off the back flank.
Kicks up towards Ginnivan. 1-on-1 with Hardwick. Hardwick went in the air. Missed it. Ginnivan back after it. Trying to tap it to his own advantage against the boundary. Thought it could have been held by Hardwick. The umpire didn't see it that way. Throw it in.
If the umpires had any sense of humour, the next time the Hawks have a marginal one, they should pay it.
And they should run in very quickly and, and
I was going to say, the big wind-up and then throw it in.
Yeah.
Pies by 17 points, thrown back in. Reeves palms it down to the front for Newcomb at half-back for the Hawks. Hand pass to Jarman Empey off the instep. Not a perfect kick, but it did find its way to Mitch Lewis. Kicks around his body towards Wingard. Outmanoeuvred by Murphy. He dropped the mark. Wingard back onto it. Hand pass to Butler. Chips it looking for Gunston. Nick Dacos, great work.
Well done.
Got back there, wedged between 2 Hawks. The first-year Pie was able to take the mark on his chest, going back with a flight.
Had a season low 16 disposals last week, Nick Dacos. He's had 21 already today. His exiting kick out of defensive 50, his disposal 22. He's turned it over. Lewis takes the intercept mark, 70 from home to the top of the goal square. Murphy puts his fist through it, punches it to the safety of the boundary line, and a throw in. Forward pocket for Hawthorn, so they've got some territory gains here in this third term. We're 7.5 minutes in. Collingwood by 17 points, but momentum with the Hawks. Umpire spins us back into play. Reeves palms it straight down at the feet of Bruce. He went without it. Wingard keeps his feet. Becomes tackler on Quaynor. A ball up, 25 out from the Hawthorn goal at the punt road end. Pies by 17.
Thrown back in. Cameron tries to knock it down to Quaynor. Greasy conditions, the ball stuck underneath a few players. Nick Dacos gathers, squeezes a kick towards Hoskinell at half back. Jaff right there with him, spoils it down for the Hawks to Morrison, screws it back to the hot spot. Bruce was behind, he's claimed the mark. May have set through a few hands in the process, or no, I think Kaczynski cleared the path by bouncing into Pat Lipinski. Thought Lipinski might have had a hand to it, but on the replay, maybe not.
It's good hang time there, wasn't it, from
the old boys? I was waiting for Corbin to chime in with his celebrations. Maybe if he kicks a goal, but how much better the Hawthorn look when they've simplified their game plan.
Yeah. A goal in every game for Luke Bruce in game 250 from 40 metres out, pretty much directly in front. Through it goes. And the Hawthorn fans enjoy that. Bruce cheers out around the MCG. And all of a sudden, the Hawks have kicked the opening 2 goals of the second half, and the Pies lead is back to 11 points. 7-9-51 to the Hawks, 6-4-40. 9 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
Well, all of a sudden, looks like they've got energy, purpose behind what they're doing at the moment. The Hawks, they're just getting the ball forward, no fuss football, and it seems like they're bigger bodies, which obviously they're senior types, so really enjoyed being given that opportunity to get back in the midfield, and they're certainly leading the way at the moment. And nice little grab there, sort of winding the clock back. I know he's only played, he's played the 250 games, but there's still a lot of football left in those legs.
Good one for the highlights as well. Taking a good contested pack mark. He and Liam Shields have been in the system for so long, a part of 3 premierships with the Hawks.
Both playing their 250th today. They've played 214 of them together. Back in the middle, Hawthorn again a centre break. John Newcomb with a big Polly Farmer hand pass. Inside the forward 50, picked up by Dylan Moore. He's in trouble. Pack forms around him. He's going to get a second go at it. Squeeze the kick to the top of the goal square. Lewis caught at the back. There's Darcy Moore for Collingwood. Still no clean pick-up. Wet, greasy footy in the rain. Darcy Moore hands it to Howe, and he's helped over the behind line by O'Meara. So a rush behind, and the Hawks are coming. 10 points is Collingwood's lead. They did lead it by as many as 30 in the second quarter.
Al to Noble to Josh Dacos from half-back, kicks up towards Cameron. He's taken over the shoulder. And Collingwood trying to get with some quick transition. Jess Webster.
Jack Gunston has finally come to the bench, but he went straight down the race to get that right ankle checked out. He's just re-emerged. No word yet on whether they're going to use their medical sub.
Thanks, Jess. Up towards Mason Cox. Couldn't take the mark. Brought it to the front to Lipinski. Shields over the top. Newcomb's in there as well. The footy isn't emerging, so the umpire will ball it up. Hawthorn with 2-1 in this third term. Collingwood haven't scored through 11 minutes. The Pies did get out by 30 points during the second quarter.
This has been the Hawks' worst performing quarter all season as well. The third term, winning just 3 of them previously. Reeves down to Nash, makes 50 metres, kicks along the boundary line, but Darcy Moore's there for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Murphy, kicks down the wing. Nash collects for Hawthorn, his kick smothered. Ricochets to McDonald, hand pass to Newcomb, kicks into oncoming traffic. Bounces off Pendlebury, Cox grabs it off the deck for Collingwood, hand pass to Lipinski. His kick just jams it forward onto the chest of Bramble. Intercept mark for Hawthorn. Hawks back the other way. Bramble off his non-preferred left boot. Kicks for Lewis. Competes. Gets a free. Had his arms chopped. Free kick, Mitch Lewis. 60 out. And the Bronx cheer. Who'd have thought we'd ever end up in this position for a free kick for Hawthorn? 60 metres out. Lewis runs 5 metres out to his right. Kicks a bazooka. From 55 out in the driving rain, Mitch Lewis dobs it. Here come the Hawks. Collingwood's lead cut to 4 points. The Magpies 7-9-51. Hawthorn 7-5-47 on the back of Mitch Lewis's third goal of the day. And easily the pick of them. Grandstand AFL, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
That was a nice finish, wasn't it, that one? Absolutely smoked it home in the wet, but it's been their Hawthorn's ability to win the contested footy. They're at +6 already to start this third quarter. Just getting those bigger bodies in and under, winning it and not mucking around. They're just saying, righto, we know what the conditions are doing. Let's just get it forward.
They've been clean, haven't they? Like
much more
first
clean.
touch. As soon as they get the ball, they're looking forward rather than looking to handball, and it's paying off in dividends for them at the moment.
If we were frustrated up here, imagine what Sam Mitchell was thinking in the latter stages of the second term.
It joins Errol Gordon's kick as one of the nice flush kicks of the weekend. Collingwood get the clearance, get inside 50. Myercheck with a hand pass to Kinnaman, couldn't get a disposal away. Henry in the left forward pocket. Day almost got him, broke the tackle. Hand pass to Geordie to go. He kicks towards the goal mouth. Good mark, Hardwick. In on 2-on-2. The ever reliable Hawks defender was able to take the mark. Goes short to Newcomb and then down low for Day. Will Day has it in the right back pocket for the Hawks. All of a sudden, trail by just 4 points.
Off he goes, Will Day, and then just kicks it in hope down the southern wing. They come from all directions. It spills front and centre to Dylan Moore. Surge kick down to centre half forward. Out to meet it, Murphy. Trapped it, did well. Hand pass out to Maynard. Collingwood back with it. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Kicks down the southern wing. Cox competes close to the boundary line. Still alive. Side bottom sockets it away. Out of bounds on the full, and a free kick for the Hawks. Now Mason Cox has lost the goggles. This happened over in Perth where the rain came and they started fogging up. So he's had to get rid of the Horace Grant sports goggles. And Mason Cox is going at it with no protection. Free kick for the Hawks. Lockie Bramble to take it. Goes long to a contest on the wing. Cox spoils, but straight to Jager. Kicks inside 50 for the Hawks. Ricochets down to McDonald. He's tackled by Noble. Ball held in and a ball up. 35 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. Momentum with the Hawks. And they're within a straight kick. Collingwood by just 4 points, having led the game by as many as 30.
Cox doing the ruck work here against Kajitsky. Won it down. Kajitsky tries to knock it on, but it's straight to Cox's path. Just dropped the footy. Comes the way of McDonald. Kicks towards the goal mouth. Gunston's there. Threw a boot at it. It's right to the goal line. And it's rushed through in the end by the Magpies defence. 3 points. Collingwood's lead. Hang on.
Well, they've picked one out here. Is this contact below the knees?
I've got to be honest, I'm not sure anyone knows really what it's for. It's going to be a Hawthorn free kick from the top of the goal square. It's going to go the way. Well, Sam Butler's got the footy. I'm going to have to wait for the replay to have any clarity. But I think you're right. Potentially contact below the knees, but really, I think everyone was sort of conceding it had gone through for a minor score. So out of this, Hawthorn are going to be in front. Sam Butler comes in, puts it through, and the Hawks have kicked 4 on the trot, and they're in front at the 15-minute mark of the third term. Hawthorn 8-5-53, Collingwood 7-9-51. The Hawks by 2 points at the MCG.
It's going to be hard to describe this to you, Clinchy, until we see it on the big screen.
So is it Moore sliding across? I'm not sure he made a lot of contact with Sam Butler, especially in wet conditions.
Yeah, I think he's diving after the ball to try and rush it through. That's fair enough, isn't it? He didn't actually collect his legs. He sort of fell across him after
he sort
the
of
fact.
did. Yeah, on the second replay, I guess he sort of did.
I thought Butler was going to ground as well. Gee, that's a big call. As you said, Clenchy, 4 unanswered goals to start this third term, the last 5 in the game.
That's not contact below the knees.
Well, we've seen 4 replays of it. The umpire's made 1 call from behind the players.
Hawks by 2 points. They've got their nose in front for the first time today. Out of the middle, Collingwood get the break. Adams kicks down to half forward. Ginnivan collects. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Kicks inside 50. Cox reaching for it. Sicily spoils. Hardwick whacks it away. Ginnivan charges through. Grabs it. Nash has got him. Still got a hand pass away. Cox a second go. Hand pass to Crisp. High up and under. Shoots goalward. But Bramble is back. Safe as houses underneath it. Takes it in front of the behind post. Hawthorn by 2 points.
Bramble out of defence, up towards half-back. Kajitsky in from the side, brings it down. Mitchell hand passes out into the path of Wingard. He can't take it cleanly, then puts a Shepherd on for Gunston to gather. Gets the hand pass to Morrison, around the body, up the wing. Jager O'Meara takes the mark. All of a sudden, Hawthorn are winning a lot of one-on-one battles. O'Meara veers out to the right, sends it long towards Bruce, 2 to beat. Darcy Moore sets himself in front. And with good support from Jeremy Howe, takes the mark in the right back pocket for the Pies. Hawthorn by 2 points. We've played 17 minutes of the third term.
Darcy Moore here for Collingwood. Long down the wing. McCreary competes in the air and then follows up his work at ground level. Jams it on the boot to McInnes and a one-on-one with Sicily. And Sicily says, get that out of here. As he punches it 3 rows back. A boundary throw in, 60 out from the Pies goal. Lids, we've seen spirited Hawthorn comebacks this year. They came from behind against Carlton, ultimately unsuccessful on Easter Monday. Now the game against Richmond, they were well down and got that back. And of course the Brisbane game, only a fortnight ago. After a slow start, they're in front here, having trailed by 5 goals. For the boundary throw in, Cameron to Adams, hand pass to Lipinski, kicks for Cox, missed him. Out of bounds it goes as Sicily knocks it away. A boundary throw in forward pocket for Collingwood. 18 played third term, Hawthorn by 2. They've kicked the last 5 in the game.
I think that had pleased Sam Mitchell and the coaching group. They don't just roll over these young blokes. They're willing to continue to have a crack and not be ever be beaten in these games.
Cox in the right, Collingwood deep in attack against Kajitsky, palms it down straight to Hardigan of Hawthorn, who's tackled by Reef McInnes, and the umpire will throw it up. Late change for Collingwood with Jamie Elliott out. Thrown back up, comes down the way to go. He couldn't get boot to ball as he was tackled by Mitchell. No whistle, and now the footy's locked with Mason Cox laying the tackle on Harry Morrison. Still only 30 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
Cox wins the hit out. Ginnivan charging through. Collision with Jad. There's a free kick. It's going to go to Hawthorn. It's before all of that, and Tom Mitchell was meant to get the ball. Ginnivan just dropped it at his feet, and that'll be 50. And Craig McRae will not be pleased with that. Here's the Brownlow medalist alongside the centre circles, Tom Mitchell. High bomb to centre half forward. Howe underneath it, spills the mark. Lewis keeps his feet. Adams got him. Run him down, and the umpire says ball up. He took a couple of steps, Mitch Lewis, and had the blinkers on. Taylor Adams with the chase down tackle, but it results in a ball up 40 metres out from the Hawks goal.
Umpire tosses it in the air. Kajitsky won it down to Wingard. Couldn't get a disposal away. Adams stripped of it for Collingwood. Comes to Kajitsky, jams it on the boot. In front, good mark taken by Murphy in front of Gunston for Collingwood. Feeds the hand pass around the back to Nick Dacos. Beautifully sold his kick around Chad Wingard. Gained an extra 10 metres up towards McInnes on the wing. Spoiled down by Day of the Hawks. To Connor McDonald. He's tackled. And Sidebottom and McCreary ensure the ball's locked up in front of the 2 benches. Hawthorn by 2 points. 20 minutes gone. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Pies have trailed only 3 times this year. At 3/4 time, they're down here by a couple of points as Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it down to Members' wing. McInnes and Jath close to the boundary line. It's out of play. And a boundary throw in half forward for the Magpies. Range just eased up here after a pretty decent shower either side of half time. A 2 big man, Reeves and Cameron. Cameron down into the lap of Lipinski. Hand pass away was a throw. The non-controlling umpire spots a free for Hawthorn. And it'll come back to one of the 250 gamers alongside Luke Bruce. This is Liam Shields.
Sends a long ball towards Kajitsky, who sets himself. Murphy from behind spoils it down. Bruce had it knocked away by Crisp. Still a chance for Nash. He can't burrow away through. Butler has a go at it. He's tackled and brought down. Was that prior opportunity? Yes, it was. Taylor Adams lays the tackle for Collingwood and takes the free kick. Charges forward, runs his full 10 metres up towards McInnes on the lead. Great one-handed mark against Sicily and Jaff. He sends it quickly inside 50 towards Henry. Hardigan gets back, spoils it down in the pocket. Ginnivan after it, Moore after him. Ginnivan lost his footing. And the ball goes out of play in the left forward pocket for the Pies. Hawthorn by 2 points. All of a sudden in this third term, 11-7, the inside 50s Hawthorn's way. The clearances and contested possession all the way of the Hawks.
Still haven't seen Jack Gunston again after having his foot trapped underneath Darcy Moore earlier in the quarter. Moore's body weight landing on that foot of Gunston, but he hasn't been subbed out from the boundary throw-in. Ball spills away towards Shields' advantage. He has a fumble. Centre half back for the Hawks. Now pack forms around him. And a ball up. 45 metres out from the Pies goal. Hawks by 2. They did trail by 30 points midway through the second term. We've now gone 22 in the third. Hawks with the last 5 in the game. From the ball up, Nash squeezes a kick forward, but straight to Noble. Surge kick back to the top of the goal square. Henry nudged out of the way in the 2-on-1. Sicily takes the intercept mark. And the Hawks on the last line come up with it. 23 played third term. Hawthorn by 2 points.
Sicily sends a high ball to half-back. Kajitsky flies and times his leap perfectly against Darcy Cameron to claim the mark. Looks at options into the middle of the ground. None really presents. So drives it long to Mitch Lewis. Another good fly from him. Can't take the mark. Lipinski for Collingwood front and centre. Hand pass back to Cameron. Hand passes misses Josh Dacos. He's got enough time to regather at right half back. Sends it long towards Mason Cox. There's a 3-on-1. Hardigan, Jaff and Kajitsky all there. And Kajitsky takes the mark for the Hawks.
Down in the Reeves direction, and the big man stands underneath it all. 211 centimetres of him. Takes the mark for Hawthorn. 60 out, high half forward. Crowded forward 50. Hand pass to Impey, running shotgun and then run straight into McInnes. Holding the ball, said the umpire as the ball spits out. And Collingwood to get the free. It'll be taken by Taylor Adams. Across the half back line to Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass to Noble, kicks Collingwood up into the front half. Crisp takes the mark for the Magpies. Hawks by 2.
Collingwood haven't scored in this third quarter. Crisp works it up to DeGoey. Left half forward. Kicks inside the 50. Cox is there. Myercheck, Cameron as well. Spoiled down to the front. Front and centre Sicily into the middle of the ground. Howe takes the mark. On his chest as Wingard couldn't make up the ground. Short to the edge of the centre square. Taylor Adams has it. Can Collingwood find a meaningful passage inside 50? Cox offers a lead. That's ignored. Adams just wants to send it long to the goal mouth. Pulls his kick, looking for Cameron. Clears him. Myercheck at the back. Can't get there. Lays the tackle on Hardigan. It's over the shoulder. And Hawthorn will take it 15 metres out from their defensive goal at the city end. It's Hawthorn leading by 2 points.
Hurried kick from MP out to McDonald, who's off and running. Hoskin Elliott out after him. And the teenager kicks a dangerous ball. Wanted Wingard. Howe spoils, pies back onto it. Nick Dacos charging away. Breaks one tackle. Kicks to the goal square. Henry the target. Hardigan knocks it out of play. Getting across late and a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Magpies.
Been very solid Cole Hardigan, hasn't he, today? He's been great support for all his teammates down there in defence today.
He read that one very well. There's probably a goal coming up for Ollie Henry had he not got the fist in.
Thrown back in, Collingwood to attack. Cox beautifully over the back. To go, he had a fumble, jams it on the boot. And under the pressure of the skiller, and misses to the left. Hawthorn's lead is 1 point at the 25-minute mark of the third term. What have the Hawks done differently?
They've just been clean around the ball. They haven't mucked about with it and handballed backwards. Once they have won the ball around the contest, they've been quick just to get it on the boot and just be predictable to their teammates up the ground.
Back to basics in the third term for the Hawks from the kick out from Bramble. It's been socketed inside 50 off the boot of Hoskin Elliott, but that was in danger. And that's a free kick for the Hawks.
These are sort of perfect conditions where it's stopped raining. The ball's going to be a little bit stickier now, so it's easier to read off the ground. So you can still use the ball quite easily around to teammates. Can't just bang it long all day.
Dylan Moore takes the free, kicks down to half forward. Butler there for the Hawks. Hand pass over his shoulders, a turnover. And Jeremy Howe gives it to DeGoey. Hand pass to Maynard. Kicks to the southern wing for Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass to Noble. Shoots it back inside to Nick Dacos. Over halfway, southern wing. Hand pass to Lipinski. Back to Hoskin Elliott. Sockers it forward. Gets it again in the same chain. Jams it on the boot, Hoskin Elliott, but he's kicked it out on the full. And a free kick for Hawthorn at half back. Hawks by a point. They've kicked the last 5 goals in the game after trailing by 30 midway through the second term. Sicily's kicked down the wing, makes his way to Mitchell eventually. He got a hand pass away to Kazitsky. Cuts back in front of Mitchell. He just throws the left boot at it. But Jeremy Howe will be there, defensive side of the wing for Collingwood.
Had a bit of a challenge trying to gather it when he did. He got the hand pass away to Nick Dacos, to Noble, who turns back boundary side, up to Mason Cox. Couldn't juggle the mark. It does spill to Kinnaman though. His kick goes straight up in the air and it lands just in the field of play and in front of Gaff, who couldn't awkwardly gather it before it went across the boundary line. So Jack Kinnaman smiling, it all went down okay in the end. Throw in on left half forward for the Pies, who have managed just one behind in this third quarter. From the throw-in, Cameron knocks it to the front. Crisp trying to run onto it, knocks it to Lipinski. Sliding in down low with Shields. Collingwood still a chance. Lipinski, hand pass to Kinnaman, he's taken high. No whistle. And the umpire says he'll pull it up. He did slip, but the tackle from...
tried to draw it.
Jaff was surely high.
Hawks by a point. Reeves first hands on it and it's slapped close to the boundary line. Ginnivan under pressure keeps it alive for Collingwood. Hand pass to Hoskin. Elliott kicks top of the goal square. Sicily in the box seat, no mark, spills to Cox, playing the role of a small forward. Hand pass to Lipinski. His kick chopped out and Shield just dumps it back out of the defensive 50. They all compete. Lewis and Darcy Moore both fly. Moore spoils into the path of Nash though for the Hawks. Hurried kick up to the wing. Picked up by Quaynor in front of the benches. Long kick back down to half forward for Collingwood, and that's courageous. Dylan Moore knew that contact was coming, and Reef McInnes threw his arm out, and in the process may have thrown his shoulder out.
He was the late in for Jamie Elliott. The Hawks move it up the members' wing, and Mitch Lewis takes them up. So I'll get Jess to keep an eye on that as to whether the Pies will have to make their medical subs. Still no sign of Jack Gunston either. As Mitch Lewis goes short and Dylan Moore sliding in down low. Marks in front of Josh Dacos. Hawthorn by a point. The Hawks with 4 goals, 1 to Collingwood's 1 behind. Long kick inside 50. Kajitsky's in the pack. Spoiled down to the front. O'Meara dumped in a tackle by Taylor Adams. Collingwood through Crisp. Works it up to side bottom at right half back. He can kick wider still. And Mason Cox marks in front of the Collingwood bench.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
Yeah, Reef McInnes has come straight off the ground, straight down into the race. That shoulder has definitely popped out. As for Jack Gunston, he's been in the rooms for about 5-10 minutes. And I also saw Daniel Howe, the substitute, go down in the rooms as well. Still no movement, but perhaps at three-quarter time, these two sides might make a couple of medical subs.
Thanks, Jess. The kick from Cox went down the line and off hands and out of play. Hawks by a point. They've kicked the last 5. Boundary throw in, 55 out from the Collingwood goal. Reeves reaching over the shoulder of Cameron, gives away the free kick. Advantage applied, 55 out. Adams puts the Pies inside 50. Flying for it, Myercheck wanted a free, won't get it. Day dumps a kick out of the defensive arc, but straight to Jack Crisp. They lock it inside, perfect placement. Jack Crisp straight onto the chest of Ollie Henry. And Henry can shoot from 35 out straight in front.
It was a nice kick in from Jack Crisp. This kid has got a happy knack of just bobbing up in little holes.
Pop-up sprinkler.
Yeah, he just gets on the end of them. We saw him do it last week as well. His finishing was quite good last week. So no doubt the umpire's letting him know, don't go off your mark or you'll be called play on.
He's kicked 7 in the last 2 weeks. He kicked 4 in the wet, coming on as the sub against the Dockers. To avoid a goalless quarter, Henry not only kicks it, puts the Pies back in front. After the three-quarter time siren, Collingwood back ahead. They lead it by 5 points in just the second lead change of the ball game. Collingwood 8-10-58, Hawthorn 8-5-53. What an entertaining quarter of footy. The majority of it played in the driving rain here at the MCG. And Ollie Henry kicks the Pies' only goal of the quarter after the three-quarter time siren. So that stat remains. Collingwood just 3 times this year trailing at three-quarter time. The goal kickers in the game so far, Collingwood 2 for Ginnivan, 1 for Lipinski, Cameron, Henry, Sidebottom, McCreary and Myercheck. While for Hawthorn, Mitch Lewis has 3. Singles for Jaff, Bruce, Kazitsky, Butler and Connor McDonald. A three-quarter time clinchy, game on. Pies by 5.
It's all set up for an absorbing final term after the Magpies led by 20 points at quarter time, by 23 points at half-time, having got out by 30 points during the second quarter. But the Hawks dominated proceedings in that third term. Stay with us on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Massive interest rate cuts from the Reserve.
25% increase in
infectious.
Keep across the news that matters to you with the ABC Listen app.
Get up-to-the-minute local, national and world news. Live and on demand.
US and NATO officials believe
in-depth investigations from ABC podcasts.
Like Triple J's Hack, ABC News Daily and many more.
All the news that matters to you.
With the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
One by Reeves, down to Mitchell. He kicks to centre half forward for the Hawks. It knocks it, so the ball just knocks away towards Bruce. He hand passes to McDonald. Kicks a high up and under, top of the goal square. Wingard, clever. Taps it to Kaczynski's advantage and he pops it through.
Nick Dacos gathers, squeezes a kick towards Hoskinelli at half back. Jaff right there with him, spoils it down for the Hawks to Morrison, screws it back to the hot spot. Bruce was behind, he's claimed the mark in game 250 from 40 metres out, pretty much directly in front, through it goes.
Hawks back the other way, Bramble off his not-preferred left boot, kicks for Lewis, competes, gets a free. 60 metres out, Lewis runs 5 metres out to his right, kicks a bazooka. From 55 out in the driving range, Mitch Lewis dobs it. Day dumps a kick out of the defensive arc, but straight to Jack Crisp. They lock it inside, perfect placement. Jack Crisp straight onto the chest of Ollie Henry to avoid a goalless quarter. Henry not only kicks it, puts the Pies back in front.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Three-quarter time of the MCG. Collingwood leading Hawthorn by 5 points after Ollie Henry's goal after the three-quarter time siren. The Pies 8-10-58 to Hawthorn 8-5-53. The Hawks with 4 goals to 1 in that third term to wrestle back the lead until the final kick of the quarter. After this match, of course, we're taking you over west. It's the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Brisbane Lions. So a massive match to close out round 12 of the AFL. We'll be with our commentary team for the opening bounce. So Clint Weldon, Ben Cameron, Sherrod Wellingham and Bo McDonald, your commentary team there. Three-quarter time, we've got a contest here. Collingwood felt were in control for a lot of the first half, but the Hawks came to life in the third. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with their assessment to three-quarter time.
Well, it was all back on the back of the Hawks midfielders just winning some contested footy, wasn't it? Their ability to win it early got them back into the game, but to Collingwood's credit, they actually fought back pretty strongly and ended up winning the quarter by 1 in the contested area. So well done to the Pies being able to adjust on the run and not just continue to play into Hawthorn's hands and allow them to dominate them around stoppage and clearance, but the contested footy. So the ability now will be, right, it's starting to dry up a little bit. What game style are we going to go into? Is Hawthorn going to continue just to go forward? I think they need to find that balance of, right, we're over-handballing first half. It's not belting down with rain, so we're not just going to boot it forward. Let's find that happy medium and see whether we can take it up. So that was a really handy goal for Collingwood late by Ollie Henry.
Yeah, well, that just shows you got to lower the eyes from time. Chris is obviously an experienced player, but didn't just whack it in long because it is a bit slippery. You still, when the ball, it does dry up quite quickly here at the G, and it hasn't probably rained for about 10 or 15 minutes. So there still is the ability to still use the ball and handball at times, but I think Hawthorn did a great job in terms of, at the start, just being clean over the football and not reverting pressure to a teammate and just hit the ball forward, especially when it was wet. But you're right, Lids, they can't just whack the ball long and expect to have the same result this quarter unless it starts to rain again, because at the moment it does dry up very quickly and they still have to try and pick them apart. But they'll be very impressed with what they did in that third quarter. But it's all set up for a really great last quarter here.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
Good news for the Hawks. Jack Gunston is starting this final term on the field, but bad news for Reef McGuinness. He's out of the game with a right shoulder. Tyler Brown comes into the game for Collingwood.
Thanks, Jess. And Daniel Howe, the sub for the Hawks. Final term underway. Newcomb gets the clearance for the Hawks. Drives a kick inside 50. Mitch Lewis got a hand to it. A hold. A Hawthorn free kick. And Lewis is going to emerge with the footy. He has 3 goals already this afternoon, up to 26 goals for the season. He's played 9 games so far this season, and hasn't he announced himself as a key forward of the future?
Absolutely, Clinchy. This is the best stretch of games that I've seen him play. We've always seen the hype and bits and pieces, but yeah, he's become a really consistent forward for the Hawks.
Pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out. Mitch Lewis comes in and puts it through. Advantage Hawks. After the Pies kicked the goal after the 3/4 time siren to take back the lead. Could we be in for a seesawing final term here? Hawks by a point, 9-5-59 to the Pies, 8-10-58. It took just a minute of the final term.
He just looks really strong, doesn't he, Lids?
Yeah.
Like he just looks like he's a ready-made player now, and Moore was forced to try and whack an arm then because he outbodied him and got himself into a better spot and just dragged down the left arm, so it's a pretty obvious free kick there as the rain starts to pelt down again. So go back to what they talked about at half-time, the Hawks, and just be strong over the ball, take ground and get the ball in there.
Led by John Newcomb in the middle there. Big telling centre clearance. Built for these sort of conditions. It reminds me of a player I used to play with in Shane Tuck, mate. As soon as the rain comes down, he'd always do rain dances every week.
Tyler Brown attending this centre bounce and almost laying a tackle on O'Meara. He got a kick away and drives it deep inside 50. Lewis charges through a couple of would-be tacklers. Hand pass out in front of Gunston. Knocks it to Kaczynski in the pocket. He's tackled by Darcy Moore and Quaynor, and the ball spills out of play. So a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Hawks. It's raining again. Jess Webster on the boundary.
It is. It did stop for about 10 or 15 minutes, but it's just starting to get heavier again. So our wishful thinking has just gone out the window. The rain's back. 3
lead changes in the game. The lead has swung on each of the last 3 goals. From the boundary throw in, Bruce is wrapped up and a ball up.
Got some perfect players at the feet here, and Wingard and Bruce just forward craft specialists, aren't they?
Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, kicks out of the defensive arc for Collingwood. Bouncing footy in front of Will Day, can't control it, spills to Sicily, he's tackled high. Myercheck got in front on. Oh, has he paid holding the ball?
He has.
Wow. So free to Collingwood. And McCreary's going to take it. Defensive side of the wing. And the Pies will be able to get it up over halfway as the rain continues to chuck it down. McCreary, hand pass to Nick Dacos, kicks to half forward, slips out the back of the competing pack. Impey's kick smothered, spills to McCreary, he soccers it forward. Hoskin Elliott likewise, but straight to Sicily. And Sicily can just bang it on the boot. Bruce leaps upstairs, can't come down with the footy and gives away a free. Jumped in the back of Nick Dacos, didn't touch the footy. And the teenage magpie, the youngest man on the ground, will get the free kick, Nick Dacos. One of 6 teenagers out there, 4 for Collingwood. Kicks to half forward, Cameron the target, Day spoils, close to the boundary line. Morrison, for some reason, tried to keep it alive. Hooks the kick down the southern wing. Here's Newcomb, who collects for Hawthorn.
Squeezed to kick up to Wingard, gets the hand pass away to the run of O'Meara, straight down the southern wing, hand pass to Wingard, took a bounce, that was adventurous, hand pass over the top, Gunston in the left forward pocket, can chip it over the top, Wingard on McDonald, Wingard's cannoned into by Howe. And there's a bit of remonstrating going on as Chad Wingard lies on the turf.
Smart.
Wingard's just going to run into the open goal. While they're doing that, he's putting it in the second tier. Hawthorn lead by 7 points with the opening 2 goals of the final term. 10-5-65 the Hawks to Collingwood 8-10-58. 4 minutes gone, final term. It's very rascally while they're all pushing and shoving. You just run in and kick a goal into the open goal mouth.
It was perfect, wasn't he? Just standing next to the umpire while I reckon there was 25 blokes all having a wrestle. He thought, well, I may as well just run this into the open goal and give it a little fist pump on the way through.
I reckon Jeremy Howe, he's just decided to jump just that split second too late. You can't change your trajectory when you're already in the air, can you? So makes it very hard, but well done, Jack Gunston. Just took his time.
Well, there's a bit of Jack Ginnivan as well. He gave the crowd a rev up. Collingwood fans at the city end.
Just asked them to be a little more constructive with their feedback. And banged it through Chad Wingard. He's first of the day. So if you look at it in the second half, 6 goals to 1. And Hawthorn 7 of the last 8 in the game. They lead it by 7 points. It's their biggest lead. Free kick in the middle as Nash wraps up Adams and he's caught holding the ball. And a free kick alongside the centre circles. Hawthorn going forward again in the driving rain. Kicks in the direction of Lewis. Darcy Moore spoils into the lap of Shields. He links up with Newcomb. Kicks it on the run, but he's offline. And behind for Newcomb. Hawks by 8 points. Surging 6 minutes into the final term.
Darcy Moore into the back pocket for Maynard. Pulls his kick loose for McCreary. Grabs it on the second take. As Jaff came flying through. All of a sudden, Collingwood need to try and find a few answers. Sends it long towards Henry in the pack. Cleared hard against Fist. Comes to the front. Trying to get involved. Tyler Brown tries to knock it into the path of Adams. Jarman Impey's over the footy. Tackle. Newcomb just swats it into the middle of the ground. That's effective. The greasy footy slits on the turf. Nick Dacos gathers. Kick Collingwood inside 50. Hoskinelli underneath, but Bramble claims the mark.
Been good, Bramble. Been very good.
That's a good mark, given you'd think Hoskinelli in the air would have the advantage. Switches it out to Day at right half back and up to Dylan Moore.
Moore pokes the pass down to Gunston. Just forward of the wing. Pies choose not to stand the mark. Gunston pokes his draw punt just too far out in front of Shields, and Quaynor sees it out of play. 45 metres out from the Hawks' goal. Pies need to change the script. Lids and Murph, it's drifting away from them.
Certainly is, Corby. They just haven't been able to get their hands on the footy so far, and the Hawks are just loving up these wet conditions.
Hawthorn by 8 points, but have dominated the second half. 6 minutes into the final term for the boundary throw in. Cameron won the hit out. It spits out to Nash though. Rides above. Hand pass to Newcomb. Dangerous kick inside 50. Comes to Wingard. Snaps over his shoulder, but a little too much hook on it. Up behind. But it's all Hawthorn. 7 minutes into this final quarter. Hawks by 9 points. Rain continues to fall.
2-2 in this final term. The Hawks could have just about finished them. Howe's long kick out of defence, up towards Cameron, can't take the mark. Mychek tried to claim it even though it was off a couple of hands. Hand pass picked off by Jaff, who's then shoved over the boundary line by McCreary. He's got good enough balance to just arrest the momentum on the fence, and he's okay to continue on. Hawthorn by 9 points, 7 minutes gone, final term. Since the rain has arrived just before half-time, the Hawks have played the far better footy. Thrown back in, Reeves gives up front spot to Cameron, who lost a boot but one down the tap towards Tyler Brown. Hand pass into the path of Adams, who screws back on his right, kicks up to the wing. Jaff works his way to the front, bounced off his chest, couldn't take the mark. Lipinski over the footy for Collingwood. A couple of players over the top of him, and the umpire will throw it up just wide of the AFL logo on the members' side. Hawthorn by 9 points.
Up it goes. Cameron, just a little shove to Reeves in the air and a free kick for Ned Reeves. He's going to take the free kick for Hawthorn. Kicks it very high inside 50. Murphy goes to spoil into the lap of Wingard. He feeds McDonald, who snaps goalward but misses again. So another behind. They're 2-3 in the final quarter, Hawthorn. They lead it by 10 points. And their game high advantage continues to grow. The Hawks did trail this game by 30 midway through the second term. We're now 9 minutes into the last.
Moore quickly brings the ball back into play for Collingwood to Maynard, and now up to Josh Dacos, who has it left half back. Pinches 4 or 5 metres and kicks up towards Cameron. Flying against two. Punched down by Will Day. McCreary over the footy. The Hawks are just outnumbering Collingwood at all these contests. Lipinski comes charging in, trying to keep the footy locked in. And he does so that successfully for a throw up in front of the Collingwood bench.
So the cream rises to the top in these conditions, and Chad Wingard's has been excellent in this last quarter, just been involved in everything.
6 inside 50s to 2. Hawthorn's way in this final term. They've booted 2 goals 3. Collingwood haven't scored. O'Meara can't wrestle it clear. Newcomb, great sidestep. Got around a couple. Kicks towards Gunston. A 2-on-1. Howe in front gathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Maynard. Good tackle by Lewis. Got it to Nick Dacos and back to Howe. Hurries the kick up towards half forward. Mychek runs onto it. Wanting to give the hand pass away. In the end, McCreary put the block on. Great kick to Ngoe. He marks on 50. In the wet conditions, is this too far for Geordie?
He's going to take a kick. We saw Mitch Lewis do it in the third quarter, didn't we? So if he can bite off a little bit more going around the side of the mark, he's every chance. He's a powerful boy. Great kick by Mychek to find him.
Unbelievable. Kick of the day.
11 goals, 13 for Geordie Ngoe this season. This will take his best from right on 50. Sets fly. He's got it! the moment. Steps up and delivers. Put another 0 on the end of that contract as Jordan De Goey with a big long-range bomb. And Collingwood closed the gap to 4 points Hawthorn's way. 10-8-68 to the Pies, 9-10-64. Collingwood with their first goal since Ollie Henry after the three-quarter time siren. 10 minutes gone in the final term.
Another 0, Clinchy. Jeepers, this guy's going to get paid if he's adding that many zeros to his contract. But tell you what, he stepped up to the plate and knocked that through. That's a big kick, Murph, considering the circumstances, but also the weather. The rain is absolutely pelting down.
Isn't it?
It's coming down. Great finish. He rode it all the way home, knocked it through, and comfortably made the journey in the end from 50.
As soon as he took the mark, he was always having the shot. And rightfully so when you can finish like that. Back in the middle, Pendlebury sockers out to the wing. Side bottom can't mark, but taps it in front of De Goey. He just sockers it another 20 metres. Close to the boundary line. Bramble and Hoskin Elliott both there. Bramble sockers it out of play. And a throw in right on the wing, southern side of the ground. Hawks by 4 points, 3 lead changes. All of them either side of the three-quarter time siren. The Hawks currently by 4, 12 minutes into the last. And it is chucking it down at the G. From the throw-in, Kazitsky wins the hit out, then hands it to Mitchell, snaps the ball down the southern wing. Quaynor out the back will be the first one there for the Magpies. Hand pass to side bottom. Collects, gives it back to Quaynor. Still at half-back, a bit of pressure from Dylan Moore. Affects the kick, it trickles away to Howe. Now to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to side bottom, who can feed it further forward down the wing to Lipinski.
He looks up towards half forward. Tyler Brown and Myercheck there. Sicily lunges forward, got a fist to it. It pinballs around. Hardigan gathers. Tyler Brown gathers him. No prior opportunity, says the umpire. And he'll throw it up 50 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Hawks by 4 points. 12 minutes gone, final turn. Cox knocks it down to Adams. Squeeze the kick into the pocket. Hawks have the numbers. And Sicily marks on his chest in front of Tyler Brown. Dan Howell, the sub for the Hawks, still not required.
New 5-year deal for James Sicily in the last fortnight. Then kicks a long 60-metre drop punt down the southern wing into the lap of Wingard, who's really starting to get involved. Clean collect and kicks down the wing to Lewis. He's drilled in a heavy tackle from Darcy Moore. Ball spits out. Ump says play on. Pack forms behind the pair and we'll have a ball up on the southern wing.
Hawthorn have got an extra back in defence, just supporting, just getting an extra number behind the ball.
Hawks by 4, ball up, close to the boundary line and now out. Cox wins it down and Morrison's helped out a play. Rain continues to fall quite steadily here at the MCG as it has done for the majority of the second half. Hawthorn by 4 points, 13 played, final turn.
Reef McGuinness with eyes on his shoulder, subbed out for Tyler Brown. From the throw-in, Mitchell over the footy for the Hawks, trying to knock it clear. Hoskin Elliott for Collingwood, hand pass back to Sidebottom. Kicks up towards Tyler Brown, a 2-on-1. He battles with Sicily after the ball hit the ground. Knocked it onto Ollie Henry, socket off the ground by Hardwick. That's effective, but straight into the path of Sidebottom. He runs onto it on the southern wing. Hand pass over the top to Lipinski. Jams it onto the boot inside 50. Jaff one direction, Henry the other. Ball hits the deck. Ginnivan down low. Into his side. The tackle laid by Hardigan and Day, and the umpire will throw it up right forward pocket for the Pies.
She's dropped the knees a few times today, Jake Ginnivan from mine.
From the restart, Bramble kicks it off the deck, out of the defensive 50, but it's coming back. Pendlebury, hand pass to Sidebottom, kicks Collingwood to the hot spot. Hardigan runs underneath it. Henry tracking the footy, taps it out to Ginnivan, trying to draw the free kick. Tackled by Hardwick. Ump isn't buying what he's selling. And he says, I'll have it. A ball up, 40 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Jack Ginnivan.
Not getting much love at the moment, is he, from the men in green?
And his long sleeves and his 3XL shorts chucked up in the air. Kazitsky knocks it down, but Collingwood will win it again. Josh Dacos, hand pass to Maynard. High half forward, his hand pass into the path of Newcomb, but he's bowled over. Still no clean collect. Contact below the knees, free kick. Collingwood's way. And Noble's going to get it. Just forward of the wing. Members side, Hawthorn by 4 points midway through the last, but the Pies going inside 50.
Noble drives his kick. Looking for big Mason Cox. He's forced behind against Reeves to spoil. Jaff Hand pass didn't clear the congestion. Kajitsky knocks it on to Mitchell. Hand pass to Newcomb to Shields. They did that so well in greasy conditions. Then Shields tries to knock it on to Bruce. He's tackled by Josh Dacos. Out to Mitchell. Squeeze the kick. Only as far as Nick Dacos of Collingwood. Hasn't he had a good game?
He's been impressive, hasn't he? Just
34th
so composed.
disposal. Short to Noble at left half forward for the Pies. A congested forward 50. Noble veers out to the right. Sends it into the hot spot. Looking for a flyer. Hoskin Elliott up. Spoiled away from him. Front and centre Lipinski. Hand pass to Ginnivan. On the left. Screws it back towards the goal face. It won't have the carry. Hartigan dropped the mark. Sicily now has to deal with it on the goal line for Collingwood. They can't soccer it through. It comes out to the left forward pocket. Henry tries to dribble a kick to the goal mouth. Straight to Dave. He unloads with a long kick to half back. Lewis underneath it. Spoiled to the front. And Butler squeezes the kick forward.
There's no one in the front half though for Hawthorn. Noble slides in. Knocks it out to Murphy. He collects. Gives it to Pendlebury. Dumps a kick forward but straight to Newcomb. And a chest mark and a chance for the Hawks to go in a slow play. Newcomb decides just to kick long to Lewis, who leaps for it. Spoil comes from Howe at the back. Murphy knocks it out in front of him once, twice to Pendlebury's advantage. So clean in the wet. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. The 1-2 with Noble. Back to Pendlebury. Shields has got him. Got a kick out to Butler, who's drilled in the tackle. Boy, it's a hot footy at the moment. The ball up on the members' wing. Hawthorn by 4 points. Game on the line. 17 minutes into the final term.
Toss in the air. Cox tries to work it down to Pendlebury. Under pressure. O'Meara slides in, lays the tackle. Newcomb's been enormous. His kick is smothered. Managed to get it to Butler though. Kicks long towards Mitch Lewis. He and Darcy Moore spoils it down. Sidebottom gets back. Got it to the advantage of Quaynor. Looks out to the southern wing. Hurries a kick. Awkward ball for Bramble. Couldn't take it. Hoskin Elliott can for Collingwood. Gets the hand pass to Crisp. He squeezes the kick up to half forward. Henry marks. 50 out. Into the pocket. Adams is free. It bounces in front of him. He gathers. Mychek free in the square. He screws it back towards Ginnivan. Good spoil from Hardwick. Out towards Reeves. The big ruckman over the foot. He can't pick it up. It ricochets out to Lipinski. Newcomb with a smother. Cox slaps it forward. Gets it to Henry. Kicks towards the goal square. Mychek one-on-one. It bounces on the behind line and Ginnivan sees it through. A minor score for the Pies. How hot was that?
Quite unclinchy.
Collingwood trail by 3. I'm going to take a breath.
Don't you just love footy in these conditions?
Oh,
and just
yeah.
the pressure and the attack of the ball and the man, just awesome to watch. And Blake Hardwick, you just love to play with him, wouldn't you? Just throws his body at the line every time, and just so good in a one-on-one contest.
Sicily with the long bomb from the kick out. Cameron, towering mark on the wing. The big man flew. Reeves and Cox went underneath it, and Cameron, third in the queue, takes the mark for Collingwood. Broadcast wing to pump the Magpies back inside 50. He kicks it to the hot spot. Henry! Ollie Henry up in front takes the pack mark. And the teenager can go back to put Collingwood in front for a second time in this game.
Well, we saw a similar grab last week against Carlton, didn't we, Lids? And
Loves a moment.
Really impressed last week by the way in which he attacked the ball in the air, and that was no exception there. Just floated across and just sticky hands in pretty greasy conditions.
One of 6 teenagers on the ground. 2 of them for Collingwood. Ollie Henry moves in, drop punt, misses. He looks made for the moment on the back of the towering mark. Lets himself down on the drop punt. It's a 2-point game. Hawthorn 10-8, Collingwood 9-12. Hawks by 2 points as we're about to tick into time on in the final term.
Bramble brings the Hawks back into play. Long kick towards Reeves and Cox. Cox reaches over the top, spoils it down. Pinballs around underneath Pendlebury and also Bruce. The Hawks emerge with it through Jaff. Jams it on the boot. Up towards Howe, who had a fly on the back of Gunston. Couldn't claim the mark. Hoskin Elliott in front. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Up towards Lipinski. Going back with the flight. With eyes not on the footy in the eyes of the umpire was Connor Nash. Collingwood will take it through Lipinski. In front of the Magpies bench. They trail by 2.
Another inside 50. They've locked it in their front half here, Collingwood. Big kick to a pack and Henry floating across the front. Very nearly did it again. Slips out Hawthorn's way. Sicily dumps a kick out of the defensive 50. Lipinski knocks it down to Josh Dacos. Hooks a kick inside. There he is again. Ollie Henry leaping from the back, marks over Impey.
Wow.
Henry will get another crack at it.
I watched that previous contest and saw Sicily he said, I'm not going to worry about you, young fella. Didn't learn from his first one. Come in, nearly took it, and then didn't go back to him, didn't pick him up. This kid can jump and take a nice mark. We just need to see him finish here.
The 19-year-old from a similar spot, 30 metres out. Big game, Henry. Back in front go the Pies. A fourth lead change. And just as he did on the three-quarter time siren, Ollie Henry puts Collingwood back in front. The Pies 10-12, Hawthorn 10-8, Collingwood by 4 points, 21 travelled final term.
He's a nice type of player, isn't he? And he stood up really well in the last 2 games of football last week, kicking a handful last week, and today, the three-quarter time, putting one through the big sticks, and then the last couple of minutes taking some really strong grabs inside 50. He's certainly one to watch for the Magpies over the years.
We had Craig McRae on the lids, and he said he spoke to him after he kicked 3 behinds against the Bulldogs and didn't have a routine.
Yeah.
Said when he was coming in to have a shot on goal, he just hoped he didn't miss. Since then, he's kicked 4-1, 3-1 and 2-2. Collingwood get the clearance through Lipinski. Here he is again. It bounces off his chest, Henry. Can't take the mark. Newcomb's tackle was over the shoulder. And Collingwood will get another inside 50 as Scott Pendlebury, no surprise, is at the bottom of the pack. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, runs to 45. His shot on goal is out to the right. Hardwick in an entangle with DeGoey. It spills out the side bottom. Did that bounce off his foot? No, across the boundary line for a throw-in the right forward pocket. Collingwood by 4 points. After this match, of course, we're taking to the Fremantle Dockers, taking on the Brisbane Lions. No late changes there with Mitch Croden and Callum Archie, the sub.
Collingwood by 4 for the boundary throw-in. The ruck share it. Newcomb knocks it out to the boundary line. McCreary, little bit of tunnel ball through his legs. Side bottom sockets it off the deck, but straight to Dylan Moore of the Hawks. He can kick out of the defensive arc and skid him through. Mitch Lewis takes the sprawling mark, but all the way on half back for Hawthorn. The Hawks led earlier in the term by as many as 10 points, but they're now chasing the game down 4. Kicks to centre half forward. Kazitsky flies it, spills to Nash. Kicks along the ground to centre half forward, but Murphy can just bang it away for the Magpies.
Henry got underneath it, but Jaff got him over the shoulder. He put the hands to the head. Jaff careful not to give away a 50-metre penalty through descent. He clearly didn't think there was too much in it. The ball has to be retrieved to be returned to Ollie Henry. Allows everyone to take a breath. 23 minutes gone, final term. Collingwood lead by 4 points. Kicks out wide boundary side to John Noble. All of a sudden it's pretty stagnant, so we'll have to drive a long kick on his right boot towards half forward. Cameron sets himself. Myercheck puts a block on. He was taken over the shoulder though by Reeves. A little bit careless, and Brodie Myercheck will take it at left half forward. Collingwood taking the maximum amount of time with each disposal. 23 minutes gone. Still a few minutes and change. Up to Josh Dacos at left half forward. He points towards the goal mouth. Looks to send it with a right boot towards Mason Cox and Cameron. Brodie Myercheck was there. He spoils it down. Harry Morrison front and centre. Jams it back towards half back. Noble racing after it. He got there. Great catch from John Noble to claim the mark.
47th consecutive game for him after being taken in the mid-season draft. What a success story he's been. John Noble down to half forward. They all fly there for the Magpies. Comes down towards Bramble. He's tackled by Henry on his opposite number. And a ball up here on the 50-metre arc for the Magpies. There's a bit of a melee which unfolds. The umpire's pretty keen to chuck it in the air. Still more than 3 minutes on the game clock. Collingwood by 4. Up it goes, 55 out for the Pies. Pack forms again. Umpire lets them play. Morrison got a kick out, but it's smothered. Ricochets to Jager. Hooks his kick down the wing. Lewis crashes the pack. There's a whistle. And I think it's a downfield free kick. Cameron's laid a tackle on Jager after he got rid of the footy. And a free kick for Wingard and the Hawks. Heads down to half forward. Gunston clever. Whacks it down to Morrison. Hand pass away to Tom Mitchell. Kicks inside 50. Darcy Moore stands underneath it. Takes the chest mark centre half back for Collingwood.
43,939 in at the MCG for Sunday afternoon footy, which is going all the way down to the wire. Side bottom, into the back pocket, finds Howe. Howe has it in the right back pocket. Careful with his delivery. Short to Darcy Moore, still inside the defensive 50.
You wonder what they learnt from last week, having been up in front against Carlton. They weren't able to hold, well, they were able to hold on in the end, but they let a few goals in. So what have they learnt? What has Fly gone through with his boys? Say, right, when we're in this position, how do we control a game? We've seen a couple of things now already where they're just saying, right, possession, take control, take some time off the clock. Let's not continue to try and play fast.
Everyone said on the southern side of the ground, Newcombe was able to spoil Darcy Moore's kick out of play for a throw-in. So a stoppage. Kajitsky up against Cameron. Cameron tries to jam a kick forward towards the boundary line. Chris knocks it on to Lipinski for Collingwood. Kicks towards half forward. One-on-ones further afield. Knocked down by Henry. Hardwick punches it out to the southern wing. Tom Mitchell tries to knock it on to Jager O'Meara. He's tackled by Lipinski and McCreary. The ball spills underneath. Jager's dumped a second time. He can't get a disposal away, and the umpires get a penalty. No, a dumping tackle. And Hawthorn will take it at left half back. Did the big wind-up, and then all of a sudden it was a slinging tackle. Maybe some communication between the two umpires.
Less than 100 seconds on the game clock. Collingwood by 4 points. Hawthorn led by as many as 10 in this final term. Impey goes back to Sicily. Long kick across the half-back line. Jaff on the back flank, member side. Hand pass away to Morrison. Kicks Hawthorn to a contest down at half forward. Kazitsky flies no mark. Spills to Ginnivan of the Magpies. To Howe. Hand pass back to Noble. He's coughed it up under pressure. Wingard squeezes a kick out. Shields is there. Hand pass out wide. Ends up out of play. He wanted Nash, who was bowled over with the pressure from Noble. And we'll have a boundary throw in. 50 out from the Hawks goal. 67 seconds left on the game clock. Collingwood by 4 points.
Ball on half forward for the Hawks. Thrown back in. Cameron up against Kajitsky. Tap down to the front. Lipinski tackled by Newcombe. And the umpire will come in and ball it up once more.
It's going to take something special here from a special player. I'm looking at a Chad Wingard or a Luke Bruce to try and get on the end of one here.
Thrown up, Kazitsky knocks it down. Lipinski tries to sock it off the ground. Newcomb's in there, has an arm pinned. Mitchell tries to wrestle it away from him. The ball spills out of play. Still at right half forward for the Hawks. Each stoppage, though, is more seconds off the clock for Collingwood.
49 seconds remaining. Collingwood by 4 points, but a boundary throw in half forward for the Hawks. In it comes. Lipinski, hand pass out of play. Deliberate. Free kick Hawthorn. 60 metres out, just about every player inside 50. Jager lays it up to the hot spot. They come from every direction. Spills down in front of Noble. He's dispossessed. Loose ball centre half forward for the Hawks. Myercheck collects. He's tackled. Hawks through Bruce. Brewster's mowed down, holding the ball. Free kick McCreary. Myercheck was tackled, lost it. Bruce picked it up, went to run off. And McCreary got him holding the ball. And a free kick for Collingwood at centre half back as the seconds tick away.
Sends it out towards Myercheck and Chris. Newcombe knocks it down. Hand pass to Impey to Bramble. Seconds ticking down. Ball spills clear. Cameron over the top. Siren sounds. Collingwood hang on by 4 points. And Fly's Pies are in the 8. They had to withstand the fight back from the Hawks in the wet in the second half. Is this the new Magpies way under Craig McRae? What a cracking weekend of footy.
See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premierships are cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood led by 20 points at quarter time, by 23 at half time. They got out by 30 points in the second quarter, and then the rain arrived in the second half. Hawthorn fought back. They took the lead in the third term by 2 points, and Ollie Henry, after the three-quarter time siren, returned Collingwood into the front by 5. Then the Hawks kicked the opening 2 of the final term before goals to De Goey and to Henry, and the Pies win by 4 points, 10-12-72 to the Hawks, 10-8-68.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
For the second week in a row, Collingwood fans have to endure a cliffhanger, and in the end they fall the right side of it once more. Collingwood by 4 points in front of 43,939 fans to spoil the party for Luke Bruce and for Liam Shields. A couple of goals to Ollie Henry, including a big goal in the final term. Jack Ginnivan with a couple. Individuals to Lipinski, De Goey, Cameron, Sidebottom and McCreary. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, 4 goals to Mitch Lewis. Individuals to Jaff, Wingard, Bruce, Kajitsky, Butler and McDonald. The Pies win by 4 points and they're in the top 8. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio sum it up for us on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a bit to unpack there, Lids. They looked like the better side by a long way at half-time, the Pies. The Hawks didn't probably adjust to the conditions well enough, early enough, but in the third quarter they really came out really strong and attacked the man and the ball really well and just were really clean around the contest and got their rewards on the back of that. And to the Pies' credit, they were headed and they responded quite well and just adjusted their game style and it was basically down to a bit of class from a few individuals that really got them over the line. And De Goey's goal was a real sort of tone setter, wasn't it, in that last quarter? And 2 close wins in a row for the Pies. That's huge for the footy club, isn't it? To win last week against Carlton in front of 80,000 fans and then to back that up today when they'll certainly expect to win. But Hawthorn have been a really good side this year in terms of against the really top teams, and there's no doubt they would have set themselves to perform at a really high standard today, especially when they've got 2 blokes at their footy club playing their 250th game. Big contributors to their footy club over a lot of years, and they managed to find a way over the top in the end, the Pies, and find a spot in the 8.
They were impressive, the Pies, because it looked like Hawthorn were going to run all over them, didn't it? And I like the fact that they went back to what they knew at the start of the game. It dried off a bit, but then the rain came again, so they had to adjust on the run. So well done to the Pies and their ability to get the job done in the end. But tell you what, if you're a Hawk supporter walking away, you're probably not too concerned, I don't think. I think that the foundations are really starting to build well at the moment in terms of what you've got. We've seen some incredibly good performances from some younger players. That I thought Bramble was really good today. Obviously, John Newcomb, hard as a cat's head.
He's impressive, isn't he?
I reckon he played in a few wet games down at Poowong, that's for sure.
So 3 on the trot for the Magpies. All of a sudden they're 7-5, and it sets up a mouth-watering Queen's Birthday clash. Melbourne having lost their last 2, Collingwood having won their past 3. And the Hawks have got Freo before the bye. So the Beyond Blue Cup is being presented to Scott Pendlebury. Thought he might say a word or two. We'll just stand by to see if he does do a presentation. But the Hawks and the Collingwood players are gathering behind the signage to send a powerful message in support of mental health and the work in which Beyond Blue does in encouraging conversations around mental health. So the 2 playing group standing side by side and posing for a photo here. And on either side of that, Sam Mitchell, the coach of the Hawks, and Craig McRae, the coach of the Pies. Of course, would still have a lot of friendships from his time at the Hawks. He would have played a pivotal part in players like Mitch Lewis, who had a great game with 4 goals, but in the end, it's Collingwood who are smiling at the final siren.
Yeah, I was impressed with Mitch Lewis, as you spoke about. I thought his ability to compete all day. He used to be just that key forward who only got it nice. He wasn't able to scrap and fight his way, but he's put size on. You can obviously see the belief that he's got in his legs, but his ability to catch it as well. And he finishes really well, doesn't he? So
great set shot.
Yeah, I think that's really something to work with. Kajitsky's probably his partner in crime down there that just needs to develop that consistency as well. But they're just a developing side, Hawthorn. I certainly feel like they're on the right path. But they'll be disappointed today. I feel like they've let one slip. To fight back, they probably spent a few more tickets trying to get back into the game, which ultimately cost them at the end.
The impressive part about Collingwood over the last 3 weeks has been their defensive work, whether it's Justin Lepage coming to the club or whether the conversations in which they'd had in recent weeks. But from the side that got towed up by Richmond, where Tom Lynch had an absolute day out, they've improved enormously in their team defence, but also in that dying stages where it felt like the Hawks were coming with a surge, especially once the rain arrived.
Yeah, that's it. And I feel like the what Fly and Lepper and Bolts are really starting to build down there, and their belief in their defence is what's going to hold them in good stead. And I think we're seeing that probably with Fremantle as well, their ability to defend the game.
We're just seeing Luke Bruce and Liam Shields being chaired off the MCG. Collingwood on the left-hand side, Hawthorn on the right. 500 games between them and 3 premierships in one of, the most successful eras in Hawthorn's history. A club which has had a lot of good times, and these two guys have played a pivotal part in that. So hugs amongst the Hawthorn players with Luke Bruce and Liam Shields in the centre of that, but not quite the celebration in which they would have hoped it to be.
And they're running out of premiership players from that great era. Of course, the last of those flags now in 2015, and it's probably the last major milestone of Liam Shields' career. It'll be, obviously, we'll still wait and see what Luke Bruce has ahead of him, but 250 games, and we do that really well in our game nowadays, don't we? With 2 teams lined up and the Guard of Honour as both guys made their way off.
Both 31 years of age, so, questions at season's end. Liam Shields has spent a bit of time with Box Hill at the start of the season to force his way back into Sam Mitchell's side, and Luke Bruce is just so consistent in front of goal. Another goal this afternoon, up to 20 goals for the season, behind just Mitch Lewis with 4 today to 27 for the season.
Can I just touch on Collingwood? And so they're 7-5 now. As Clinchy mentioned, they're in the top 8. They own wins over St Kilda, Carlton and Fremantle on the road. And of their 5 losses, inexplicably they lost to West Coast, which just makes no sense at all. And they were also 5 goals up at three-quarter time against Geelong and let one slip here on a Saturday night at the start of the season. Their run home's fascinating. So they're on 7 at the moment. Say they're trying to get to 12 or 13 or somewhere in that range. These are the games inside the top 8 they've got to come again. They need to play Melbourne twice.
Yep.
They've got Sydney and Sydney and Carlton again, which they're current top 8 teams. But apart from that, they play the 15th place Giants, the 17th place Roos, 14th place Crows, the 16th place Bombers, Port Adelaide and Gold Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think those ones that you mentioned where they've got to run into again, they're free hits. You just come out and you try and play your best footy and see how you stack up. It's those ones where the expectation comes is where that's when you really got to test yourself, and they're the ones like that West Coast game that you don't want to let slip if you've got finals aspirations.
I mean, just looking at that, it's hard to blue sky anything in this competition because we see results all the time that go the other way, but it feels like those kind of games against the Suns up on the Gold Coast, maybe even Port Adelaide, they're going to be the games that'll probably decide Collingwood's season. But from where we thought they were going to be, 17th last year, it's amazing they're in the hunt, and they're 2 games better than 500 as they get ready for their bye.
Well, that's the thing. They've now won 7 games after 12 rounds of footy. They won 6 games of the season last year, be it when Nathan Buckley departed. We thought whoever took over the Collingwood coaching job potentially had a slightly better list than some of the other clubs that were looking for coaches, but the improvement for Craig McRae to instantly have, I think that's the upside for Collingwood fans, with a few players over the age of 30. So while they might not have as many young kids as what some of the other teams do, there's the possibility that they could be scrapping for one of those last spots in the 8, be it 7th or 8th, and all of a sudden it might come quicker than what they expected.
I'm sure the brand that they're playing as well is a little more attractive for Collingwood fans as well, to at least be able to see them move the ball. Obviously today, a bit of an exception given the weather, but it's much easier on the eye, Clinchy, for Collingwood fans, I'm sure.
Well, they lose Brodie Grundy. Darcy Cameron all of a sudden plays well. Jordan Ngoe out of contract, but kicks a big goal in the final term. He's probably not kicking as many goals as what he might have in previous seasons, but he's making sure he's having an impact, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah, I think the fact that they're not relying on Pendlebury and Sidebottom to be absolutely best on ground for them to get wins anymore is a real sign of maturity in the rest of their group. We saw Nick Dacos today. Jeepers, he's put together a fairly handy game off half-back. Lipinski's been a great addition. I think you'd agree, Murph, that he just adds to that all-round ability for him. And the guy that keeps just performing week after week, Jack Crisp, how good's he been in their midfield? So, There's plenty to like, but still so much improvement.
Let's head down to Jess Webster. So Collingwood belt out their song winners by 4 points. That line sounds a bit crackly. We'll head back down to Jess in a moment or two's time and hopefully bring you a Collingwood reaction as quickly as we can. Our Western Australian audience, don't fear, we are heading to the Fremantle Dockers and the Brisbane Lions. No late changes to the team there. So we've just got a little while before that match gets underway. So we'll try and bring you a quick interview and then we'll head west for what will be a fascinating final game of round 12. Some good footy. Friday night, Geelong Bulldogs. Cats far too good. Yeah. Last night, Swans over the Demons. Probably less in the Gold Coast Suns and North Melbourne and Adelaide and West Coast. So in the reduced matches for the bye weekends, you take 3 decent ones, hopefully 4 out of the shortened round.
We had this conversation the other day. Do you think this is a bit of a side conversation, Clinchy, so sorry to branch out, but the idea of the buys, the 6, 6 and 6, which we've done in recent years, is that the best way to go, or are we better off just
1 week off,
or knock it over in 2 weeks and just say, look, let's have 5 and 4 rather than trying to drag it over 3?
Yeah, I don't mind the whole have a week off in the middle of the season. I think that's good for football. Like, everyone sort of freshen up, and then everyone has that same point in the season where they know that there's going to be a bye happening, and they're all happening at the same time. So lead into the finals as well, as they're still doing, having the bye leading into the finals. So I think that's probably a better way to do it. You sort of miss having a few of the clubs you'd love to see just keep on playing, missing over the next couple of weeks. But I think it's great just for football that I think for one that Melbourne have lost the last couple, and then there's a few even spread of teams around them.
Let's head back down to the Pies rooms with Jess Webster.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm here with Ollie Henry. What a victory. Another close one 2 weeks in a row. And you're in the 8. You must be super pleased.
Yeah, we're definitely over the moon about this one. It was a good start for us, but then we lost our way in the middle of it, and to claw our way back shows a lot about our group.
And talk us through what was going through your mind in that final quarter. You missed a set shot, and then you managed to get one through to put you guys in front. How were the nerves?
Yeah, no, the nerves on the second time were actually a bit less. I knew which way the wind was going, which helped. And yeah, no, a lot of my teammates got around to me and settled me down. So yeah, great leadership from them, and yeah, it's gone a long way for our young boys.
And as we've mentioned, 2 really close wins in a row, but how much does that give you guys belief and growth, knowing that you can win in those tense moments?
Yeah, it's such a good thing to have that fighting spirit in our group, and yeah, we're not lacking any fight, so yeah, it's all positive for us, and on to the next one.
Ollie Henry with us on Grandstand AFL. Let's head upstairs to the box. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Ollie, well done today. It's Lids. I just wanted to get your thoughts and whether you can remember. I've asked this of a few players. They never seem to be able to, but Craig's message at three-quarter time, you've obviously just kicked the goal yourself. What was he saying in terms of trying to get the win?
Yeah, most of it was playing our footy. We didn't want to focus too much on what we had to stop from them. We wanted to focus on what we bring. We know that's good enough. So, yeah, he really emphasised pressure fight and territory to get it our way, and I think that's what clawed us back over the line.
Ollie, Mark Murphy here, mate. Well done today and last week. I thought you were fantastic last week, but backed it up again today. Brendan Bolton, I'd like to know, how have you found him coming across? Have you had much to do with Bolts? I obviously had a fair bit to do with him, and such a great teacher of football. Have you had a lot to do with Brendan?
Yeah, Bolts is he's a ripper. He has so many good analogies and so much knowledge of the game. So whenever he speaks, yeah, he's really engaging. I learn a lot from him. As a midfield coach, as Bolts is, I don't directly have a whole heap to do with him, but when I do speak to him, he's really encouraging and tries to make us young boys feel really confident going into a game. And so, yeah, that's taken a long way for me.
So you haven't seen him angry yet?
No, not a whole heap. No, sorry, I haven't.
So what about some of the senior players? Who's taken you under their wing and trying to show you the way down there? Because you look like you're coming on leaps and bounds from week to week.
Yeah, well, our leaders are really good at making our young boys accountable for their training standards and their 1%ers off field, like diet and whatnot. So Pendles is great for that. He really pushes the young boys to be better, and having a leader like Pendles is what the group needs, and it doesn't stop there. We've got Howie and Darcy Moore, And I think Das has been one that's been really, really good for me. He's been similar to me in aspects of footy and mindset. So I've worked a lot with him, and he's been great.
Ollie, it's Matt Clinch here. You played 10 games in 2021. Your last 3 weeks have been phenomenal. What's been the biggest difference as you try and get accustomed to playing at this elite level?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm trying to get used to playing at the elite level. Still learning, and I think as I get more experience, I'm starting to feel a lot more at home. And within the group, I feel a lot more comfortable. I think that's what's been the main difference for me. And I'm really starting to enjoy playing my footy.
And Craig McRae joined us a couple of weeks ago. He said he was chatting to you about your goal kicking and you didn't quite have a routine. You were hoping just to not miss when you came in. How have you changed that, and how did that help in the big moments today?
Yeah, well, the biggest thing for me was practicing a lot during the week. It's something that I haven't really practiced a whole heap growing up, but getting used to my routine and changing my thought process going into a set shot's been something that I've really had to try to work on. I think that's what's been the biggest change for me.
Ollie, I know Jess asked you about it, but can we just go back to that final moment of the game and what proved to be the match-winning goal? So you leap forward and take the mark moments before that and miss, and then unafraid, happy to come back, do the same thing again, go back to take the kick. I mean, so many people would dream to be in that kind of moment. What's going through your mind while you're going back to have that kick, knowing that the one previously didn't go the way that you wanted it to?
I think just backing in the routine and not changing anything. I kind of knew what I did wrong in my first set shot. So I think fixing that small error and then just backing it in was just crucial at that time. A lot of people, I guess, would shy away from it, but I don't know. I had a lot of people come back and say back myself in, so I've done a lot of work on it.
Two things on that. First of all, what did you do wrong the first time around?
Well, obviously I didn't really account for the wind, and my ball drop was a bit off. So that were the only two things really.
And you touched on it. There's a lot of people that would be thinking, I don't want this moment again. It didn't go my way last time. Where does that come from? That belief that I want this moment. I want to be the guy here.
I think just staying in the moment, not thinking about what previously happened with the last set shot, just kind of living in the moment and taking each opportunity as it comes.
It feels like you've got a bit of competition down there with Jack Ginnivan as well. There's a lot of guys that are more than happy to sort of stand up and put their chest out when it's time to win the game. Is there a little bit of competitive tension with your forward teammate down there?
No, not at all. We're all teammates, and we stick together, and it doesn't matter who kicks it as long as the team gets the 6 points on the scoreboard. I think everyone's going to be happy for it.
Two really quick ones before we let you go. Mark Murphy was concerned about the pointy nature of the footies in the first half. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't really have many kicks in the first half. So.
Ollie, come on, mate. I reckon the balls weren't kicked in well enough. But, you didn't get a touch early in the first 10 minutes, so maybe you didn't realise.
Sorry, Murph, that's a no. And you played in front of some big crowds. Collingwood Carlton last week, 80,000. You've got the Fight M&D game against the D's for Queen's birthday. As a young player at the start of his career, how enjoyable is it, the opportunity to play in such a big crowd and big occasion?
Yeah, last week was crazy. 80,000. It made me a lot more nervous than usual, but that's something that I'm going to get to hopefully learn around the time here. So Collingwood getting in big crowds is something we love, and it makes us players have a whole lot more energy.
You're good to watch, Ollie. Well done on the win. We'll see you on Queen's birthday on Monday.
Thanks so much.
Ollie Henry from the Magpies. They now move to 7 and 5 in season 2022. They're inside the AFL top 8. 10-12-72 to the Hawks, 10-8-68. To our Western Australian audience, you're heading to Fremantle and the Brisbane Lions. We bid you farewell from the MCG. And we'll continue on for everyone else for about another 13 minutes' time. Get some thoughts from Lids and Murph about the Hawks, the 3-2-1 from the ABC Footballer of the Year. And, of course, the AFL ladder, which all of a sudden is adding different levels of intrigue as to how it might feature in the second half of the season. But nice to hear Ollie Henry. I don't mind your questioning. He seems pretty comfortable with the big moment. Is that Gen X, or what are they, Gen Y, the current generation, who are pretty comfortable with...
I think so.
Just taking on the opportunity as it comes, not daunted or intimidated by anything?
Yeah, well, Ollie tends to strike me as a kid who doesn't overthink it a hell of a lot. He's pretty clear in what he wants to get out of it. And
Why is that? Is there not much going on up there?
No, he's actually like a quite intelligent kid, but he just doesn't overthink the situation. Yeah. He doesn't get overawed, and as you probably see, like when the moment presents itself, he's more than willing to put his hand up. And some guys would shy away from it and find a way to get away from where the ball's going to be, but he's always popping up in the spots that puts himself in a position to kick a goal.
So, I mean, we don't know these guys as people. You obviously do, Lids, in the role that you work in as in the play management space. He strikes me very different to his brother. Obviously, just they play very different roles in Jack Henry from Geelong, but are they different personality types as well?
Oh, they're a little bit similar. I haven't spent a heap of time with Jack to be
we interviewed Jack before the Geelong-Adelaide game. He seemed very understated as opposed to Ollie.
Yeah, no, Ollie's definitely got the more flair and flamboyance in terms of the way he plays. Obviously, Jack's pretty dour in terms of his defence, get the job done, and that's what I do. Whereas Ollie's, front half, Larry boots. I don't think Jack's ever worn white boots, let alone. But Ollie, as you can see, he's got so much more to add to his game that we're only going to see in more and more games that he plays. And the stronger he gets, I think you'll see him start to sit on some heads and really kick some amazing goals.
That was quite something today.
Absolutely.
To think sort of big pack mark in the wet, misses, and how many times in those moments must you think, young kid, shrinks a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else will get it done for us. Hopefully we win. Hopefully it wasn't my miss that cost us the game. No, next time the ball comes inside, flies over the top of Jarman Impey, takes another towering mark, goes back, dobs it.
Yeah, well, they're great signs because you're right. Because when you are a young kid, and if you do make a mistake, sometimes guys, I don't want the ball in my hands. I don't want to be given that opportunity to make another mistake. But no, I want the ball in my hands. I'm going to fly off the next one, have another crack at it, and then go back and go through the routine again and back yourself in. It's great signs. And you saw him last week in front of 80,000 fans do it at three-quarter time today, and then in the last quarter as well. They're really good signs from a really mature young kid who's got a heap of talent.
Was he a key position forward in the under-18s? It sort of feels like
similar to what he was.
190 centimetres. For Collingwood so long, they've wanted a big full forward, and he's probably not that, but what they do have is a number of sort of smallish, medium-sized forwards now that gives them a slightly different look compared to, I guess, your traditional sides like a Carlton who have a key figure.
Well, we were just talking about him in our office the other day about, before I'd even come on board, what the boys saw in Ollie. As a bottom ager, kicked a bag of 5, but then the week after played down in defence and took 15 marks in the wet. So he's got that ability to go both ends, but it's just a natural belief in his own ability that we just haven't seen yet because he's still learning his craft. And there's so many more elements to it than just being, the ball's going to get kicked in, I'm going to try and take a hanger. You've got to be thinking defensively when the ball's exiting. Where am I going? My opponent's getting the footy as well. So there's a lot to take on that, he's learning. He's just at the start of his career.
I love as you touched on, Corby, the family dynamic between Ollie and Jack Henry. You've got the Mackays with Ben and Harry, who sounds like Harry's got a fair bit of swagger, and Ben doesn't mind saying his bit as well. You've got the two de Konings, all of a sudden, Tom at Carlton and Sam at Geelong, and a couple of 10 siblings, aren't they? So
there's a lot of them.
Sam all of a sudden is starting to get more and more comfortable with the ability to speak his mind in front of the media. So he was a forward traditionally with Geelong, and now all of a sudden he's found his way as a defender. So for kids who are trying to break their way into the AFL system, it can be the challenge of the coach of trying to find out what's the right role for them exactly now.
Yeah, you're right. And I was speaking about Nick Dacos today. I think it's a really smart move, putting a young kid who's going to be a natural midfielder over his entire career, but to go to a half-back flank and learn how to defend an opponent is really important, even though he's had 36 today. Probably didn't have to do a lot of defending when you're winning the ball that much, but you learn a lot about that side of the game, which I'd assume over his whole career of playing juniors, he'd never played defence whatsoever. He's always been probably the man inside, getting 30 every week and kicking 2. So not much is changing playing AFL for half-back flank, but they're great signs for a young kid to learn his craft playing off a half-back flank. And then once he gets a little bit bigger, he'll go through the midfield, no doubt. But, there's some great stories of some young siblings coming through the AFL at the moment, so they're great to watch.
How much defence did you play throughout your whole career?
You don't need to when you've got the ball, Lids. You know that.
Wow.
He did have 11 intercept possessions alongside his 36 disposals, Nick Dacos, so matched with James Sicily for the match. I thought for the Hawthorn fans, it seemed like in the second quarter it was going to be a one-way show. And then when the wet weather arrived, they found a way to simplify the way in which they were playing, their transition from defence into attack. And Mitch Lewis continues to have another breakout game with 4 goals, and he loomed as the player who it felt like at times was going to take a couple of big contested marks, and alongside Chad Wingard maybe record a famous win for the Hawks, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, no, I think if you're a Hawthorn supporter, you walk away and you look. I look straight away. I'm not a Hawthorn supporter, but I look at Lockie Bramble. I thought he was really good down back. And you see the continual improvement of Chankwath Jath. I think like what he's doing, his ability to run and take the game on. Wasn't his conditions or the type of day for him today, but I also like Connor Nash in the midfield. I thought being a bigger body, he really simplifies the game.
He was clean too today, wasn't he?
He
did a few things that really stood over the ball and just took the hit and took it in one touch, which you like to see.
It was balmy weather for him out there. He loved it. But, James Sicily back, and you probably noticed that he was in my All-Australian team. Again, just his ability to read the play. Probably got caught out with Ollie Henry there late. I thought he could have been a little bit closer to him, but... And as you mentioned in the call, Blake Hardwick, I reckon he's just as tough as woodpecker lips. Loves being when the whips are cracking.
I'll drop that one down. Tough as woodpecker lips.
Woodpecker lips.
Never heard that one.
Haven't you? Well, you use it. It's a fresh one.
I'm not from the country though, but I've never heard that one.
No, but I think you can be certainly pretty comfortable walking away saying, well, yeah, we didn't get the result, but you can see the things that they're working on. And the ability to make the change at half-time was impressive, albeit the conditions probably helped that. But go, right, we're not handballing anymore. We're just going to take some yards, and that's when they really started to come back in the game.
So they're going to earn their bye. They were in Launceston, then went to Darwin, back in Melbourne, and then next week they're in Perth before they get the week off. So they've got Fremantle waiting for them next Saturday. Of course, the Dockers to play next. And we are getting that game, by the way, on ABC Radio coming up. Clinchy, you mentioned how good the round of footy was. So good games Friday night, Saturday night here, hopefully still to come. Just a little sneaky look ahead to next weekend.
Please.
So only 6 games, obviously, the second of the bye weeks. Richmond, Port Adelaide, Thursday night. Very interesting game. Obviously, 2 teams both in the...
It's an 8-point game, though.
They're just outside the 8, but both trying to close the gap.
That's at the G, so back here. Friday night, Carlton front up without a centre-half back up against Essendon. The Bombers trying to celebrate 150 years. Ordinarily, against your arch-rivals, these celebration games don't go too well. The Bombers haven't had a crash hot year so far, so that's Friday night footy.
How much do you reckon? How many by?
I think only a couple of goals by the Dons, I reckon. And then Saturday night will be a cracker. Brisbane and St Kilda.
Yep.
So the Lions at home, obviously the Saints get a bit of a gauge on them. And then Collingwood and Melbourne, obviously it looks like a bumper game. Pies all of a sudden on a little hot streak, and Melbourne have dropped 2 in a row. In between then, we've got Fremantle, Hawthorn, and boys, we're back on Sunday for North Melbourne GWS.
Oh, yes, the Aiden Core Cup. I can't wait for that one. That's going to be there'll be more seagulls there than there will be fans, I reckon.
The Roos and the Giants is the Sunday fixture. So standalone game on a Sunday, full build-up.
Roll it in glitter.
We'll have all of it.
Welcome to the world of media, Murph. When even it's not that appealing on paper, we'll find a way to convince you that it's a worthwhile listen.
We'll talk about ourselves some more, then, will we?
Yeah, we've done a bit of that tonight. A 3-2-1 in the ABC Football of the Year to come. I just want to ask you about that moment in the third quarter where Sam Butler got the goal for Darcy Moore, sliding in the wet, made contact below the knees. I'm sure that'll be replayed as to whether that's the type of decision we want sort of paid in greasy conditions. Were you happy enough with it to stand?
I didn't like it at all. I thought both players were going to ground and Darcy Moore's trying to stop a goal from going through. So I thought you're allowed to dive when you're trying to, if someone's going to try and soccer a goal.
Well, I think the conditions didn't get taken into account, did they? Because it was really wet. Moore got there before, I think, the outstretched boot anyway. So it was more just he fell across him at the end just because it went over the line. And I think the whole crowd here had no idea that.
If that's what it was for, do we even know that that's exactly what the free kick was for?
Yeah, it was definitely contact below the knees.
Right, there you go. Well, I thought it might have been something for it. It wasn't any good. 3-2-1.
Yes, please.
Little mention to Mitchy Lewis. I thought he was very good up front for Hawthorn. And there's probably a couple of Collingwood midfielders that have missed out. I speak of probably Jack Crisp, Taylor Adams, Pat Lipinski were very good. But I've gone one vote for the Hawks. John Newcomb, he's second half in particular, or his last 3 quarters, 24 touches, 14 of those contested, 7 clearances and 12 tackles. So did it both ways. Absolutely built for the wet weather conditions. 2 votes. I've gone for a big fella. Had 26 touches, 15 of those contested, 6 clearance, 8 score involvements. I reckon nearly this had to be his best game. Darcy Cameron. I thought he was outstanding today. And 3 votes. How about doing this in your first year? Getting 36 touches at 95% by foot. 22 of those were kicks. And 11 intercept possessions and 798 metres gains. Nick Dacos. Wow.
Yeah, it's a huge game, isn't it? It takes me back to when we probably first started Lids. I reckon if you had 20 touches,
you're wrapped.
You were absolutely pumped as a first-year player, but he's just getting better week on, week out. And to have 36 today and just looked really composed, didn't he, when he had ball in hand? And
just easier game, though, now than what it was.
Yeah, isn't it?
I'm getting worried. There's a little bit of back in my day, and these guys have only been retired for, what, 4 years?
29, I think, yeah.
6 months and 4 years.
Yeah,
It was, like he's very impressive. His brother was terrific last week, I thought, but Nick was sensational today. And to be doing that in your first year of football, in your first half dozen games, he's going to be a player to watch for the next 15 years, isn't he?
3 to Nick Dacos, 2 to Darcy Cameron, 1 to Jai Newcomb in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Give me a minute on Freo and Brisbane. Attack versus defence in Western Australia. Who's going to win?
Oh, geez, that's a good question. I think I like Freo at the moment. I just feel like their ability to defend the ground and choke the good teams, I think they're going as well as anyone. So, but yeah, hopefully we get a high scoring affair, even though we saw Fremantle kick good goals last week, even though they were so good defensively. So hopefully a high scoring one.
It'll be interesting to see if they decide to tag Lachie Neale, because he's just been in unbelievable form. So the Brisbane midfield is one of easily the better midfields in the comp, along with Melbourne, I think. So Fremantle are no slouches in there either, but it'll be interesting to see if they decide to go head-to-head with someone in there.
You didn't give a tip. Lid said Freo.
I hadn't really finished until you started looking at me, so I thought you had something for me. I'm going to go for Brisbane over there.
Yeah, you can't go against your old team. You got all the in-depth loyalty to the Brisbane Lions.
Geez, I'm loyal to the Brisbane Lions.
So no Walters, Taberner or Chapman for the Dockers.
I didn't know about
McCluggage returns, so you can ponder that, Lids. The Magpies win 3 on the trot for the first time since 2019. 4-point winners over the Hawks, 10-12-72 to Hawthorn, 10-8-68 in front of 43,939 fans at the MCG. The Pies inside the top 8, 7-5, sets up the Queen's Birthday Monday clash beautifully. Let's head west to the Fremantle Dockers taking on the Brisbane Lions. Clint Weldon and Ben Cameron to pick up the call alongside Sherrod Wellingham and Bo McDonald. Enjoy.